gotta somehow be your best, but you have to also let all the things that happen in a tournament happen and still survive those bounces. We've seen it in the World Cup that just ended.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, guys. Simula na ang MSC. This is Seat Pansit. Pero hindi pa naman PH maglalaban. Unang maglalaban ay Team Vamos and Falcons Mena. Good afternoon, guys. Hello kay Ate Kuleng, Umemiya, hello, Theodore, hello, Yvonne, hello. Nakapili agad sila ng mapa. Start na agad. Sana ganun lagi. Pag-start ba ako sa YT? Live ako sa YT and FB, guys. John Michael, hello. Malakas yung volume nito. Ay, mahina pa yung volume nito. Kaya pala. Yun, start ka agad, guys. Go Falcons, Mena. Hello, Stitch from Angela Nicole. Thank you po sa Angela Nicole fam.
But not the ones that we saw at MWI. Okay. A few of those heroes we already saw at MWI. Again, a lot of utility jungle usage all the way to the grand
Ganon
finals.
agad na start
We're
agad.
going to be seeing a lot more aggressive picks here. Assassins coming down, and even maybe a bit more diversity in mid. We've been talking a lot about the jungle.
Buti na lang nakita ko prediction ni Ate Kleng. Mali. Mali yung prediction ni Ate.
I think the meta has opened up.
Di ko pa na-check ng mga prediction. Konti lang sumali, guys. Di ko alam kung bakit. Baka tinatamad sila mag-predict.
Those vulnerable heroes like the Yi, like the Farsas, or even the Gords that have been meta for a while.
Sa mga di nakasali, sayang
We
naman.
might see more heroes like the Kadira, the Eudora to deal with the assassins.
So that entire meta shifting because there's more pressure.
Yes.
From the dangerous jungles.
It's volatile.
That'll be interesting to see. And, you know, I want to go back to it. Star players. I mean, we talked about Arrow 404, but Zekeef as well has been somebody who has kind of been that new version of Team
Iba
Vamos trying to claim that
hashtag sa shared post, ha? Nako talaga.
Their synergy coming
Kaya
into this.
nagbabasa ng instructions.
Because the thing about Zekeef is
Buti nakaabot ka sa prediction. Buti na lang. Kaka-off ko nga
which might
lang.
be quite interesting in this current meta here because he can play a front line. He can be the toughest guy.
Puro assassin kaya ngayon.
And then let it be safe for his team
Yun
to go in.
meta,
But
diba?
also,
Assassin.
sometimes there's a situation where he has to be the carry, where he use some damage dealers, where sure, eventually he will toughen up, he will be that front line, but in the early game, he makes life hell for the opposing jungler. So I want to see if they want to go for that kind of strat here. And Zekeef is one of the new prospects coming out of Malaysia to be a top roamer here in the international stage.
Expect a lot of that, by the way. Hirara, Fanny, both banned out.
Hiraraban.
From what I've heard, those are two most prioed heroes. The Atlas is first pick prio for Team Vamos. This will erase a lot of that pressure and actually a lot of the comfort picks from Falcons Mena. They've been playing utility jungle with an Atlas here. It's going to be very, very tough to pull it off. So they might have to already move in a different direction.
Goya and Sanji trying to do their best with the two-pick response. But that's what you hope a first pick does, right, Mirko? Just kind of sets the team picking second on the defensive end so they don't get to set the tempo of this draft.
Yeah, especially because I feel like for now, in terms of the roam, there's not a lot of counters for it. It's a very safe early pick. It's really the EXP as well as the jungle that can really get counter out. So I kind of feel like that's something that Vamos must be careful of. If they see certain picks coming up from Falcons Meta, that makes it much easier, then they will go for it. But look at this. Falcons Meta already picking up the Arlet as well as the Valentina. The Valentina, I think, is just an overall okay pick, but also maybe to deny some of a potential pick for the Sora. But the thing is, Paquito is still there. Esmeralda is still there. There's still good picks for Vamos here. So the Arlet, I think maybe just to take it away from Senpai, but also doesn't it show that Falcons, they want to pick up an Akai later?
Could be. The Guinevere gets picked up, though, for Team Vamos. So they need a little bit more damage in gold or mid. There you go, the Eudora. I called it. I was going to say, against the Valentina, this is an amazing pick. And I've been hearing a lot in scrims. This hero isn't just in the meta. It is prio. It is a first phase pick. Falcons Meta lean back to their comfort, and I'm so happy we get to see the Eudora straight up because I've been talking about it behind the scenes.
And I gotta say, even as a tank, it's surprising by how much poke damage that she does, not even by using her ult. So this is gonna be very interesting. Right now we're looking at the opening picks coming in from both teams. rather similar, except for Rome as well as EXP. We see here for Vamos and Falcons Mena, they have their junglers as well as their mids. For Vamos, they have a roamer, and for Falcons Mena, they have their EXP. For now, Falcons Mena, it does look like they're going for a more team fight composition. A lot of crowd control and a lot of AoE. Coming in from Vamos here, there's a lot of, I would say, crowd control coming in from the Atlas as well as the Guinevere. And now Falcons Mena, they understand how important the EXP is, so they're taking out the Yuzong. And for Vamos, they want to make sure that the side lanes is not going to go crazy, so they're going to be banning out the Moskov. I wonder if they will ban out the Claude as well, considering I feel like they might have an okay draft for a Claude.
LaFell, you know this team very well. They're from Malaysia, and what would you like to see from them to complete this draft? What's somebody you'd like to see picked up here to complete this lineup?
I want to see something fast that can invade the jungle coming in from the EXP, something like a Pokito or Esmeralda, because the thing about how both Era 4-4, the jungler, as well as Zekif, the roamer, how they like to play is a lot of forward momentum. They like to be in the face of their opponents because they know they have the strength, they have the firepower for it. But for that to happen, if their EXP wins the lane, they're going to try to end the game as fast as possible by 14 minutes, 12 minutes. Like, that's how they speed up the tempo.
And I feel like, especially for Vamos, having a person like Natgo in the gold lane makes it a lot easier for them to move around the map. Like, they don't need to go just for neutral objective fights here, because, again, Falcons Mena, they kind of have a combo to control neutral objectives. So who's to say it's all about neutral objectives at this point? You have a winning matchup in mid with the Eudora against the Valentina. You have a very, very mobility-centric composition with the Guinevere and the Atlas. I think they might go strong side gold here. They ban out the Moskov. The Claude could be an answer. They go for the Cho to deal with the Atlas. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a Bruno here for Vamos.
Yeah, honestly, like that, as long as he gets the pick that can survive a lot of engage, which, by the way, I kind of feel like, sure, these are 4 scary heroes for Falcons Mena, but I feel like there's quite a few gold laners that can survive that kind of onslaught. So now all we're looking for Vamos here is the gold lane as well as the EXP. The Esmeralda is still up, but they do need a little bit more damage, so I wonder if they want to go for something else. In terms of Nako, there's a lot of picks in the gold. There's still the higher of the Claude, and like you said, the Bruno. I feel like none of those are bad choices here.
Well, typically, you know, we've talked about kind of coming into this, the difference between the aggression versus the calculated approach of these gold laners. Natko being, as Mirko had said, just very, very aggressive, wanting to push tempo, but Sano wanting to take his time, get to that late game. They're getting their last couple of picks here. How do you feel this has set that storyline up between two different styles in the gold lane?
I feel like having a weak side Claude here for Nako is going to be amazing, especially because it really does feel like they're going to be playing a lot of 4-1, maybe a 1-3-1, but I'm really feeling like a 4-1 formation here for Vamos, letting Natko absorb maybe 2 sides or 2 minions in the gold as well as the mid, and now a Bruno for Team Falcons Mena. I gotta say, for Vamos, I'm liking the idea here, and Falcons Mena, it looks like a very easy to execute draft.
Yep. For Vamos, I think it's also pretty easy, right? It comes down to who executes better right now. If Vamos can play the strong side of the map, play around those neutral objectives, win out the skirmishes early on, and it's going to be great. But Falcons Mena, I feel like they have more ways right now to play around their gold lane if that neutral objective loses out.
If you think somebody won a draft, is it leaning towards Falcons for you?
I'm leaning more towards Vamos.
Towards Vamos.
Yeah, same.
You too, LaFell. It's obviously a great showcase of 2 teams coming in with different strategies. Natko and Sano in the gold lane trying to go toe-to-toe in terms of their dynamic. Will aggression win over calculated patience? And will Error 404 find a way to be the young star that he is? It's our first game of MLBB MSC at EWC 2026. I know 2 guys who are ready to call the action. It's Naisu and Gideon HQ.
It took us weeks, if not months, for everyone to make their way here to the Mid-Season Cup in Paris. And we're going to find out the next champion for MSC here at EWC 2026. It's me, Naisu, Gideon, to bring you the action to start off our group stage. Gideon, we have to talk about the Eudora.
Oh yeah, this is interesting. This is really interesting to see, because most of the time, most people wouldn't even consider Eudora to be part of this particular meta, and Clockwood has already missed a couple of minions, which is already pretty bad look for the start. But the laning phase is by far the hardest part for the Eudora.
The Eudora, it went through an interesting change, man. I mean, when it was its older self, you know, she kind of had a one kind of trick, like, here's my ultimate, here's a bunch of damage. But now I know LaFell mentioned it. you know, you can actually do quite a bit of damage just with her first skill even.
Yes, yes. That Fork Lightning is now interesting. Now that they've kind of revamped the way that her passive works, especially with the Superconductor. Now, if you look over Troll, right, he's got that little indicator, and that's because that's the Superconductor stack. If he's able to hit with another ability, you can empower it to do some things. Now, Fork Lightning is particularly interesting because now you can start getting some movement speed on top of extra DPS. So you start kiting around these people if you can apply it more effectively.
Yeah, one thing too is we got a chance to go ahead and call the games during the wild card. You know, we got to see Falcons Mena make their way through that gauntlet that it was. Again, even those best of ones were pretty brutal. We know that they developed over those weeks, you know, or that week, those days that they had to play. We heard that they didn't even have much practice, you know, but they managed for the first time to get to the points in the group stage here for MSC after all that they've been through. And again, this is a team that we talked about that has this kind of innate synergy between each other, right? They've played together so much on the international stages.
Is it going to happen? Air 4-4 is waiting for 30 full seconds until level 4 has been hit. Straight away with a combination, but it's going to get disengaged instantly. Landshaker will buy a little bit of time, allowing Arrow 4-4 to get on out of there. But the final slash will put Suppot in a compromised position with no flicker. First blood, achieve fatal links as well to combo in. And the power of friendship nets them 4 kills in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Hey man, forget the turtle. Let's just go get some bodies. And they'll do this, just that. First turtle's going to be theirs as well for Falcons Mena. What a start. Let's take a look at the replay here brought to us by STC. I mean, again, man, this was a setup waiting to happen. A flicker, a stolen fatal links for Cuffin was the setup.
Yeah, great eyes on Cuffin, actually, because he saw the angles. Like, maybe I can actually get a little bit more. They could have been happy with just 1 kill, but they decided we're going to go above and beyond. And now, unfortunately, that wasted 30-second angle that Arrow 4-4 was sitting up on that top side forward to try and unlock Suppot has now failed, and now has put him significantly behind, because if you look at Boyat, he's already level 6 to Arrow 4-4's level 4.
Yeah, this is one of the things, again, where, you know, if you're able to go ahead and get these early starts into this game, the current meta that we're seeing, snowball potential can be quite insane, and you're talking about a 2,000+ gold lead already at this point, nearing that 4-minute mark. You're setting yourself up successfully here for Falcons Mena. And across the board, too, Troll, again, one of the, I would say he's a prominent Cho player. This is probably his best, or one of his best picks that he brings to the table. It's what he kind of made a name for himself in their first international experiences. And, you know, now that you have this lead, you can take that chance. Try to set things up. Oh, Troll.
Speaking of setting things up, they already have the Wombo combo of a lifetime, but Troll, they don't have enough base damage to kill him just yet. Luckily, he is rocking the tank emblems, able to keep him alive for the time being. But for now, it just goes to show they're just getting stat checked early on in the game.
Stat check for now. Here's another.
Oh, now once again, getting the Superconductor off of Boyet. Well-timed heavy spin. Now, this is the big issue that I'm seeing, right? Because Vamos, they've got a lot of Wombo combo tech. If Falcons, Mena, are in the right place at the right time, that heavy spin kind of counters everything. Same can be said about the final slash at the end. But the fact that everybody has flickers, it really goes to show, yo, we are here to fight, we are here to combo, and that's it.
The heavy spin's so good, man. And that's why the Akai, over the course of the past weeks, if not months up to this point, he's been taking a value in terms of picks. Whoa, Troll, I was waiting for it.
Already had the way of the dragon, but Suppot manages to get on. Do we see the punish? And yes, it is good. It pulls one more over the wall. Almost unintentionally, but they already saw everything. This is one back, a double kill for Vamos to pull him back into a better position.
Hey man, Vamos brings himself back into this game. They should be able to go ahead and take this turtle as well, so they'll even out the objective. Turtle takes. Really good counter punch. Again, this was Troll starting that fight up, but Vamos saw it coming and they responded exactly how they needed to. Now after the turtle, they'll rotate down to the bot here. Yes. They want to put some pressure on Sano if they can.
Very, very nice. I like the way that Vamos is taking advantage of this, right? Initially, the game plan is if we just get Suppot a slight lead in the lane, that lane should be basically done for, and then we can go straight back into team fighting and play for our strong side like Mirko mentioned earlier.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
Oh, wait, the dragon. Onto Z keep side?
I don't know if that's who you want to kick, you know? I mean,
yeah.
Here's what... You're just saying hi. I'm going to kick you in the air, you know? I know you're an Atlas, but he might have wanted that here. Oh, on the turret?
I don't know. He probably would have wanted the way of the dragon. It would be nice if he had it, but Nako still has Purify, so it doesn't really matter. Very surprising to see that despite Nako not exactly having the greatest of matchups into this Bruno, that he usually, Bruno usually is the one who takes down the first turret. This time, it's Natko.
And Natko's up 700-ish gold, almost to the 700 point, right? This is, yeah, again, one of those cases where you see a lot of gold laners, they just kind of sit in their lane, they do their thing, they get farmed up. I call it the gold lane experience. And for a Claude especially, you want to hit that power spike, right? Those 3 items. Bruno hits it a little bit faster because of just the nature of the hero. But, you know, right now, both gold laners are set off in a really good momentum in their own. This is Zkeep actually looking for a potential pick, but not going to happen. Now, Natco can just go ahead and switch over sides and continue to farm up.
I think what you meant was actually Claude's the one who gets it faster. His items are significantly cheaper compared to like Berserker's Furies and Haas Claws, right, coming in from Sano. So the fact that we're seeing Natco already doing so well, oh boy, this is dangerous. Final Slash coming through and Zkeep getting Wombo combo to the ground. But let's see whether Falcons can reach for a little bit more. They decide not to after using 4 ults and they back away.
Okay, so no flicker burn. It looks like Falcons Meta. Do they still want to put some pressure here, Troll?
They're trying to call it. I think that at least for Trolls, it shouldn't be anywhere close. I'm not 100% sure. This Cuffin definitely can steal an ult.
A little look there at Boyette. Here we go. Turtle, 3rd one of the game. Last one here. Fighting for space.
Already, spatial migration is good. Now into the Blazing Dew. And Natco somehow is the one who actually takes away this turtle. And now they're on to Boyette. A double kill for Natco so far, and they're not done. Do they have the Fatal Links actually pulled? They've delayed enough time, and Sanji, unfortunately, cannot outplay into 4 members.
Okay, the firepower seems to be there for Vamos. They get the turtle. They're looking for more fights, potentially here.
Ooh, and now underneath the turret, stolen Fatal Links on towards Natco, but it doesn't matter. He has Purify, gets out of there quick, and now, in fast succession, from that bot tier 1, they've taken away the purple buff. They've taken away the mid turret on top of defending their own jungle.
Vamos is taking a whole lot, man. I mean, think about it. Just minutes ago, you have that 2,000 gold lead for Falcons Meta, and it's changed so quickly. You know, the pendulum has now swung over to Vamos. They're knocking down tier 1 turrets now, taking what they can to set themselves up for that first Lord here in about a minute. Looking at the items coming into place. Again, look at the lead between the gold lane.
Yeah, it's actually kind of ridiculous. I'm not 100% sure. I think maybe 1 recall is what I spotted out in the laning phase, but then after that, not 100% sure how badly it went for him. But it's great for Natco. Like, this is the gold lane experience that every gold laner prays for. Let's look at the gold distribution for a deeper look. Oh, wait, hold on. Immediately, we find a pick off the sub-bot side. The Fatal Links eye catches onto 3. Heavy spin from Boyette. It's good. They're thinking about it. The combos are just too much. Sanji able to find it into 1 more. They need to get the last 2, but Clockwood and Echo have lost their front line. Beautiful train.
What happened to Vamos' positioning on the map, man? I mean, again, we were just kind of talking about how they had this lead. Let's take a look at the replay here. Once again, they just catch on Sabat. The rest of the team gets... Oh, they got heavy. They got heavy spun on, man. That's what happened.
Big heavy spin. No way to kind of buffer the spatial migration. And worse yet, it was literally at the edge of the mid lane wall. So a little unlucky. I think Vamos, no sweat to break, but it kind of evens out the gold.
Yeah, that's... essentially brought it to an even game for this first Lord now, as both teams fought for position. If you want to look at the upper hand for Vamos, it's they've got a couple extra turrets down, right? So they got a little bit more space to work with on the map. But Lord, and the fact that you also have an Akai in the hands of Boyette, and you have this kind of tanky front line to deal with this, you could potentially set things up off of your own initiation, depending on what Cuffin decides to do with the Fatal Links. He's got his own, so they're going to take their time with this.
Oh, look at this. Even Cuffin, Troll is looking for a flank angle. He's sitting around the purple buff, and the rest of the Falcons are actually dancing around this Lord. They don't actually want to take it. They just want to open it up. Fatal Links into 1 so far, right into the spatial migration. It's great, but that's already 2 fat ults already gone. And I'm not sure whether Air 404 is going to get it back up in time if Falcons do decide to rush this.
Yeah, it looks like they want to. It's half health on this Lord. Troll still trying to zone out here.
Oh, the way of the dragon already good. Fatal. Oh, wait, Air 404 gets pushed out of it, but he's still, with the spatial migration, gets the Lord in time. Sano in the back line gets caught by Natco, and by then, this fight is already over. They chase the last remaining members, and even with a lightning Strungent, it might just not be good enough. Cuffin, no more ways to dash. Zkeep kills him, and now the score is 9-8.
Wow, what a fight from Vamos. Not only were the Lords secured by Arrow 404, but you got to give it to Sabat, man. He zoned out the proper members from Team Falcons. Notco followed through after that. You're going to look at the replay here. Keep an eye on this setup. Again, Lord is secured even amidst all of this, but then where Sabat goes, he even burns the flicker, zones out Sano. So much of your damage profile is gone there. Notco was sticking to him, and that's how he's capitalizing on the kills.
What I'm most surprised of the fact that they were able to steal the Lord. Like, everything that could have gone right for Falcons was already in the mix of this piece of bread that they were trying to bake, but unfortunately overcooked. And now Nako getting attacked by the epic spin. Luckily, the Winds of Nature keeps him alive long enough where the Dragon's going to kick him down, but the rest of the team can't even finish it off. Sanji gets him at the very end. Now Clockman finds the trade. Subbot gets them back, and with the damage dealers gone, this allows Vamos a free in on the attack. With stolen Fatal Links onto 3, but Cuffin can only do so much before he dies. Subbot takes him out, and it's over. Sano takes out 1, and this might be it. Sano finally is skilled just enough with no ults and nothing left. That should be it for Vamos.
Ooh, did it cost them though, Gideon? I mean, they lost that base turret. It's a good thing. Oh, are they going to chase down Air 404?
They can punish this. Yup, into the Violent Requiem. Sano forgot the alt timers.
All right. It was going so well until it wasn't, man. I mean, Sano had the space to work with. Like you mentioned, he hit that power spike where he's actually being able to do some damage. Again, he was, what, 2,000-3,000 gold behind at Notco, and, you know, that's really what they had to lean on. So, yeah, he's still quite behind, but he's starting to at least do some damage. The problem is in that fight, you know, Vamos lost Notco, but they have enough damage to actually pull through the fight, enough kind of durability to still duke it out, and that's also partly due to the lead that they have. Oh,
Fatal Links onto 1 so far. They haven't forced this. Sanji is able to get a really good final slash, but doesn't get that backline. Sanji has no way to reset. Tries to get out of the fight, but it's too late. Lapu's in the wakes, and now the heavy spin, unfortunately, can't do much about the scenario. What a catch here, and a lot of battle spells just gone.
Yep, that was the mark. Troll found the mark. Purify wasn't available because it was used in the last team fight that they had trying to defend the base, so they knew right to go for Notco. They took him out. Essentially, what does that do? It buys more time for Falcons Mena to kind of get back into this game. They've whittled down a gold lead a little bit, but essentially it's, if they can find a pick-off, sometimes it might even be popping that Purify, you know? And that might be the case. If you can get these battle spells down, then your game plan for Team Falcons can be executed faster or better. And that's what Troll has been trying to do here. Now this Lord is up. Second one of the game. Troll's going to zone out Cocoon.
They've already used spatial migration at this point. How are they going to close the distance? The backline needs to get zoned out. Sapat jumps in with the bravest fighter, but they're immediately focusing their energy onto Sanji. 50-50 here. Who's going to get it? Sapat flickers forward onto Sano. Blazing Duet as well. Right onto Coffin. Stolen Fatal Links pulls him away, but that Lord falls into the hands of Clockhood as they clean up the rest of Falcons, who have to run back and defend the base.
Oh man, again, Team Falcons, it looked like they didn't know exactly how to execute the team fight there. And you know, if Sano is just zoned out the whole time by Sabat, what are you going to be able to do there with your damage? But right now, base turret in the mid will go down.
Oh, now trying to make this play. Clockhood even flickering forward and trying to make the wombo combo. Cuffin goes down, and now nobody can clear the wave in time. Sanji, he has an opportunity. He's back up with Troll. They're looking to clear these minions as soon as possible. He's thinking about it, but he needs the help. Final slash comes on through, but how long can you sustain before it all turns black? Vamos closes out the game 18 to 11. I'm not gonna lie now, Naisu. I see Vamos as these young guns, but this is the first time I've seen them so eager to win.
Yeah, this was a game that they knew they wanted to cap out as soon as they saw the light at the end of the tunnel. For game 1 anyway. You know, it was very quick with how they shifted things in their favor. They adjusted their fighting prowess around the objectives, and that was the main thing. They also really excelled on punishing some positioning mistakes that were there for Team Falcons meta, but again, it's only day 1 here, the group stage for wildcard, you know, or for MSC. You have a lot of things that can be adjusted from this as we take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think there were a couple of missed moments from Vamos, right? Their over-eagerness did eventually cost them some pretty big timers. Like the Winds of Nature that was early purchased by Nako after the Trinity. For the early game, obviously they had some sort of a plan. Unfortunately, wasn't able to execute it perfectly, but they always managed to kind of push the agenda. And I think that's the really beautiful thing from both of these teams.
Yeah, again, fighting around objectives was the main thing for both the compositions that were brought to the table, but I think a big part of this, you know, you mentioned it, Claude, the power spike that he was able to hit faster than the Bruno, but also just the amount of lead that he had. And being able to follow someone like Sapat on that Lapu Lapu really gave you the space to just do so many things. And again, look at these highlights, especially this team fight. Team Falcons Mena had the idea. They had to get rid of Natko. They had to pop the Purify. They had to get him out of the picture. But even then, I feel like they were just not able to go toe-to-toe in terms of team fighting, even if they got Natko out of the picture.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the hard stat check, you know? You can't keep up with somebody who's got more items than you. They're naturally going to beat you if they have more numbers. But Falcons have some really good ideas, and Vamos is not invincible. This over-eagerness to try and, hey, we can win this fight. I'm going to start things up. You guys have to follow up. And unfortunately, they fail to forget that these are some of the best teams in the world. They're not going to miss that opportunity to sucker punch you when you're not looking.
Yeah, one of the things here, that's game one. We're going to be throwing it over back to the studio.
You and Gideon Greek commentary on that game one, and Vamos takes the win, and they were not Vamosable, as we were saying backstage or on the studio. Welcome back. My name's Rain Day. I'm joined by Mirko and Lefel to break down the action in game one. Mirko, Vamos had a lot to say in that game. Sometimes it went well. Sometimes you couldn't really understand what they were talking about, and they let some of that lead go, but they ended up closing it out.
Yeah, as Gideon mentioned, man, it's just classic Vamos. Over-eagerness to make plays, over-eagerness to be aggressive in the early game, trying to utilize that composition. Got them in a few dicey situations, like that crazy miscoordination by Sapat and also Error 404 up top. But, you know, all is good. They were able to come back, you know, recover from that and do really, really well in the mid-game by taking those neutral objective fights as expected.
Yeah, I feel like in that game, one of the reasons why the eagerness wasn't that punished that well is because really what Vamos was trying to do was to disrupt the tempo, because they understand the timing for Falcons Mena where they like to set things up. So Vamos did not allow for the setup to really happen. In fact, there are some situations where they disrupt that setup by Air 404 going in. Even though he's the jungler, he's the first one to go in. And I feel like for Falcons, the reason why it didn't look all that well is because I don't think they utilized that draft that great. They weren't able to get the catches. There are some countering that was good, but not enough.
Maliligo ka muna.
Lapu, obviously a big initiator and help that team zone out. But also, I mean, in terms of the storyline there, at the M6 Swiss stage, I mean, we were kind of prepped on what this matchup means. Most of that team not here, but Sapat, one of the only members of Team Vamos when this team was formerly named Twisted Minds. The majority of this Falcons Mena team took them out of M6. So Sapat maybe still has something to prove, maybe a little bit more to his match than some of the others, and he certainly did it in this game.
Yeah, he recovered really, really well, and they were able to come back in this game from that early. Wait, how bad was it? Was it like 1,000 gold lead early on, right? The four-man pick.
It was almost 2,000. Yeah, it was almost 2,000, and then it goes down to 1,007 to 700, and then over to Vamos. I gotta say, Sapat, the biggest change a few years back until now. Those years, he was doubtful. He was like, I don't know if I can do it. But now he's like, you know what? I don't care. I'm the underdog. People don't see me as the potential champion. No pressure. I'm going to go in fearless.
Yeah, and sometimes that, like, kind of being in the moment, losing out on it, but sticking through it, it makes you a little fearless. You're like, what else can go wrong, right?
Morale is very important, man. Having that confidence, as this guy's doing 6-7 as well. Yo, Vamos right now. If I look at them again,
game 3, no, para hindi matagal waiting time.
Falcons Mena leaning towards the utility jungle picks that got them the wild card win. The Akai pick was fantastic in the wild card. Here as well, you can see why they picked it up against the Atlas. But I feel like if you look at this game again, you see that massive gold lead, you see that massive XP dip between the junglers, and you can see why it's going to be very hard for an Akai this meta if you fall behind. If you get all this early neutral objectives, all G, brother. But if you lose just a bit, which happened, I don't know how that happened, by the way, Natko stole the turtle once, and then the second or third time was Eudora.
The only reason I don't want to clip it is because there's so many times he just retreat early. He literally retreat early, and there was like about 100, 200 HP left. Yikes. Eudora stole it, and Claude stole it.
Well, you actually looked at a couple of clips that caught your eye. We have some telestration you're going to do for us, Lefel. Break down what you saw on that game one.
So I got 2 clips here. First of all, we got to look at the first mistake that really happened where for Vamos, like I said, over-eagerness. Right now, I want you guys to see here the positioning of Air 44 as well as Supa. They're not on the same page. It looks like they're going for different targets here. Maybe the idea was Eric could solo kill the EXP lane here, and then Supa, he just wants to zone away, making sure that the two members of Falcon does not arrive. But the problem is, as we play the clip here, we can definitely see the damage is not enough, as well as we see the Akai really pushing Supa out of the way to the point there he had to use his flicker. And this is all while the turtle is going to be the next contest. This is not great coming in from Vamos, but it does look like they have a good idea that we just want to win the fights. We don't care about the neutral objectives at this point, and we can see it's heavily punished here, where looking at Falcon's lineup, you can see that they are a more team fight heavy composition with a lot more AoE and a lot more crowd control. So that's the first clip here that we see, but we also got to look at the second clip of where Vamos really turned things around, but it is also off of the mistakes coming in from Falcons. Thank you very, very much, Mirko, by the way.
Yeah, great assistance there.
Yeah, right now we see Supa already use his Bravest Fighter, so he actually doesn't have a great way to engage the fight. But look at Aero 404. At this point, it really does look like Vamos, their idea isn't for those neutral objectives. They just want to go for the kills. As we play the clip here, we see that Troll is moving forward. They don't have full information of where everyone is, and then they just go for Troll because they want to eliminate the crowd control. That's the biggest aspect of why they lost in the previous fight. So they go on to this, and then we'll see here, actually Boyet had a slower retribution time. If I can release for a bit, hold on, 1, 2. Okay, hard for me to pause during that moment, but you can definitely see Vamos, they got the turtle, but that was not their intent. Their goal was to get for the kills, and they were able to do that. So good on Vamos, and then I feel like that's just something that Falcons has to look out for.
Great showcase and great assistance there. Assist of the game. We don't have MLBB right now. We do have an assist of the game. That was Mirko, assist of the studio segment.
Assist of the game.
I mean, that was to me also kind of the thing that Vamos made sure they were going to do, which is set the tempo. And I like how they also went to their strengths, which is we may not have the best team fighting team, but we can get individual picks really well. And when we do that, we can win the team fight.
Yeah, I think also if we're talking about that team fight composition from Falcons Mena that Lefel pointed out, we have to take a look at Falcons Mena's eagerness to be the proactive team. It seems like for the entirety of that match, they were just leaning towards, all right, we're going to punish Vamos when they make a mistake. A few times it happened, but a lot of other times you could clearly see when they needed to push that turtle fight earlier, they didn't want to. On the Arlet, on the show, you need to jump on the Guinevere before the Guinevere jumps on you. And because they were just too reactive, it caused them to lose a lot of those early fights that got the Akai super far behind for the late fights.
All right, well, we'll see what they can do to change things up. Coming up, though, for you, just a reminder that we've got Rhino Day. 2 games and 1 champion. Sorry, a brand new interactive effect. That's what it is for Rhino Day. And it's now available. Check it out and join the celebration. So, a brand new interactive effect. Rhino Day, baby. I love it. So, it's close to rain day right there. So,
yeah, you know what?
I was like, am I doing something for MLBB?
That's you.
That's you.
That's me.
Rainy day.
Well, I'm definitely down. Go check out Rhino Day. That'll be fun. And I think Mirko, too, when we start looking at game 2, what can we look at Falcons Mena bringing into this next draft that helps them in these moments? Because clearly they didn't suffer from having a good composition, but they did suffer from being able to execute it. And how do they solve that problem?
I think it comes down to, again, in the game they were too reactive. I feel like in the drafts they were also too reactive, right? Instead of going for their own prio picks, they were just reacting to it. They see the Atlas, they go for the Cho and the Akai. They see the Claw, they go for the Bruno. They're just trying to counter, getting these good matchups, but ultimately not having a composition that works together overall, or not even playing into the meta game that well, right? So I think the big mistake coming into game 2 that they should fix would be try to be the proactive one. Steal these prio picks away from Vamos before they get their hands on them.
Prio picks going to be important here for Vamos and for Falcons Mena. Vamos in this best of 3 have a chance to close it out right after this, but of course Falcons Mena trying to push it to a 3rd game. They're going to have to come with some adjustments for sure. A lot of time to check things out too, and when you're on a stage like this, Lefel, we mentioned the stakes and we also mentioned the bigger narratives of these teams. Wild card was not easy, and they got here. They do not want to go home or at least lose this first game on their first time at this stage 2-0.
Something that I do have to say is a lot of teams, they suffer from the fact that there's 16 teams, and sometimes you can't have the same mindset for all 16 teams, right? For example, we saw just now that Falcons try to play more methodical, play more slowly, play more reactive. But against a team like Vamos, this is a game that who starts first, they will most probably win, unless they just miss a lot of ability. So I kind of feel like it's difficult, but you can't look at Vamos like Team Liquid. You can't look at them like SRG. Maybe against Vamos, you have to be slightly bit more disrespectful. Be like, I'm just going to go fight for you because you're not that good enough, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, again, not to throw shade to Vamos, but this is the reality. When you're going up against competition where many different teams are here, you can't have the same mindset. You can't have the same strategy against every other team for the simple fact not everyone has the same habits.
Broken walls. Again, Mirko.
Back to back. Ooh, I don't know. I mean, they played it so well, Vamos, in that game. They will even, like, double down on some of these ganks as well. So I think go back to the drawing board, do exactly what you did in game number 1. And for Falcons Mena, again, it's all about stealing those picks. Maybe even stealing blue side, which they did. Fanny Ban, and I believe the Hirara. This is the question, though, right? Do Falcons Mena play the Hirara?
May
If the
makakagat
Hirara is
kaya
left
ng
over, I
Hirara.
feel like first pick should be the Hirara. But then Vamos just get their hands on the Eudora Atlas.
Yeah. I mean, like, here's the thing. Even Hirara was open. I don't remember them actually using the Hirara.
That's the thing. I mean, Wildcard was different, though.
Yeah, no, they would use a Hayabusa. They would use a Ethan Shin, maybe even a Nolan. So, yeah, we definitely got to see how it really shapes up here. For now, Falcons Mena looks like they're on the same side for Vamos when it comes to Phoveus. Phoveus is something that they do not want to deal with, and now Vamos themselves ban out the Atlas, so they're really respecting Troll here, making sure that Marcel and the Atlas is not there. And I feel like that's setting up just in case if Era 404 does want to use a more assassin-based hero. But I gotta say, shout out to Era 404. He is basically an assassin main. But going into the competitive scene, he was very open to use utility junglers, use fighters in the jungle, and I feel like that really stepped him up in terms of his career growth, because it makes it so much easier for Coach Valdo to draft for the team when you have such a willing player to do whatever it takes, whatever hero he needs to win the game.
And for Valdo, it's looking like more of the same, I would imagine, Mirko. Try to get Vamos in a similar position where they have control. You're noticing that ban right there. What do you see him?
Yeah.
Hirara pa din.
And that means they can't use it.
That's why.
Yeah.
They ban on first phase and on red side as well. It's a big question mark now. I mean, even if they get past Vamos, right, all the other teams will be looking to abuse that later on. So Falcons Mena, what's first pick? Is it the Guinevere take now that the Atlas is gone?
I honestly don't know. Like, the thing that I was kind of surprised at was that in the early phases, we don't see any Eve at all. And I still feel like Eve is one of the stronger picks here.
Juicin actually could still be.
Yeah, but the thing is now Hilda has been banned, right? Hilda, Atlas, as well as Marcel. I'm really looking at Vamos like they want a very fast game.
And this is just already very tough. They ban out the Phoveus, so at least they can pick up the Freya here and flex it to XP Gold. That's what I'm thinking right now. Vamos. They clearly did that intentionally. They also have an Esmeralda to play with if they want to deal with the Freya. There you go. Freya first pick for Falcons Mena. Now Vamos. Do they still go for the Eudora, though, is the question.
I feel like even if the Eudora may be the third pick here, because I feel like whenever Freya is present, there's really no mid that's completely safe. You know, maybe a Zushin can protect yourself, maybe an Eve can protect yourself. Eudora, you're probably hoping for your roamer to back you up just a little bit so that you have enough damage to make the Freya a little bit scared. But I haven't seen a scared Freya in a long time.
It's hard. I love that character. Actually, one of the few I've got some hours on in this game. And
Pro Freya.
Yeah, Pro Freya. Sub me in, guys. No, Team Falcons Mena are going to handle this one themselves, but obviously a lot of presence there from
very early.
I love it. And the Eudora. See, I know it sounds strange to the people watching, you know, but I've been saying, I've been talking about this Eudora pick, and I've heard, shout outs to my source, that this is first pick, like this is first phase prio. It's not just that one time on blue side. It's really good against assassins, so you also want to snatch it away from your opponents if you want to go assassins, and that's what we see here with Ling and Eudora.
And I feel like that's also just a takeaway, just to make sure that this Ling is going to be able to survive. So this is very, I would say, interesting coming in from Vamos. Looking at the bands, you know that it's going to be Assassin. You're just wondering which one. And considering it is Broken Walls, they still go for the Ling. I'm very excited to see how Air 404 pilots this, because it is one of the heroes that he used quite a lot in his amateur days, but we haven't seen his Ling on the pro field just yet, just because Ling hasn't been meta for a very long time. And now the Cho, I can understand. But the Valentina, quite early on, we'll see how this works out.
This just seems like an easy Belleric pick for Vamos, right? Oh, no, they just go for the,
Yes.
obviously, just the winning matchup. And
Just all the power picks for Vamos here.
Because I'm thinking Falcons Meta could still pull off a Yi Sun Shin and then flex the Freya into gold. But maybe Vamos are thinking we can also flex the Esme to gold. We'll just match it wherever the Freya goes. So, all right, fair.
Zeke, Nako, obviously two important players for Vamos. They both had good games, a good game in game one. I feel like Sano's pace, how do you feel about this, LaFell? Was it enough for you? I mean, obviously going against Nako, it's a tough matchup, but different styles. But I think in general, Team Falcons meta was a little slower in terms of those fights, despite starting off with 4 kills. What do you think they need to get Sano going?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like maybe 2 more gangs they'll be able to deal with Nako. I mean, like, it's a good thing at the end of the game that Troll with the Cho was able to catch Nako a few times, so Nako wasn't that big of a factor in that one. I feel like it's just in general, Falcons meta in the first game, they look, for lack of a better term, like scared to do anything. So I feel like hopefully in game number 2, they're like, okay guys, wake up, you know, game number 1, it's whatever, it's a warm-up game. Yeah. Now we actually got to lock in. With this kind of draft, they have a Freya. Any draft that Freya, you're supposed to be a little bit more aggressive, so that's what I want to see. But I think Vamos already knows that, and they're already having a lineup that can fight early, honestly.
Could also be the Harith pickup for Vamos later on, a signature pick for Natko. Moskov gets banned out again. The Claude Snatch Away is also still there. I think for Falcons meta though, again, Belleric, I thought it was gonna be red 3. They eventually ban it out. They know how much of a threat it is to their composition. All very short ranged. So it just comes down to this. Do they want to go Yi Sun Shin on Boyet or no, right? Because if they don't, that means they're gonna have to go back again, maybe on a Guinevere or some utility, another utility pick. They ban out the glue, so I think it's kind of like a, are they going for Fredrin?
I honestly,
I don't like it.
I hope not. I hope not, because then if they pick up a Fredrin, their mid trio doesn't really have a lot of kill pressure, and now the Minotaur is there as well. This is going to be pretty interesting, because Minotaur is strong, but he's kind of strong when he has the Flash of the Oasis. Before that, he kind of feels like he's mostly just a support, which is funny to say, because the Flash of the Oasis is, the heal is great, but the more important thing is actually that cooldown, right? Once you get a little bit of cooldown onto Minotaur, then it feels like a real hero where you're chain CCing with your team. So now Vamos, I feel like they have a pretty good pick. If this Valentina was swapped with the Zushin, I feel like they could have dealt with the Minotaur much easier.
And it's so good because, all right, the Harley comes around, and Vamos were leaving the... Yeah, okay, so it is a Freya in the gold lane. Alice goes to XP. Now, Vamos, do they answer the Freya with a carry, or do they flex the Esme into the XP, or sorry, into the gold lane? Oh!
Wow, okay.
Okay, this is crazy because my boy told me that this was showing up in scrims. I didn't know we were gonna get to see this early.
I mean, I also heard it's good. Seen a few in-ranked games, but yeah, I honestly, this is a big surprise for me. I want to see how this Melissa really turns out.
What's the expectation kind of with the shock happening? Why is Melissa showing up here and making a big impact?
Firstly, that's my favorite hero. Secondly, they're all melee here, so they can't get past this ult Melissa to go away. It's such a clean front to back with a little bit of spice to enter the back line.
Yeah, the thing that I like about Vamos Drive is that they have multiple win conditions. If the link doesn't work out, you got the Melissa. If somehow the Melissa doesn't work out, you still got the link. So it's very interesting.
Gonna be tough for Vamos to lose this one based on the draft. The studio likes it. We'll see if our casters like it as well, as game 2 underway between Team Vamos and Team Falcons meta. Vamos, if they win, they take the win overall.
Hey, we like it just as much, man. Me and Gideon also looked at each other at the Melissa last pick, but we're talking about Ling, Eudora, and Melissa in this game too from Vamos. Gideon, is this very Vamos of them?
This is the first time that I'm seeing it, honestly. And if Vamos want to take this angle, I don't think it's actually that bad. I agree with what LaFell's been saying. Look at the emblems. It also reflects the exact same thing. They want to make sure that this early game actually goes well. What I am curious is about Hawkwood as well as Zeke. They had a bit of a tough time at level 1 and level 2 in the previous game. And then by early mid-game is when you're expecting them to start, you know, winning out on these fights and looking for these lane ganks. I want to see whether they can improve upon that.
Ooh, nice little aggression here from Troll. but Era 4-4 is going to be fine. Again, the Ling has popped up a few times now through the course of, especially back in MWI, right? We saw the Ling come through. Oh, okay. And it's one of the things, again, where you can actually kind of hyper snowball on this hero, and it's sort of a risk in itself. But, you know, in this case, I feel like it's supplemented really well with that Minotaur pick, even hell, the Eudora pick, because like Lafell said, you know, once you get that Flask of the Oasis locked in and you do get a little bit of cooldown reduction.
Oh, the Deadly Magic, it's almost there. One more auto attack, but he can't actually get it. And now the Tempest of Blades comes down right onto Boyette. First blood instantaneously. Arrow 4-4 showing some mechanics. Traded flickers, but we're not going to punish that. That one, that's just ego. That's just by the way.
Yeah.
We both don't need this.
Let's just hold on our flickers. Let's use them, right? But yeah, it's one of those things where, as you saw, the support from the whole team synergistically for Vamos is what's so important. They really have to work with their kits together to make this, where then again, you kind of just rely on Natko to do his thing in the lane, scale up on the Melissa. We don't see the Melissa often, but you know, we've all been there. Once that Melissa scales up, gets the items that she needs, like, it is very annoying to deal with her. That go away ultimate, pushing people away, especially the melee heroes that we talked about.
Let's see how this fight. The Deadly Magic's already out. Sipot takes the damage, but Throne of Ruin catches onto 2 in the backline. Clockwood in trouble, can't run away. No Flicker dies to Sano as they start running down the individual members of Vamos one by one. Era 4-4 thinking about it. Oh, the getaway just in time to deny the angle, and Sanji has to get away. Despite everything that happened, Vamos actually now have primary position over this turtle.
Vamos should be able to get this. Boyette's trying to get his purple buff. I'm not sure if he's going to get in range here. So turtle secured for Vamos. They'll win the objective, but there is some fight here from Falcons.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. Again, especially, I'm curious about what Natko is going to go for his build, because he is doing phenomenal in this lane, like really surprisingly well. I would have imagined that when you were on that Freya, especially when you start thinking about the later stages of the game, the added range that Freya gets after using her ult actually is just a little bit bigger than the get away from me coming in from Natko. Well, unless they start spacing them out, but he's playing this lane perfectly.
Yeah, he is. So support, Troll wanted to visit, gets spotted out. The rest of the team from Vamos down there protecting Natko. Again, one of their winning angles, and there's multiple of them that they can play into throughout this game. So we got to see Team Falcons meta kind of come up with their own game plan. Where is that game plan, I think, is the main question here, Gideon.
Well, I mean, the arsenal is ready, the flickers are up. I think it's about finding the picks, right? Because here, Natko can only trade back against Sano for a certain amount of time. At this point, Sano should be strong enough to win out these trades. His natural base HP is pretty high, so he is strong side. I think for Vamos, it's about trying to deny Troll. If they can put Troll, make him lose his like flicker, kill him early, get the way of the dragon out, it becomes a lot easier to deal with some of the other problems like Boyette or in particular Sanji and Sano.
Part of that game plan for Team Falcons meta also might be, again, for Cuffin. This Valentino was talked about quite a bit in the draft, you know, now that's come through twice. And, you know, most likely from the other side, what ultimate's he going to take? Probably the Minuan Fury, right? Try to set things up. Not sure if there's much else that he can utilize there, but that's one of the things. If it's Troll trying to get a pick, and let's say he's, oh, hold on, bottom?
Yep, this is guaranteed kill here. Natko tries to get away, but Sano says, it's all right. You know, I can still throw my abilities through your shield. It's not considered an auto attack. It's good enough.
Yeah, as soon as I said, if Troll can get a kick, he gets a kick on Natko. So good play made there down in that bottom gold lane. Perfect timing for this turtle to be up too. He's going to be back up, but they'll try to blitz this.
Oh, Troll right immediately on top of Clockwood, even though he had some peel, it's just not good enough with Throne of Ruin on top of him. Air 4-4 now cannot join this fight. He's thinking about trying to go for the steal, but he's getting blasted between the walls in midair. Now Tempest of Blades already up, looking for a trade onto Sano's side. The kick already came back up, and immediately Natko gets punished for it. They're looking for anything, but unfortunately the timings are all wrong. Supot getting dove by 4 underneath the turret. Oz Esme, and finally Cuffin secures that kill.
Phenomenal fight there from Team Falcons, and I don't know, man. Natko's got to be feeling it. He's been kicked twice now by Troll. Definitely not feeling too good. And just when we thought, you know, as we look at the replay here by STC, you can see how this fight breaks out. You even come to this fight, Natko just revived, dies again off of the kick. And so now you're further behind. So that same scaling that we see in game 2 is not going to replicate what we were able to see from Notco in game 1.
Yeah, I think that Vamos might be allergic to getting purifies at this point, right? Everybody needs that flicker to make a play, to get out of some pretty tight situations. The more reliable spell usually is supposed to be purified, but at the same time, that makes you a susceptible target. Everybody is going to target you as soon as your abilities are down. And that should be said about everything, because now with quick rotations here, Sano should be able to take this top tier 1 without much contention.
Okay, turret down, Sano is able to do that. He is a menace to deal with. He's even got the Vengeance, which kind of just helps him, you know, dealing with if he decides, like what we've seen with the Freyas most of the time, they're able to go 1v2, 1v3 in some cases, and you get a start like this for Sano, you're going to be a big obstacle in the way for Vamos to deal with when it comes to these team fights breaking out, especially when we get past this next turtle, then the Lord. So now it's Vamos' idea to, you know, how do we make this work? Troll has been doing a great job just either zoning out, like being a threat, utilizing his kit, and whether he kicks someone or not.
Oh, wait, Tempest Ablaze, they've already thrown out some good abilities, and a combo boy yet, and then into the Minoan Fury. Oh my god, it's a massacre! And now Sano looking to clean up the back line. Throne of Ruin does not connect, and Zeke, if he knows he's done for, gets the heal just in time, and now Saban there for need a 1v2. Sano and Sanji is trying to peel them up, but luckily they've got the DPS from Natco's side. Oh man, the reinforcements from every single angle. They might not be a professional team, but afterwards they should be paratroopers. They are dropping in hot.
Oh man, they have the clear signal to drop in. They went through. Unfortunate they could have capped out the kill. Last one on Sanji, but he is an Alice. That is a quick turnaround for Vamos. I mean, granted everything that happened there, they did have to expend a whole lot. Talking about battle spells, the ultimates that they needed. They took him to the bouncy house, right? That's what the Minotaur does, man. He sends everyone into the air. You get thrown up there. That's a clear signal for Arrow 404 on the Ling to come in with that Tempest Blades and pick up some kills. So again, it's the nature of making these kits work synergistically as they now focus on Sanji here.
Look at this, look at this, look at the way that they're zoning out. Like, what is Sanji supposed to do? If they play a traditional front to back, Vamos wins that every single time. So Falcons are trying to just snap their elbows, break their joints to kind of open up the formation.
Yeah, a whole lot being broken here at this point. An attempt from Boyette.
Oh no, the flank, it's good. Sano's trying Minoan Fury to try and buy a little bit of time as Natco repositions. Subot trying to peel the best of these camp, but they've already lost Clockhood, and now Arrow 404 needs to make the difference. Way of the Dragon already kicked, and the Terrify as well, but luckily able to get the Blade of Tempest in time. Natco needs to be a threat. They take out Troll, and they should walk away from this, but they get Sano on the way out.
Oh man. It was almost so good of a team fight there.
Oh, whoa. Throwing the Ruin into 2. Can he actually get enough to kill him off? 1 HP! And Sanji gets Natco.
What happened with that fight, man? We went back and forth. I thought Vamos was going to go ahead and disengage after that. They end up going for it again. So Falcons Mena ends up capitalizing a couple kills. That's better for them than that would have been, but still. What a bloodbath it's been. Lord's coming up in 10. Both teams showcasing they just want to fight it out. This Throne of Ruin initiation able to go ahead and take out Notco. Delaying them a little bit more was crucial here for Falcons Mena.
Man, that was definitely a never back down, never what moment. Both sides just refusing to let the kill score get anywhere past them. 1.4K, no big deal. But if they get one more kill than us, nah, we're gonna throw everything and see whether it sticks. Wait, Troll actually spots him up. Can they actually intercept this? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be able to. I think they just have that vision on him again. Trying to keep tabs on Arrow 4. Mind you, he has not died. Look at this.
Oh man, it's gonna be Bruiser Harley, and finally some damage, and that's the third item with the Divine Glaive. Let's see how they play this out, because Arrow 404 is definitely going to be able to get that Lord first. Considering the positions of Falcons, like, they've got a widespread net, but they also understand the main damage dealers just don't have enough stats to finish the job.
I just can't picture that Brute Force breastplate under that wizard robe, man. He's like, I can't be getting all these hits.
How much you want to bet it's underneath the hat?
Probably is. is for some odd reason, right? So Lord secured. It's going to be marching its way with Vamos here in just a bit. But that's something that Falcons Meta can go ahead and defend against. They have to be able to go ahead and clear this out. Do they have decent clear? I think that's the big question. When you look at the heroes they have, how long can they clear out waves and defend? Maybe this one's fine. You know, first Lord push, they will lose some tier 2 turrets. But ultimately, defending in the base, is this a composition to actually capitalize on that?
Really, it is, and I think the only one who has decent wave clear in the later stages has to be Sano. But that's a big risk. He's melee, right? So if he goes up to touch that wave, Vamos is looking to capitalize on that wave. Wow, how did Troll get there? Why is Troll sitting in the mid lane here? He's got a bit of a flank. He's trying to make it happen. Conceal. He finds it. Nako's head. Thrown a rune onto 4 straight into the descent of Valkyries. And now the backline's getting attacked. Arrow 4 forward, looking to try and get something underneath the Vamos banner. 10-10, and now it might be 11-10 here as Boyette finds Sapat.
Hey, Troll does it again, man. Troll goes off on an angle you wouldn't see.
Oh my goodness.
With the conceal as well. Finding not go again. You know, there is no go away from me if it's Troll's Cho.
Dude, Troll, he is a sniper here. He is just finding crazy angles. And for now, I would say that these two teams, the power of friendship is strong in both.
Yeah, right now too. Lord was basically dealt with. It did get the shield, you know, but ultimately Vamos on the first Lord wasn't really able to get too much off of it. Much better for Team Falcons Meta that they were able to go ahead and stop that push from happening. They do maintain the tier 2 mid turret for now, but off of that, again, leading into this next objective is where they want to go ahead and focus on. A winner crown is picked up. Sanji has been doing a phenomenal job on the Alice, man. He's been able to set up Troll again on the hunt.
Oh, man, they find an insta-kill, and Nako just disappears into dust. His Clockwind is the only damage there next to the Blade of Tempest, which you haven't seen me use yet. Arrow 4-4, he was too busy clearing those waves, and it's forcing Falcons to make a choice. There's no wave to deal with right now, and they might lose an inhibitor on bot side for nothing. All for this purple buff.
Okay, choke out what you can, continue to find Natko. Vamos has to do something about this. They can't just let Troll continue on coming off from that backside and just kicking Natko. When you lose your gold laner like that, your damage is really expended. Yes, you still have a Ling. Yeah, you still have the Eudora for that magical damage there, but man, losing the Melissa, especially if you're supposed to be popping out all of that damage in these team fights, it's a big problem to deal with, and Troll's been just everywhere. When you don't even expect him, he's just giving an information like this to the rest of the team.
Yeah, they got to bring those phones closer to their eyes, unfortunately. It's really tough to see the conceal, especially when you're so close to a wall. It just looks like just a moving shadow. Arrow 4-4 losing 50% of his HP. Not great. He needs to heal back up by auto-attacking.
They want to blitz.
Oh, here comes Throne Ruin. They want Blade Tempest already comes up, and they called it with a flicker. Arrow 4 does fine. At least the Lord, but Nako, he's able to start kiting them out. This was the problem, and Owen Fury catches onto one, but the backline Asano needs to get at least one, but it's too late. Clockwind, really good peel. No flickers being used by Zkeep or Clockwind as the rest of the team now takes advantage of Falcons.
Yeah, again, I don't know if Falcons Meta just kind of got scrambled around with trying to keep tabs on Arrow 404, or, you know, that's the nature of having the Ling, but then this was a really good play. As we look at the replay here brought to us by STC, you can see this. They blitzed that Lord. They made the quick decision to go for it. That Goemi was already dropped down. That is massive in that fight there to keep Natko protected finally.
Yeah.
And to be able to stay alive. Again, that's what I was talking about, man. The damage.
Look at the poor man. He's just, he is force-feeding him water. But luckily, he's still...
Like Mr. Gush.
Hey, look, it's a very different sound here. I'll tell you. Wait until Gore gets picked up and I'll show you the Mystic Gush. But in the meantime, this is the big problem with sieging, especially with Melissa. One of her greatest strengths is throwing muddles past the wave so that Falcons can't walk up and you can poke them out early. Conceal out, okay, Deadly Magic too, but Zkeep, he's already in that front lines. He's paying attention.
Okay, Cuffin's got the Minoan Fury. They're going to go for this mid-turret.
Minoan Fury coming out. Oh no, but the back line getting attacked already. Zkeep is already dead. Throne Ruin is great, but the Blade of Tempest might just be a little bit better. Boyette down to the ground, and they're looking for one more in Alice 2 for the triple.
Oh, it's only Troll alive. He's going to try to clear out the waves. He kicks Arrow 404. Uh-oh. There's nothing he can do off that.
No, truly nothing, and that's the danger of Ling in these assassin matchups. Ling is so good at one-shotting you. You can be the most mobile hero in the world, but if you don't got those iframes,
It's a sweet.
it's a dangerous game of ball.
Very tough first match there for Falcons Mena. Off of it, Vamos, they knew the game plan. They got stalled out a little bit. But it was just one of those cases again where this composition, man, worked out in their favor. I get you're talking about a 10-0
Uy, Mia, hello.
in the past couple weeks that we've seen the
Di
lane
gumana yung
come through. This is the
pagligo
most
mo.
deadly lane we've seen.
Oh yeah, no, this is standard military practice versus guerrilla warfare here, right? The rigidness of this composition is what makes it so good. But on the opposite end for Falcons, they gotta figure out ways to really get creative in getting those backlines. And to be fair, they were great. Sanji and Troll, by far,
pala yun.
amazing engages into the backline, and that's what dragged this game out for so long.
Yeah, this is, they had their moments in the game. You know, as you're looking at the highlights here from STC, there was multiple moments where it looks like they
Jeffrey
had this game in their
Padilla,
hands. They were able to go
hello.
ahead and take the team fight over
May bago bang
Vamos, but
code?
then
O
they
yung
also got
ano,
into
yung
these
two
instances
champs,
where I think they
yung
maybe
code.
their head was on a swivel too much. You know, they had to look around too much, and then they just got in this position where it was like, man, how do we keep track of Arrow 404? Because when we're
Yung two
caught in this
champs yung
team fight that's
nalaging
being
ko.
breaking out, as you see us looking there, it's like, hey, we forgot there's a Ling
Iba
on the other
ba?
side.
Lapag mo
This guy's
na.
gonna shred through us, and we're so hard focused on Natko. But then again,
Ah, may
when
code
Natko
kayo
can
dyan,
survive,
guys.
and Arrow 404 can roam around and do his thing on in the skies, basically, you have free reign.
And that's the thing. I think that right now in Mobile Legends, the meta needs to understand, yes, it is risky to have a singular win condition. We need to see multiple win conditions in a composition baked in naturally.
Well, let's go ahead and throw it over to our interview for this matchup.
An amazing opening
Try niyo
match
kung
coming
meron
up
pa.
from
Yung alin ba?
Vamos, and right
Anong
now
code?
with us
Di mo
on
naman dali
stage,
nadalap yung
we will
code.
be having a quick chat with Error
Oh, yung two
404.
champs yan,
How
meron
are
pa.
you?
Very good.
Okay, now, you know what? Let's talk a little bit about the game because prior to the game, we saw an interview with you and Eterna and you looked very
Ah, ayan. Oh,
stressed.
meron pa
You
yan,
looked very
guys. Yung
tense.
code, two
Now that
champs,
you won
one
your
game.
opening match in MSC
Bawal
with
nga
a
lang
2-0
number.
clean sweep, how are we feeling?
Feel very relieved.
Lagay, ipapost ko na
because we
lang.
got to close the game 2-0.
Now, I'm sure a lot of the Malaysian fans back at home are definitely happy with your win today. Now,
Match
let's talk
result
a
na
little
pala
bit
to,
about
no?
the game. We saw that in your
Match
opening match, you
result.
picked Eudora twice, and the Ling came out, played perfectly. Talk to us about the Eudora pick first.
I think we got it from other teams in scrims, so we just started
Meron pa yun,
practicing it,
guys.
and we use it today. Yeah,
Do you think it's going to be an effective mid laner moving forward?
I think it's a really meta pick right now, Eudora.
Okay, now next question. The Ling, how are we feeling about the assassin picks making a comeback this MSC? I know that you're an assassin user yourself.
Yeah, for me, I'm happy because I'm a assassin user, so it's my time to show my heroes.
Ooh, I cannot wait. Is there anything you want to say to the Malaysian fans watching back at home?
Thank you for all the support, and I hope you guys can support us for the next match as well, and we will do our best.
Aw, thank you very much, Air 404. I'll see you on your next match. That's it from us. Let's show it over to the studio to break
Tama
down what
agad first
happened in this
predict mo.
amazing clean sweep match.
Vamos.
Throwing it back to you guys.
No, nung game 1 nga, lugi sa early
It's my
bounce eh.
time
Tapos
to
bigla
show
na
my
comeback.
heroes. Error 404 puts that on the screen of every single player from Team Falcons Meta because there's
Alam ko
something
agad
that
bang
they
yan
just
kay
could not compute
Boyet.
in that win. Unkillable was the assassin heavy jungler, and they take the win 2-0 Team Vamos against Team Falcons Meta. Mirko, Lafel, and I'll go to you first since you are our Malaysia man here. I mean, that was a team win for Vamos that was, to me, it left no questions, right? Even despite a lot of people thinking that it was going to be, look at these predictions, 92% vote for Falcons coming up, but it was a 50-50 for ours. If you didn't see that, most people thought this would be a lot more even, and Arrow 404 showed that's not happening.
Yeah, for sure. People do know me as the Malaysian man, as they call me that for
MM.
Yeah, MM for a few years. But yeah, I gotta say that was exhilarating because I think, Mirko, we're on the same page here, where we haven't seen the Assassins for a good 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. Seeing how Aero 404 pilot that lane, that was refreshing. That sets up MSC so well.
Aurora 30 malakas ngayon. Oo nga. Maganda laruan ng Aurora 30.
That's the best way to open up MSC, because now you know it's uphill from here. The meta is gonna look so good.
And you gotta remember,
Pero
you know, it was a
syempre, Team
Fanny and a
PH pa
Hirara
din.
banned out. So already 2 assassins banned out. Then we see the link contested as well. We don't get to see the items here. I actually came into it. All right, so we got in game. I saw the Melissa pick and I was like, all right, Melissa. Then I went in, I saw the battle spell and I was already disappointed because, hey, usually on Melissa, you go Inspire. I would know. I'm a one trick. You're not really. But
Bagsak agad. Nako, Falcons ka ba? Falcons. Falcon Mena ka ba dyan?
Just the 3-item power spike of attack speed.
Here it is.
Here it is. He goes for... So it is. Wait, he still goes attack speed. But I've heard that in scrims, the reason they don't go for Flicker and Purify is because they go Corrosion into Crit. So I don't know if in this case they saw a lot of tanky guys, so he wanted a bit more shred, or what's the case. But again, if you go crit, if you go Flicker Purify, then we'll see. I guess we'll see, because I still think it was interesting to see Flicker instead of Purify anyways against the Cho.
I mean, maybe also because, again, it's their first match. It's one of those things that they just forget to change, because, you know,
maybe
there are some human errors.
That's
but
true.
I feel like after that
Redeem
game, maybe
code.
Coach
Meron tayo, may redeem code, guys. Di ko alam kung limit. Kanina kasi, hindi pa rin.
To change the spell when we get into the game.
And I feel like now
Code
the
lang din
interview
to
with
nung
Boyet,
ano eh.
it strikes
Nung
us a bit different. Now it's
MWID.
like, yo, you didn't have enough practice, so if you
Nirepilan
did
ata
scream
nila.
too much, you don't know what the meta picks are, right? And the Eudora, the Melissa, it definitely messed with them.
Yeah, redeem code, guys, for 10 diamonds. The Champs 1 game. Yan ko na lang ilalagay.
And now it does kind of make it seem like they knew they were going to have to go back to the drawing board, study
10
get ready
diamonds
for the
yan.
next match. Good thing is we still have more games.
Mabilis nung maubos. Ewan ko lang kung
For Team Vamos as they take the
mabilis
2-0.
talaga.
Falcons PH
Baka dinamihan na nila ngayon. Sana dinamihan na nila.
92% to 8% that Guangzhou Gaming would
Kaya
take the
ano,
win over Team
only
Falcons. And of course,
supply.
Falcons in that 92 percentile. We'll see if that is
Pag
going to happen as we
natalo,
come up
second
with
match,
that as our next
lagpak
match.
na.
Of course, Vitality Rippers
Rizro,
and Team Spirit
hello.
Ignite closing out our day as well.
I mean, like,
Hello.
I'm with the crowd
How
for
are
saying
you?
92% for Team Falcons.
Redeem code, we have a new redeem code. New redeem code. Bagong luma.
That's also back in 2024, one reasons why they made it all the way to the grand finals.
I'm just so excited to see Kyle, Niall, Kyrie, all of these guys on Assassins, man. I am so excited, seriously.
It is going to be fun. It already was very fun. And if you've got that right, we want to know. And especially if you want to see if you can get it right next time,
Bulok Falcons
join
na.
the 8. See if you're right. Check out our tournament pick'ems.
Bilis maubos ng
Scan the
Dias.
QR code. You can let us know if you know who is going to perform in these upcoming games. Up next, we want to show you a little something from our game Acecraft, which has a brand new co-op mode called We Fly Together. Check it out. We'll be right back.
Limit na daw yung code, guys. Try nyo nga. Ah. Limit na daw eh. I'm good. I'm good too. Love from Zo team. Your team. Am I right? Your team. Limit na daw, guys, yung code. Sad. Ha? Hintayin nyo na lang. Ulit. Naka 5 dias ka lang sa, sa black up. Huh? Viewers ng MLBB Esports 32k. Iba talaga pag pagka official kinemerling. You're raw. Oh, that's a secret. Your team and I will not tell everyone. Everyone, you did not hear what I said. Hindi pa pala game. May commercial pa pala. Kala ko go. Pa yung diamond. Nalimit na eh. Limit na daw guys yung code eh. Anyway pa. I will erase their memories. All of watching. Wait nyo na lang next code.
MSC at EWC 2026 with all of our YouTube
So,
and
ano
Twitch
agad?
official channels. You can also become a co-streamer and join in on the action. If
Go
you
ba
want to
agad
do so,
yung
make
miss?
sure to
Eh,
check
Falcons
it out and
PH
go to
na
our
yung
creator
next.
program, which will allow you to not only earn some cool
Falcons
prizes, but also
PH.
help to build an audience with the great content that is available here to be put on
Which
Showcase.
team
So
are you
if you're ready to join, check out
supporting?
that QR
This
code, scan it with
MSC,
your phone, and
Riz.
become a co-streamer. We'd love to have you
Do you have
as
a
well. If you
team
just wanna
or
watch,
it's okay if
that's okay
there's
too,
none?
if you want. But hey, we'd love to have you here. Rain Day back on the desk with Mirko and LaFell as we start to preview our next matchup in today's 4-game series. And we've got
Sakto lang pala yung game,
Falcons yet
6:30.
again, this
Oh.
time PH versus Guangzhou Gaming. Fellas, just
You
some initial
forgot to
thoughts
join
on what it
MSC
looks like
Venus
to see Team
prediction.
Falcons after missing all of the
Oh,
international
that's
events
sad.
last year, finally back on the stage versus Guangzhou and their first international here.
Well, I think, you know,
maybe wait for the second, for the knockout stage. You're not a gamer, it's okay.
Yes, they did lose
When
in the grand
China.
finals, but I think it was also a different meta. In the current meta, I
Falcons
really feel like Team
Guangzhou
Falcons
na,
PH
oo
has what
nga
it
eh.
takes to do what they did
Bilis
in the
agad eh.
past. MSC 2024, the
I'm
first time at
supporting
EWC,
Team
they made it all
PH
the way to the grand
representatives,
finals.
Falcons PH and Team Liquid.
It kind of feels like they're trying to go back-ish to the 2024 meta, right? Because in MWI, even the
Legit ba yung
grand
code
finals
na
are the
to?
same. And that's
May
why for
nakita
Falcons
kasi.
PH,
Ang haba
that's why I'm
naman
like,
ng
wait,
code
hold
na
on,
yan,
hold
parang
on.
hindi naman
This
legit.
is looking like familiar
Parang
territory
ulit-ulit
for
lang
them.
eh.
So
Alin ba talaga
I'm
niya?
actually looking forward for Team Falcons PH to be surprisingly
Magkadikit
good
pala.
here.
So
Hindi ko
same
alam eh.
finals, but a different champion
Baka
this time
yung
in
code na
MWI.
ganyan,
So,
yung
Falcons
sa
SRG
Black Up ba nagbibigay ng bukod na code? Ayun nga, sa Black Up nga.
I mean, like, it went all 7 games and at the
Ano
final
kasi
game,
yun, unique
you know,
kasi yung
the
sa Black
million-dollar
Up.
pick happened. We'll see if that
Unique
happens
code
again.
yung sa Black Up. Pero meron silang pinapakita dito pang panglahatan. Team Falcons!
Especially at MSC. We mentioned Guangzhou. We'll talk about them a little bit later. But for the 92% favorites from your votes in the chat, it's time to hear from Flap.
Oh,
as
sa
we got
Black
a
Up
chance to
nga
catch
yan.
up with him prior to the start of the set.
Of course, you're Filipino. Must follow Philippines.
We're now
Yes.
here with one of my
I always
favorite
support
EXP laners. It's
Philippine
Flap. How's
representatives.
Paris treating you?
It's all good.
Naku, mapapasabak sa English si Flap.
The hotel, everything okay for you?
Yeah. This is the best.
Oh, this is the best, and we are with one of the best, right? So, Flap, we
Kaso
haven't
ano
seen you in
dun,
quite some time. I think
mabilis
the last time we
maubos
saw you on
dun,
an
di ba,
international
sa
stage was
Black Up?
MSC 2024
Mahina daw
runner-ups.
internet ni
What's
Jan.
different for you this time around?
Nagka 33 minutes para sa dalawang
The
code
difference
5.
is that
Ano ba yun?
I'm more
Ubusan
hungry
yun,
to
di ba?
win this
May limit
championship.
lang din. O
But
hindi
you have
naman, basta
breakfast, right?
manood ka lang.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just, making sure. How did you prepare for your next match here against Guangzhou Gaming?
To those who want diamonds,
trained
try to
in the
watch
hotel.
in Black
Train
Up.
in the
Pretty much
hotel.
it.
Anything else? So you do specific to Guangzhou Gaming that we should know about?
Nothing specific.
Nothing specific.
There's a different code
Yeah,
in
we're
Black
ready.
Up.
Yes.
They're ready. We're
Limit
ready
lang,
as
di ba?
well. Flap, good luck. Thank you so much.
So,
We're
ubos
back to
na.
you.
Ubos na siya.
Flap, a two-time M
Tapos
Series
kapag
world champion.
pag na-redeem, parang one
He's
one
gotta
is
play
to
a big
one
role
lang
in
yung
today.
redeem
Mirko,
code
Falcons
dun
gonna
eh.
do well.
Absolutely.
Hindi siya
He's
yung
crucial
tulad
to
ng
Falcons
ganito yung
winning, and I just-
maramihan. Yung
What the heck? You might be
Hindi
right. What's
pinapakita
going
sa
on with these
screen.
players when they get interviewed by Eterna? Who is that? That's not Flap.
Hey, I mean, like, here's the thing.
Flap does the thing. He always like taunts and poses. What? Who
Eterna's
is that?
posing some problems.
Hey, you don't know.
Limited
Eternal
player
focus.
lang.
She's a girl boss. She intimidates
You know what? She might have just arm wrestled him right before that.
Oh,
with two hands as well, and then
One
that's
player
he
per
was,
code,
trying to catch
yeah.
his breath and
Can you
just
be
get
my
ready to go. I think
kaibigan? Yes,
That could be
kaibigan,
honest. You guys
yes.
haven't seen Eterna. Like, she's strong.
We can be friends.
She's like, what, 82 kgs now?
Yeah, she's strong for a twig.
Oh my gosh, we're having some
Saan
fun
bang
here
live
on
yun?
the desk.
Mobile
We got plenty of time to talk
Legends na
Falcons, and we got plenty of
account
time to
o
talk
yung
Guangzhou as well. As
Mobile
a
Legends
roster, these guys have been
Esports?
really effective.
Misami,
and
hello.
obviously, coming from China, this is a
Thank you po sa
very important
pagbisita.
story for them. It is their first international event this year, and I think this is an opportunity, hopefully, for them to not only be a hope for China, but also to be starting a path which they hope to finish as they improve as a roster. We had a chance to catch up with May again, so hopefully he can get some words down with Wolf and Eterna.
Eterna here with Team Captain May, and of course we do have Wolf here to help translate this coming into this next matchup. So first and foremost, what was your reaction coming into this, knowing that you were going to be up against Team Falcon first?
Kaibigan lang, hindi kaibigan. Yes. Kaibigan, both spelling same but different
我是挺
meaning.
开心的，因为能对阵世界冠军菲律宾的世界冠军，而且他们的教练其中之一是我们 GZG 之前的 coach。
You have to post giveaway. Forgot to post. I will join your giveaway.
Go against Falcons, knowing that
No joke.
the former coach
Joke
of Guangzhou Gaming
only.
before was is
See you
currently
later.
a coach
Or
of
soon.
Falcons, which is Coach Ren.
Oh, okay, so they used to coach
Sa
you.
MLBB
Do you have maybe a
ang
message
bias
to
eh.
Coach Ren?
Yeah, Coach Ben。
You have a message?
我希望比赛能互相发挥好吧，就是我很珍惜这次对战。
He said wishing good luck to both teams.
Okay, wishing good luck. And you know, speaking of Filipino people, you also have a Filipino player on your team, right? You have Sai. Did Sai mention anything to, you know, beat the Filipino team Falcons?
Someday can sponsored also. Yes.
哦，他说他想
You're-
赢 Super Marco。
Someday.
He said that he wants to defeat Super Marco.
Oh, okay. So he just personally wants to defeat Super Marco.
Bibigay ba ng
Fair enough.
code?
You're gonna get that matchup
Wala
later
pa
on.
ulit.
And of course, as team captain, what are you gonna say to your fellow teammates before this next matchup?
Yung code kanina, limit na agad eh. Na-limit agad nung pagtapos ng game.
我觉得就放轻松一点打吧，因为比赛
Anong
有很
tawag
多。
doon?
Said that
Nung naglalaro pa
he's
yung
just
sa game
chill
2.
and enjoy the game, just knowing
pa
that
limit
there are gonna
yun.
be a lot of competitions.
Okay, so we can feel confidence, we can feel, you know, chillness coming in from this team. So once again, good luck, and we're throwing it back to you.
I think he passed the Eterna test. I don't know about you guys. I think he did well, but maybe that's because of the translation that had to occur.
He has a friend, yeah.
Gave him a chance, and he had a buddy nearby. All jokes aside, there's no jokes in this matchup. There's a very few tougher opponents that Guangzhou Gaming could face in an opening matchup than the Filipino Titans of Team Falcons PH. But if they are going to prove that they deserve to be on this global stage at this level, and that they can make a run,
prediction.
Mirko, some would say this is the type of team they have
Una
to
pa
beat.
lang, no?
Absolutely, you know, we got to see a glimpse of what Guangzhou Gaming had in their arsenal at
See
M7
you,
World Cup, and they were the favorites to actually
Kaibigan
win it. Unfortunately, they didn't, but they stole the show a couple
Two
of times.
champs,
Modi,
one
fan
game yung
favorite of the
code
chat.
kanina.
Everybody loves
Limit
Modi in the
agad
chat.
yan eh.
He's amazing on these
Nalimit
playmakers
agad,
in the XP, and I
guys.
feel like
Pagka-post
him
ko
and
nga,
Maze, they're gonna
nalimit
have to
agad.
work double time here if they want to get a win against Falcons
Wala
PH.
yata nakarinig
Phil,
na
what's the most
nag-post ako.
important matchup here? Is it Modi and Flap in that EXP lane? What do you think
Baka
is the
sabihin
need
nila,
for this game's
prank lang
focus to
yung
be
code
on in
ko.
terms of who wins or who loses this matchup?
I mean, it does look like this is the meta where we're going to be looking at the EXP as well as the jungle here, because here's a general rule for Mobile Legends. If your EXP is losing, your jungler is losing as well, because your EXP laner
Pass
really
hand
opens
agad.
up the map, and when the map is open, your
Nakakuha ka
jungler
pa.
can get a
As
lot
in
of farm,
ngayon?
and by proxy,
Ngayon
you're
lang?
making the
Sabi
other
nila
jungler
kasi dun sa
weaker
comment,
time by time
limit
and
na
time
daw
again.
eh.
So, yes, Modi is an excellent player, but Flat, man.
Ewan ko.
Two-time M Series champion. Like, that guy is an
Hindi ko
icon.
na kasi
like, in
matatry
XP.
ulit eh.
If somehow Modi can take down Flat,
Yung ngayon,
now that's the biggest
sa
thing.
mga
Like,
hindi
that's one of the things, like,
naka-redeem
even
guys,
if you lose,
baka
it's fine. You can
baka
say
meron
you beat
pa.
Flat.
nung
that's also,
code.
I
Ito
think,
kasi yung
the
code.
different stages of where these teams are
Yung
at. So
champs
many of the
ranking.
players on Falcons have
sabi sa
trophies
comment
in their
nung
trophy
post
cabinet.
ko,
It's
limit na daw.
completing the cabinet now with MSC
Eh,
because this
di
is
ko
one of
talaga
those
alam.
trophies that many
Try
of the
niya
players
lang.
do not
Baka
have. Right?
sakali.
A bit annoying.
A bit annoying?
Maybe,
A bit annoying.
maybe.
They have so many trophies. Could, you know, like they
give
should have
us some.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I would like for them to share, but it's okay because to be the best, you got to beat the best.
Yeah.
That's why they still have to beat Vitality. They haven't done that.
Yes, you're right.
Yep.
Vitality champions for sure. This one
Undefeated at EWC across 3 years and M Series across 7 years.
never lost a single game.
Wala akong bagong coding.
Well,
Baka
and the
mamaya
hometown org at this
sila,
point with Paris
magbigay
being
sila.
half of this MSC. I mean, that was one of the things you guys talked to me about as well, learning the game this week and
Malay
having
mo,
the
diba?
privilege to speak to you guys about the importance of this tournament. One of the things that was echoed was the fact that this is in
Pwede
Paris
pa hingi
now. It
kahit
wasn't
isa.
always
Ano yan?
global. And the fact that
Panglahatan
it
yung
is,
code na yan.
adds
Unahan
even
nga
more
lang.
to the
dapat
importance and the impact of winning.
Absolutely. I think you
mabilis
heard from
kayo
the players as well,
mag-redeem
man. They
or
feel like
kung
it's
gusto
the
nyo,
best. Flapti's
manood
literally
kayo
said
ng
it's
live
the best
stream
because,
para mauna
man,
kayo sa
I think for
code.
them, it's just a dream to visit Paris at the start. They would have never thought that MLBB would bring them here and to compete here at the biggest stage for MLBB in front of the world, in front of millions of people watching. That's the dream. And for Flap, that's why he's hungrier than ever.
And speaking of Team Vitality, speaking of Na'Vi, speaking of Team AG, and all of those orgs, they're playing for something maybe even bigger than just a single championship. They're playing for the club championship trophy. We've got Chris ready to give us an update on how things are faring so far.
2 weeks of competition have passed here at
Sabay mag-start,
EWC, and the Cup Championship is well underway.
Siguro
And,
mas
as you can
madaming
see
code
from
sa
behind me,
knockout
the total
stage.
is starting to fill up. Still plenty of games still to go. None other, of course, than MLBB, the MSC, currently on.
Or wait nyo lang mamaya, baka per match siguro.
All here for. Irrelevant of that, though, we
Basta
do have an update how
antay-antay lang,
things have been
guys.
working out across the board the past couple of weeks. Right now, it is Na'Vi who are leading the Club Championship with 1,750 points, but they're only competing in one game this week. Vitality, however, who are currently second, only 300 points behind, are competing in all 4 games. So that's a massive moment for them to potentially
Saan
catch
yung
up
ano?
and see if they can do something
Code
about
ba?
it. Falcons are another team
Diyan
who we have been talking about
appear lang
plenty.
dyan sa
Currently only sitting on 600 points, but
sa
also competing
screen.
in all 4 games this week. A really interesting one, actually,
Random
that they are
lang siya
competing in. A
mag-a-appear,
wild card
guys.
that came through for Falcons through the qualification stages to get here and play in EAFC is MS Desari, one of the owners of Team Falcons, formerly a FIFA World Champion, of course. He's going to be going through it and see what he can do when things do come down to it. Let's see how we can do at EAFC. That's a hell of a story to continue with. But yeah, I'll be giving you updates across the Club Championship throughout the rest of the week.
Thanks a bunch, Chris, and also reminding us all that Falcons
Waiting
are
lang.
back-to-back
Oo
winners
nga,
of the Club
antayin lang.
Championship. Well, we'll see a
Antayin
new Club
lang
Championship
natin.
winner this year. We'll find out. Stay tuned for all the action. We'll keep you covered with what's going on in the CC. Now, as we head back to MSC, on the desk, Mirko,
Miyatsu
as we preview
plays,
this lineup,
hello.
what to you stands out
Last
as the
week,
biggest
9
narrative
code
again? We've talked
ata
about
or
Falcons being
10.
winners. We've talked about
Ano
them
kasi,
representing the
may
Philippines.
schedule
We've also
niya,
talked about
may
the story
schedule na
with
binigay
Guangzhou
yung ano
Gaming.
eh.
What
Mobile
rings the most
Legends,
important here in
Esports.
Game 1?
Check no.
I think it comes
Pero
to just
everyday
understanding the meta
meron
right now.
silang
Both
pa-code.
teams. I think it comes down to understanding the meta. We saw earlier a big contrast of one
Sa
team really
pagkakatanda.
pushing all of
Ito
it,
nga.
all of the meta picks from scrims that they said as well into the stage, and the other playing it very conservative, playing it with the old picks.
Or
So
black
right now, I
up.
think it
Black
comes
up
down
lang
to who
ata
is
to.
adjusted better, Falcons PH or Guangzhou Gaming.
And you mentioned that the
Sa
coach
black
of
up
previously
everyday.
Guangzhou Gaming is now the coach for Team Falcons.
Tapos
Bren,
knockout
how
stage
does
yung
that play
madami.
into
Oo nga.
maybe feeling comfortable, LaFell, that they kind of know what's going to show up for Falcons, or for Falcons feeling that they know some of their opponents?
Yeah, it's good for Falcons for sure because at this point they know the identity of
Kung
Guangzhou
gusto niyo
Gaming.
bukas
Also,
guys,
the other thing,
manood
like,
kayo
meta is very
sa
important, but
black
you
up
cannot stray too
ng
far away from your own identity because you might end up making mistakes just because you're
Mobile
breaking out of your
Legends
habits. There are some habits that's
Mobile
good for you to
Legends
break out of,
Esports
but
ba yung
some
account
of
nila
them
sa black up?
is so drastic to the point where
May
you're
bukod
getting out
kasi
of
na
character,
redeem
your
code
passion is
gun
not there,
para
and
sa
your
ano.
decision making might be the worst.
Dias.
So for Guangzhou Gaming, I do believe they need to follow the meta because if not, they're gonna get stomped. But at the same time, you gotta follow your identity.
Durugin ng mga
coming
unggoy
in
na
from the
insik.
China region, it's all about that goat lane. They try to make the goat lane the strong lane. We'll see if they can do that.
And that is going to be difficult from what I just saw. I mean, with Error 404 dominating the game like that, you can just see that Assassins in the jungle, Mirko, I mean, if they're played at that level, they are going to need to be dealt with.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be very, very tough, especially when Kyle Teasy's on that lane, that Fanny, any of Assassins that he can get his hands on. Again, we saw Fanny and Hirara banned. If we see a Hirara game, it's gonna be ridiculous. But also though, I'm glad that we got to see the Minotaur in game number 1 because
Pwede bumili Chuni. Hindi po ako nagbebenta ng kahit ano. Wala po akong binibenta. Bawal po yun.
Qualifiers for the Chinese teams, and coming into this, I still think it makes sense with the identity that they have. Play around team fights.
Yep. By the way, I gotta say, Mirko as well as Reed, this is gonna be our second match, but I'm already seeing that the bans are gonna be something the coaches are gonna have trouble with, because now with the Assassins coming up, a lot of Assassins has to be respect banned, and that will become a problem when you know a team can't use this certain Assassins. There's gonna be a big difference when it comes to the bans here, where certain teams like Vamos, like Falcons, maybe even Team Liquid, making it so that they're gonna win the draft just by proxy of a threat that's not even there just yet.
The winner of this match will face off against Team Vitality versus face the loser in an elimination match. Remember, we are going into an upper and a lower bracket for both Group A and for Group B. So that can be very different if you're used to certain upper brackets and lower brackets that combine these groups. No, it's going to be different. So Group A, the teams you're seeing here are
May bibigay ba na code ngayon? Hindi ko pa sure kung meron ulit.
So every single match is going to impact every single other match. There's something to learn from every single game that we're watching here, especially if you're one of the teams that didn't do well. It's going to be waiting in the wings, like Team Falcons previously against Team Vamos.
Vamos nanalo, ate.
I just got to say, predictions. Do you think Falcons
Vamos
is taking
ba
this
yung
one to start
predict
off?
mo? Tingin nga prediction ni ate.
Very confident, yes.
Very confident, yes.
Yeah, no hesitation, yes.
If Guangzhou is going to steal it, what do they have to do? Quick thought. Is it just get a better draft?
They got to shut down Kyle, but that's one of those things that's easier said than done.
They got to shut down Marco, Kyle, Haji, Ogwen, and Flap.
They got to shut everybody down. We'll see if Guangzhou Gaming can impress yet again as they face off versus Team Falcons PH in Game 2.
Yes, my friends, that is the setup for our second matchup for today. But first up, quick recap. Right, we have two dark horses to open things up for our matches here, Rose at MSC. And happy for Vamos. They got it in.
Yes, indeed. Hala Vamos for the Malaysians.
EWC ka lang nag-aabang ng code. Mas mabilis ba sila? Bigyan mo rin kaming code niya.
But now we enter the second match of the day where we will be seeing Falcons Philippines going up against Guangzhou Gaming.
Yes,
matagal pa po ba ang code? Guys, hindi ko control kung maglalabas sila ng code o hindi. Taga-nood lang din ako dito. Hindi naman ako kasama sa production nila. Pag meron naman ipopost, pero kung gusto niyo talaga mauna, abangan nyo. Hindi ko masasagot kung kailan magbibigay ng code eh.
After not being in MSC 2025.
That is indeed a lot of pressure on their
Ati wala yung prediction mo.
Is complete with only one team. Please join in welcoming their opponents, Guangzhou Gaming.
Farkong. Nako, wala na sa epic skins yun natin.
Stage of MSC, their journey has been a treasure to witness. As the rising tide lifts the ships of their region,
yung bagong code, wala pa guys.
Show the established powerhouses that there's new challengers.
Oo nga, share mo sa amin agad, Adi.
Ooh, this matchup is going to be interesting because like I've mentioned, Falcons Philippines went all the way to the grand finals, meaning they are veterans, they are contenders. However, Guangzhou Gaming on the other hand, they are the newcomers.
Ipapakita nila sa screen kung magbibigay silang code.
Everybody loves an underdog story, and this game has it in space. So please, gentlemen, Guangzhou, please place your keys. Please, Team Falcons. Remember, captains, to shake your hands before this game starts, and we'll see it. They're gonna go to the
madami ka na daw skin natin, hindi mo na daw need nung 9 pa yung code.
$1 million prize pool. Now it's time for
forward ko na.
Against some of the all-stars of the Philippines representing Team Falcons in our second series
pa-draft na sila nakaupo na sila dun.
Off the draft, we've got Mirko and LaFell with me. And guys, this is important. If Guangzhou's going to do it, you guys said maybe an uphill battle. The audience thinks so too. 8% only thinking that they can get the job done. They're going to have to do something in this draft to surprise Falcons.
Look at him, he's locked in. Tied his hair real quick.
Right now, I do have to say, if you're new to MLBB, one of the reasons why I feel Falcons Philippines will win this one is the current meta. If you lose the first 2 minutes of the game, it's actually very hard to come back into the game just by how
Bawal number
the
guys,
jungle
huwag
has
kayong
changed in terms of the
mag-number.
values and everything like that. And Falcons
Isusumpa ko si Flap pag natalo sila. Grabe naman yun.
One of the best laners in every lane. Flap is amazing in the EXP. Super Marco is amazing in the gold. And it makes it so that winning those lanes is going to be very difficult. And I'm just worried if Falcons just wins the first turtle fight, and then they just start controlling the jungle, and then it just becomes an unfair battle.
Yeah. I'm a fan of that up until, I think, like, a point that I want to talk about would be, I think the first 2 minutes. I don't think the first 2 minutes dictates the entire game.
Medyan sa Group B, pag tama yung pag tama lahat ng prediction mo sa Group B, pwede ka sa Starlight. Dahil sa Epic Skin, dahil may mali ka ng isa, hindi ka na pwedeng makasama.
We've been seeing utility versus assassin. We've seen a weird, off-meta assassin in the Harley against a meta assassin. I want to see how it looks like if it's like a Fanny versus Ling, if it's a Fanny versus Hirara, Hirara versus Ling, or heck, even a Nolan, right? Because then I'd say there's going to be
According to Zanlo, Team Falcons has 14% chance of becoming champions. Sabi ni Zanlo.
Is at best a B tier in Fanny. I don't see the Fanny letting out of the bans.
How common is it as we take a look at the map available, that question for the draft? Will it be another broken walls?
Dito na. Pa-start na sila guys.
It's expanding river this time around.
Expanding river.
Finally a new map here.
Yeah, expanding rivers make it so that winning in the lanes is going to be that much more important, making it so that you can go to the neutral objectives like the turtle as well as the lord much faster. So now the lane matchups gets even more punishing, honestly.
So if you're winning lane, you have even more access
Sa
to the
YT,
jungle, basically.
mababox stream nyo guys.
Can rotate around very quickly. So guess we'll find out again what picks get
Walang
picked
box
up for
stream
both
sa
the teams here.
Very interesting here. Looks like Falcons is going to be the first pick, betting out the Belleric as well as the Claude. So this looks like they got a lot of information going up against Guangzhou Gaming, and I guess that's good for them considering the old coach from Guangzhou went over to Falcon. So this is the advantage that we see, that we don't need to ban meta picks. We just got to ban the picks that you know how to play.
Talk to me about the Eudora. You were excited about that. You got a little inside info on that. I'm not knowing where it came from. I'm not like teasing you about it and saying reveal. But clearly it's been an impact. 2 picks already. Seen her in every game. You expect to see her here?
I think so. If both teams are planning to go for Assassins, it's great the night pick. That's number 1 against the Assassins, but it's also very good against the Assassins, right? You can lock her down. So the Atlas gets banned out there. Final ban. I think we will see more Eudoras. Maybe not first pick, though. I think first pick here, Hirara got banned, Fanny got banned. Even the Freya. The only pick that we've seen banned out that finally gets open here would be like the Phobius Jusin. So I'm thinking maybe those two for Falcons for first pick.
Personally, for me, I feel like the Zushin is still a pretty strong pick, but considering how many dashes, the amount of mobility in this game, it's not a great time for the Zushin. So that's why I'm not going to see a lot of it. Ling for his pick here. We got to see Eudora. If not, this Ling is going to be so free.
Yeah, Eudora Phobius could be the answer, but they go Esmeralda.
Try natin.
Esmeralda Eudora?
Yeah, I think they just want to win the lane, picking out the Esmeralda. Quite good in the lane, but is not an answer towards the Ling. So a little bit of disconnect here where unless they win the EXP so hard, you start controlling the jungle, it's going to be pretty difficult. And a very early Harif where, again, coming from the region of China, they do like their GOAT laners. But my worry is, if they pick up a Moskov, I can see it. But picking up a Harif here, they're not having any crowd control for this Ling. I don't even think they have enough burst damage for the first 12 to 13 minutes of the game to deal with the Ling.
Are you happy if you're Falcons to try to grab Eudora yourself?
I'd say yeah. I'd be down for it. You know, the Eudora
just to deny it on the other side?
It's great on the deny. But it's also great with your assassin, right? Because usually when you're on the Ling or any other assassins, you need a bit of burst damage. And bro, give me some time, friend. I was gonna get to the Brody.
You gotta get your points in,
I'm sorry, man. I was answering the Eudora pick.
I know. That was me. I messed you up. I messed you up. You would have said
it. It's okay. Harith Esmeralda gets picked up. This is the question on the Falcons roster. We know at M5 they play strong side gold lane so well, and this is what we've been talking about as well. The Brody pick and the die rod. So you have physical shred, and then you have double carries on physical damage.
bursty as well.
Oh my God.
I gotta say,
crazy.
Raid and Mirko, we're on track for 90 unique hero picks at MSC because we're already second match and we're seeing a lot of new picks here. Guangzhou Gaming goes with the Hilda. Good and bad here. The Hilda should be good to pressure the Ling, but going up against a Dyrov likes it when you have a lot of armor because there's so much that he can take away, and at that point, Ling won't be punished. Ling will have enough damage to take you down.
And it's a winning matchup. I've been saying this from MWI. We've been seeing an MWI CC to answer the Esmeralda, where in reality for me, I'm like, where's the Dyrov, right? This guy just got buffed. My boy's playing it in ranked. It's pretty good. It just smashes Esmeralda in lane. Even the Hilda's going to find a lot of difficulties walking up.
It's not great.
Your physical defense gets shredded.
Yung nilabas na code na bago mag-start to.
And you're talking about win conditions. The Dairoth and the Ling, both two characters that feel like if they get going, it's going to be hard to stop them. So a lot of...
All three of them, honestly.
Yeah.
And then the Eudora gets banned out, right? So they're taking away another burst damage hero.
I gotta say, this is one of those games where Falcons can end it very easily because Brody is one of those here thing. The moment your eyes are on lane, you're like, this is a problem. We gotta wait, where's our turrets? Wait, why is he in base? Wait, did the game just end?
10 minutes?
Too many things to focus on.
I gotta say, Brody is gonna steal so much turrets. The Link can steal so much turrets. This is already a nightmare in terms of micro, but more importantly, the macro. Like, there's so much magic gonna happen in this game.
So you mentioned Moskov. Is the answer something that's global, something that can help on those rotations when you have someone pushing a lane and you need to get over there quickly?
That's why it would have been a better pick over the Harith, really. Because, like, I see the Harith, I see why they went for it. Again, Guangzhou Gaming, they're known for team fighting, but they needed something to answer the side lanes. If you know Falcons, they're definitely going to try to play those side lanes. They're definitely going to lane or play for lane dominance. And they got it on every single lane. XP, it's a winning matchup. Gold lane, it's a winning matchup up until the Harith gets all the free resets.
Rain, I gotta say, for everyone that's not super familiar with the MLBB draft, this is very uninteractive, where you're just picking up heroes that you want to use without considering the opponent's pickup. So it's basically like you're playing rock, paper, scissors, but you only go for rock. You don't change the paper, you don't change the scissors.
And you'll win a little bit of the time. But in a best of three, when an opponent's knowing a little bit about what you do, it may not be enough. And that's the worry here for Guangzhou Gaming.
I don't think Zushin is the answer. Like, where's the damage?
I think right now Falcons just go for the Gord Kalea, right? Like, you already reveal all your cards here. You just go for extra burst, so it's good against the Harith. You have that range to bully the juice in lane. And it's an answer to Esme as well with the Shred.
So my question is this. You have one more pick, right? And we're talking about them playing rock. How do you salvage this draft? How do you get the win condition? Because Guangzhou needs something that they're going to be able to rely on.
Right now, their biggest problem is early game damage. Like, it's weird to say the most damage that we'll see in the early game is their roam, is their tank. And sometimes it's enough, but most of the time it's not. Now they have a Lilia as well as the glue. They already have a damage problem. Now it's worse because the glue cannot die, and Lilia level 2 can take down basically everyone from Guangzhou. So this is a mismatch in draft.
I thought they would take the easy road of just Gord and Kalea. Instead, they read past the pick. They know Guangzhou Gaming only have a utility jungle left in their arsenal, and they go for Lilia. Someone that can stay in the mid lane, independent, bullying both, while the group roams everywhere.
This is the kind of draft that, in my eyes, creates despair. Like, the more you look at it, the more you fight against it, as the time goes on, it's like, wait, our chances of winning is going down and down and down. This is a draft that will make you feel very sad.
And now it's forced the Nolan pick out of Guangzhou Gaming. Nolan, notoriously horrible pick against a Ling, and especially a Brody that can kiss you.
Dairoth versus Esmeralda in the EXP lane. Flap and Modi. And Dairoth looking to cause havoc. But if it doesn't, well, they got the Ling as well. 4 new heroes picked up to add to our unique hero total for this tournament already. Series 2 starting off with a bang. We'll see if it's China versus the Philippines who can take game 1.
Thank you so much. We head on in to the land of Dawn, and we're excited to see how this game is going to be played out, because for the first time in a long time, I have never been so confident in Falcons just cleaning up kills. They have so many ways to clean up fights, but it's all up to Haji and Kyle to make things happen.
And I, for one, am pretty sure that they can accomplish just that. Team Falcons and their mechanics, no doubt, they could carry that out, but Guangzhou Gaming. They forced out an early flicker from the hero you expected to be most aggressive in the early game.
And this is the scary thing about this game, right? Because you're looking at everybody. There is no particular winning matchup, right? Especially in those side lanes, unless they find a big mistake. So they do need the extra bit of support. Guangzhou, especially for Mei and Xing, all they gotta do is maintain control of mid, and it's gonna be super difficult for Ogwin and Haji to have that impact that we're looking for.
Yeah, at the very least, they're holding down Mei in mid, so he's not able to really get out of there as much and go into Kyle's jungle. But that's a lot of pressure already on their mid duo.
Beautiful stuff coming out from Guangzhou, right? That's already 2 big battle spells out super early on, and now they can start going for the invades. Look, Kyle is just taking so much damage from Mei.
Never mind. I just said Mei couldn't just really go straight into Kyle because of what Haji and Ogwin were doing, but with the amount of support that they've been providing one another, with this rotation you've seen firsthand from Guangzhou, things to be somewhat favoring their side.
Yep, even the battle spells is also telling us the exact same story. Falcons, they want this early game to be good for them. They want to speed things up right now. CY trying to bait something out as Recall is very nearby, but I'm also curious, right? Because from Guangzhou's POV, I would have imagined that they would have gone for like maybe, I don't know, something a little tankier early on. Like now they're stuck with this Nolan. They too have a certain degree of a timer.
Yeah, so maybe that's also why you see them really trying to pick up the pace and make sure that everything goes right in the early game for them, because they somewhat picked up on jungler that also has to keep up, but at least they're holding majority of the positioning here in the turtle so far. Flicker's already forced down! Ogwin actually falls to the hands of Guangzhou as first blood, and it seems to be going all the way over to Guangzhou. It's only Kyle left, and even Kyle doesn't make it out alive. What a start for Guangzhou here.
Zipper, we need a replay of that. That was a beautiful fight coming out from Guangzhou. Like, it is... Ogwin was already looking to actually put that final nail in the coffin, but keep your eyes here as Mei flickers out and baits the entire team into an unwinnable fight with Xing, making sure that Lantern Flare was up the entire way. With Turtle in the hands of Guangzhou Gaming, this is by far a really good start.
I wonder what information and preparation they've done, because again, Guangzhou, you know very little about this team. Even the heroes that they've used in their recent qualifiers don't tell you much about their playstyle. But what has changed? Why have they seemed to adapt so well to the current meta despite them picking or having these heroes which Falcons attempted to counter?
Well, I think, you know, it's a lot of research, and I definitely think, you know, the length of the MPL PH definitely played a part of that.
That's true.
Unintentionally, but here, when it comes down to the meta, that's what everybody's trying to figure out. What is not only the meta game for the game, but specifically for the tournament? We need to see that develop throughout. But with the lead that they have, 4-1, I'm expecting Guangzhou to play more reactively, right? Yeah. They want to make sure they punish the Falcons everywhere they go. They need a man-to-man defense and make sure that Haji doesn't scale too fast.
And honestly, that tournament meta, I feel, is something we won't really get to figure out until maybe day 3 or 4.
I mean, we can speculate.
Because day 1, first 2 matches in series have already shown us so much of the more unorthodox picks already.
Well, is it unorthodox or are they just ahead of the metagame? We won't know until day 2 or 3, but in the meantime, you can see both teams high contention for this mid lane. It's less about the side lanes. The side lanes are kind of independent until we can get the mid trio to move in their direction. Guangzhou going to take that first move as they send support to the top side.
Yep, at least for Falcons and their sides, they're doing really okay. It's a Brody and a Dairoth, which you pretty much expect to win their lane. And so despite Falcons not really winning out massively in terms of their mid, they're not really in need of that much rotations, but that's the thing. Guangzhou might just really take advantage of this entire situation, but it's already Ogwin here up top, already trying to somewhat provide a bit of help. Does catch Sai, but it's gonna be Ogwin all alone this time. Now he's trapped against 3. Do they have enough damage? Take him out, and Super Marco looking like the next target, Turnabout Memory, but he doesn't find anyone, but he still survives. Just a bit, it's an outplay. 2 goal laters go down.
No way, no way. Oh, the auto attacks just weren't big enough. He didn't have the physical damage. It is unfortunately, a magic marksman dependent on skill cooldowns and abilities. That's gotta feel so bad. When you thought you were about to kill him, guess what? Quantum charge, walk away.
Okay, here goes the replay. So he was definitely left all alone there. I think he kind of survived it for a bit longer than we expected him to, but What a play. Even the coaching staff thought it was unbelievable. For the second time around, what? Super Marco not having a great time now.
Recall said, team, we're not going to let this happen again. Let me show you how it's done on a Nolan. But on the opposite end, we're not seeing Falcons waste too much time here. If you notice that the gold lead, despite it being 2-7, for some reason it's only 900. By this stage, you're expecting somewhat of a 1K or 2K gold lead.
Oh, Black Shoes already forced out too. They get to find Haji and land another stun, forcing out the flicker. There goes Flap trying to defend, and they outplay May in mid. A small win for Falcons this time.
Really nice play coming in from Flap as well. Now you're seeing that the traditional lane roles, they're starting to get mixed up a lot, right? What is Dairoth doing up here to maybe try and help Ogwen and Super Marco? He reveals himself, but all of this is so that Kyle can scale up a little bit faster, taking the wave as well.
Yep, they're at the least maybe trying to slow down a bit and maybe go for the farm, because clearly Guangzhou Gaming have taken charge of the early game, and that's exactly according to plan so far. So maybe less of the direct one-on-one counters, and now we see more of the 5-on-5 rotations come into play. Recall though, very confident right now on this Nolan, forcing out the Black Shoes again.
Yeah, and honestly, there's no reason to actually contest for the turtle, because they know for a fact, hey, Nolan, his retribution is coming up, but without his ult, that's fine. That means he can't really get in and out as effectively. But when they're rushing it down, that's where it gets scary, and now they look for the opportunity.
That's a flicker from Ogwen. No Crimson Beacon left for XYang, but Recall! He wins out on the objective yet again. Falcons are now trying to go in. Kyle also using the Tempest of Blade. Super Marco joining in the fight, and they already have taken out 3 members of Guangzhou.
And that's a huge mistake coming out from GZG. Falcons take advantage of the fact that they were just too close together. 3 people got caught in the snare of the globules. The damage is good coming in from Recall. Oh, Super Marco, is he going to burn to death? Okay, he's fine, he's fine.
Yeah, that was close though. And at least Falcons get a bit more space, because it felt like earlier they had to work hard for this space, and they had to juggle between switching lanes here and there just so they could really find some more objectives across the map. But even despite losing that objective, and I believe that was the second turtle that Guangzhou have already secured, they at least gotten a bit more map control.
And now the question is whether or not they've developed enough of a lead. And whatever they had before instantly dissipated in one singular fight. I love the fact that Haji is immediately going for that Wishing Lantern. It's perfect for getting rid of these annoying pokers like May, who wants to be in his face, or maybe even Modi, who again hasn't really been able to participate as much as we would like to see.
Yep, does run the Vengeance too, so we hopefully do get to see him later on in the team fights, because I feel like that will be a great help to Guangzhou Gaming in terms of actually getting the wins. But Flap, oh no, getting bursted down here by Recall!
Oh, nothing that Flap could do. He flickers a little too late, and honestly, I think a lot of his abilities got cancelled out once he got spun into multiple directions. That being said though, Guangzhou looking to try and take out at least one of these turrets, but they decide not to. They give up on it. They see Ogwen and they're like, not again, not again.
Nope. This is such a statement you're seeing from Guangzhou, especially Recall. 5-1-2 on the Nolan, when in fact it was a pick who was chosen last. You thought it was just some sort of pick that they were forced to pick up, but the Tempest of Blade just being forced out, and now Guangzhou just confidently standing in front of Team Falcons.
Yep, this is going to be a really awkward position for Falcons, because again, they were the ones who wanted to play for the earlier stages. Yep. Now they're highly dependent on Kyle to finish up a lot of these fights, or at the very least, Ogwen to try and create that space. Because so far, Super Marco, he's not getting as many auto attacks as he would like.
Yep, now they're forced to group up. It's always just Kyle away from the team, and that's the kind of play that they're maybe forced to do at this point. But now it's different. There's an objective that's coming up. So Team Falcons would have to be very, very careful about this. Flap cannot go down first, similar to what has been happening a couple times already in this game.
That's going to be the Malefic gun purchase here. Now Super Marco has the range to start hurting people from afar.
Be a 1-for-1.
Not too bad, but the fight's not over just yet. Guangzhou understand that, hey, all right, we may have stuck a little too close together, but this time around they spread apart instantaneously as soon as they saw Ogwen walking up for a potential engagement. That being said, though, at least for GZG,
ooh.
Dear Lord, where did he go?
How did he know? That was okay. I think Falcons now are at a much clearer advantage.
Well, they may be at a much clearer advantage, but I don't see this being a free lord just yet. Like, they're going to try for it, and I want to see what the response is going to be. Because for now, CY is in a pretty good position if he can get that Holy Crystal.
Okay, Falcons are starting this objective right now, but Ogwen has a good idea of where majority of them are. Modi jumping in, Kyle just securing it with their fusion, and now Falcons want to go in for the fight. Sai already using the Diamond Force, but he gets bursted! It's a double kill for Kyle. He's been waiting for this moment.
Yeah, he tried a little too hard. Modi, unfortunately, making the mistake, walking into the fight without the vengeance. And that stun from Super Marco is such an effective tool, if not at least the mini stuns from both Flap and Ogwen. At this stage, Falcons, based on the items that they have, can really start pressing the advantage when it comes down to structures.
Oh, fortunately, Haji got to quickly press on that black shoes. Mei, though, looking in danger and will go down in the hands of Team Falcons, as X-Ying only had to Crimson Beacon out and the Lord is still up.
Yeah, they don't have an answer to Ogwen right now. Glue can kind of do whatever he wants as long as he doesn't get one shot, can ruin somebody's day.
Ooh.
Look at the damage! Recall getting blasted from halfway across the map.
And the black shoes are back for Haji if in case Guangzhou actually forced that fight, but they're not really going to do so. They just focused on evening out majority of their resources across the board. That's going to be all outer turrets already taken down, and in the blink of an eye, you're already seeing a 5k gold lead in their hands.
Now, let's talk about how they're getting this, right? Before this, barely nothing. A lot of team fights, keeping it simple, kinda even. GZG, mega lead in terms of kill score, but doesn't have that 5k lead like Falcons have right now with a singular kill. And a lot of this is about time efficiency. With GZG's movements, they're sticking together. Notice, top quadrant, all 5 of them are there. Nobody's dealing with that bot wave. And that's why Falcons' overall macro is more efficient gold-wise in comparison to GZG.
Yep, that's why even if you thought things were kind of slowing down, that was just Falcons playing their game. And now it's going to be Modi bursted by Flap. Now that you see them grouped up, this is exactly how they want to utilize this lineup.
Yeah, and it's great because, again, the one combination people don't think about is the shred specifically from Flap. If Flap and Marco work together, no matter how tanky you are, they're going to cut your armor in half, if not more, now that he has the Malefic gun.
Okay, Conceal. Could there be another flicker play? And there you go, Mei! Barely surviving this. Winter Crown already forced out, and the flicker too, but they just want that base turret. Guangzhou are not gonna force the chase.
No, they can't. They can't afford to. Unfortunately for Guangzhou Gaming, until Sai is, I want to say not just the Holy Crystal at this point, because Ogwen is too big of a problem. I'm trying to figure out how can they bait Ogwen out, or at the very least burst them down, both of which not very good ideas considering the priority list.
Because at this point, the only heroes from Guangzhou who maybe can go for some backline plays are just really Recall and Modi, or unless Xing just really wants to go full commit and Crimson Beacon in and they just all jump on Super Marco, but will that be worth it? Because at this point, again, the shred you mentioned, the armor just going down as soon as you approach these heroes who could deal massive damage and penetration. And not to mention an objective too coming up just in a bit.
Yeah, this is particularly tough. I will admit that at least for Guangzhou Gaming, they made sure that Haji slowed down, but now we're already in the later stages of this game. Slowing Haji down is not possible. He hurts.
Yep. And look at just how well they're guarding majority of the map right now, but Guangzhou are still pushing forward. Recall, though, is about to show himself up top, and that might be enough room for Falcons to be a bit more aggressive with bursting down this objective.
Oh, it looks like they're trying to sell this fight.
Oh, Ogwen and Flap trying to zone out the members as Falcons just secure this objective, but Ogwen still finds one. Do they want to push through with this fight, though? Haji providing the damage, and it's going to be enough. Super Marco's already called a killing spree, and Kyle on the back lines, finding X-Ying as they take out 3. It's just Modi and Recall. There goes the fracture, but it's gonna be okay.
They've been dancing around and they know they've got an endgame angle. Unfortunately for GZG, the biggest problem with their composition is they don't have the best wave clear. They have to commit a lot of bombs to make it happen.
And now they surprise with yet another flicker, and Modi could not tank the damage anymore. It's gonna be a near wipeout for Guangzhou Gaming as Recall's the only one left. He's trying to defend, but he can't. And Team Falcons with a 10k gold lead, close out game number 1.
Nire-record lang naman. Tapos bigla nag-lag. Grabe naman. Sakto yung lag natin, guys. Ay.
There were moments there in the early stages that I was worried for Team Falcons, but they show their experience every single time. If you're looking for the most efficient map team for Golden EXP,
limit na guys yung mga code eh.
They were untouchable, at least for the first few moments of the game. So much in the mid took place, but we kind of forgot about their sides and a lot of how this game eventually
overwhelming
odds with Dyron
as well as Esme.
Early bird.
From at least Haji for taking so much
Parang ganito nangyari sa Falcons na kanina eh. Early nila tapos ano sila, Guangzhou naman. Sila yung early kanina tapos nakabak naman ngayon ng Falcons PH.
Everything that they did was macro, and yes, Guangzhou, I think they were winning out big on kills, on team fights, on the smaller advantages on the map, but we don't really see them convert.
Di ba gantang-gantang game man ng Falcons men? Nangyari sa Guangzhou.
Get to rotate into or convert it into more structures. Oh, that's us. Yeah, surprise of everything that's happening too, but that I guess just goes to show how interestingly Falcons just really
limit na yung 2 champs kanina pa kasi yun nung match 1 pa lang. Actually nung MWA pa nga yun. Baka ano ulit, ginamit lang nila ulit. Inactive lang nila ulit.
Great cast on game 1. Falcons PH find a way to get the win, and it was a win indeed. They dominated later on in that game, but it wasn't domination early on. You saw Guangzhou find a way to kind of surprise them in the beginning, and I think that group
walang comeback sa PH.
roaming the map helped them early on, but it started to show up as a weakness in terms of the gold and trying to
claw back into that game later on. Stream ko.
Yeah, it was tempo control.
Nag-unfollow ka na.
Again, early on, the Dyron had her number level 1, level 2, but then after that, Modi just constantly cleared out faster, rotated quicker, got that falling star moon set on 3, and unfortunately for Falcons PH, they got caught off guard. But after that, I think it's just signs of an elite team where they're losing early on. They lose out on almost all the objectives, kills as well. At a certain point, it was 2-7 on the scoreboard, but it was only a 900 gold lead for Guangzhou Gaming. So Falcons PH, even though they were losing, they had
wala yung binigay na queen. Oh, last yan yung
an insurmountable issue going up against Guangzhou LFL.
Kasi yung code name, basta may queen nga.
I mean, like, I would say that is something that Guangzhou has to look forward to after this, because it's clear that they do have the mechanics, but how do they extend the lead? That is what makes you into a good team, into a great team. How do you make a 200 goal lead into 2,000, right? So I feel like they got very excited getting a few kills, especially around those objectives. But one of the clips we saw earlier was how the Harry was willing to die to get the kill over to the Brody. It would have been great because knowing that Brody was going to recall anyway, right? If he stays, he's going to die. So instead of sacrificing yourself, clear the minions, get the turret, and that's how you extend the lead. So I feel like that's something that Guangzhou have to look out for, because there was a lot of wasted opportunity where they 100% should have gotten more on the map, but they just don't have that experience just yet.
Those little moments, 54,000 to 43,000 gold. It wasn't that way, but it became clear that Falcons were going to take the lead of this game. Oakwood caused a lot of thoughts to be centered around him and how he can't believe it, that SpongeBob skin coming in. It's so funny.
Patrick is amazing.
I was like, excuse me, what is going on? That glue was being played. But obviously caused a lot of attention, and that was one of the game plans. Didn't work out on a few of the dives, but after that, really forced Guangzhou Gaming to play around him.
Yeah, all this game, I feel like Oakwood's is going to play the distracting game, right? He went for the classic itemization, though.
Huwag niyo kalimutan pusuan yung live stream natin, guys. Reactan niyo lang, masaya na ako. Tsaka i-share niyo na rin kung kaya naman.
I die straight up, right? So he ended up being a diversion so that the rest of the team can actually get a few of these picks here and there. And for the most part, it worked out because Kyle on the Assassin, on the Ling, was sent into the side lanes to farm up so well. That was also one of the reasons why they were able to keep the gold lead from skyrocketing away from
How much of this is just a style? Because, you know, we had Gideon break down
why this
for July
22, sabi ni Angelo.
Was not being farmed, and that Guangzhou were just grouping up. They wanted to take fights like that. They wanted to roam all 5 on all sides of the map. Is that something they can afford to do against Falcons?
Honestly, no. I feel like you can split the map, maybe you go for a 3-2 formation, because we saw wherever recall is, wherever the Nolan is, they can either get a kill or make the opponents low enough so that they have to back. There was few ganks onto Flap where I feel like, okay, you got Flap, and now what, right? You gotta either control the jungle or get those objectives. So I feel like that's just something that you have to understand, right? you know that recall can give you the advantage. So what are you going to do with that advantage? Because against a team like Falcons PH, Liquid, SRG, even Vamos, if you give them time, especially up against a Ling, once Kyle got that Blade of Despair, then that was it. The damage coming in from the Ling was just too much for them to handle.
You have to, again, remember that that's the reason he went for just pure damage at the start, right? Very unorthodox Ling build, just going rushing BOD, but it's because you already have physical shred, you already have consistent damage from the Tyroth, and then the Brody, and then the Lilia as well. So it was just a mix of damage, constantly going at it. She just wanted to go for those last hits, and that's why a couple of times you saw some surprise moments where I think XC just got blink completely taken out with just one ability, one defined blade. So it's the small things. And I agree, there were a lot of throws from Guangzhou Gaming when they were ahead, forcing in mid. I remember diving onto Haji for some reason. Mei dove in, lost, died there, and completely
Wala pang
lost
bago,
control.
guys.
You know, another
Yung 2
star,
champs,
I
1
think,
game pa din
had a
yung
couple of
code.
moments from Guangzhou Gaming.
Try
Was
niya,
Nolan.
baka
Nolan
biglang
actually had a pretty
inactive
good.
na
He was
lang.
5-1 for most of that game. Last person alive, defending the base, tried
Pwede kaya
to
magulit-ulit ng
make something
redeem
happen,
yun.
but couldn't. LaFell,
Siguro.
you know, he's an important part of Guangzhou Gaming's
Huli
strategy
na.
if they want to win this.
I gotta say,
Wala,
so
late
far,
na eh.
looking at the previous game, the draft might change how
Kanina
this
pa
will
yung
look
2
like, but
champs.
it does seem that if there's anything that Guangzhou wants to exploit, is the front lines. Take down Ogwen as well as take down Flap. Because the thing is, once those are gone, you should hope that the discipline for Falcons PH to respect the damage coming in and not force a defense. Try to use that, because in that earlier fight, I just don't like them
Style
sacrificing
sa ML
themselves for
dati.
nothing.
Yeah, I agree. The sacrifices definitely, they gotta fix.
Bago
a
na
lot
yung
of those,
MM.
but I
Ano
think
ba
going
account
back to the
mo
Nolan
nung
pick,
dati?
I feel like in this position, it doesn't matter how
Ayaw ni
well
Flap
Nolan plays
pasupa
the
yung
game.
muscle
Because
niya.
that pick in itself was already forced out, right? We saw all the
Pwede
assassins
sila
banned out. Fanny Hirar in the
magpapatay.
first phase, the Ling first picked, and then the Hayabusa taken out in the second phase, where then you are left to play either utility jungle, which will already be countered by the Lilia, the Glue, and shredded down by the Dairoth, or you go for an assassin, which can clear fast, can get
Ano
an
binili
early
niya sa promo
snowball,
Dias,
but
guys?
will
Di pa ako
ultimately come out to
ano,
nothing. Because
di
again,
pa ako
in that game, Nolan,
nakakapag-decide
you're up against a Lilia.
kung saan
Black Shoes here.
gagamitin yung promo
So you're up
Dias.
against a Brody that can stun you and lock you down, and then a Ling who literally is the counter to the Nolan. It's tough.
Day late and a dollar short sometimes for that last pick. And I think obviously Guangzhou Gaming trying to pull out, it could be a rabbit out of the hat. They might need more than that. Might need a tank out of the hat to have enough firepower against Falcons, because they came to play. There was no doubt that these players want to show up like we know they can on this global stage. MSC looking for one winner for that $1 million prize.
Sana Epic binili mo.
On their way to be it. One more win that will put themselves in a strong
Hello,
position in this
She.
group
Happy
with a
streaming
2-0
from
start.
AFK
But of
Gods.
course,
Thank you,
Guangzhou Gaming
She.
trying to come back and claw their way to make it a best of 3 and force that final third game. LaFell, more
Wala
of
nagko-comment sa YT. Ba't wala nagko-comment sa YT? Hindi naman ako nangangagat.
But I was hoping for much more coming in from Falcons here, because
Wala na
yes,
nag-iipon ng point sa YT.
analysts, we're
Nako.
like,
Sayang naman.
it's not gonna be enough just yet, because
Pag doon kasi kayo nag-comment sa YT, makakaipon kayo ng points. Tapos pag na-reach niyo yung 1,000 points, makakakuha kayo ng epic skin.
far above and beyond the competition.
Kahit isang diamond hindi
At this point, it's not about
nakakuha
beating
sa ano,
Guangzhou, it's about
sa buong
getting
buhay
that
mo.
momentum, that tempo
Ang dami-dami redeem
for you to
gold,
make it all the way to
guys.
the grand finals. And I hope this is kind of like a
Ano
wake-up call
lang,
to be like, okay,
abangan
there's
nyo lang
mistakes
kasi.
here, and here. We gotta fix this
Wala pang
before
bagong
we get to
code
the grand finals.
Yumi.
Especially for me, I want to see a bit more coming in from Falcons.
Okay. Yeah, for me, unfortunately, I see where you're coming from. I agree to a certain extent, but I think just going off of the experience of all these teams, you know, Falcons, PH, TLPH, just the Filipino teams in general.
Wala
there's
kang
so
pang
many times
YT.
where in a tournament they would look weak
Mas
early
mahal
on,
ba
and then they would just
ang
adapt and improve as time passes by. and as the
data
tournament
sa
goes around.
YT?
I think that's another
Epic
this should be
tsaka
another example of that.
Zodiac nakuha mo sa promo.
All the teams, I think
Zodiac,
here,
di
the first
ba
day will
bawal
still be
yung
kinda
pang
like
promo daya sa
reading out, gauging
Zodiac?
out what the meta really is, and they'll still be going for weirder picks. And then later on, we'll have a much more we'll have a better understanding on the meta.
O yung Zodiac, ay wala nang Zodiac si ano eh.
I think it's flexible.
Si Lina
It's
eh.
really just about, I guess, the micro and macro, knowing when to go in and out, because Darov is not a hero that's in the meta a lot, so it's one of those where you
Gusto niya guys sa Black Up, may pamigay na bukod doon na Dayas. Mobile Legends Esports na account. Pero ubos na ngayon. Bukas na lang ulit. Salamat sa pagbasa ng comment. You're welcome po. Baka bumili siya ng box. Pwede. Di ba ilan? Ay, di ba isa lang yun per day? O yung ano, meron ba yung 99? Pwede yung sa promo dice. Di ba meron yung 99 na chest? 99 kowa na chest ba yun? Ay, di, Dayas yata yun.
When it comes to MOBAs that can last over an hour, we had Dota 2 on the stage, right, just last week. It's a different pacing, it's a different timing, it's a different scale. When you're here, you need the tempo, you need to be available in those first 5 minutes, those first 10 minutes, because those turtles, that Lord, it's gonna maybe change and secure your victory right away.
So I gotta say, here in the Mobile Legends ecosystem, we have another thing to consider. It's not sometimes just one hero. Sometimes it's just the draft does not have the answer against the composition that opponent has. For example, we've had teams drafting no crowd control where you're going up against a lot of fast-moving assassin, mages, marksmen, and you're like, how are you gonna stop that?
Di ko alam kung last na yung code, guys. Hindi nga ako nag-work sa MLBB Esports. Hindi ako nag-work sa production nila.
And nothing happened. So that's also a balance we have to see in
95 na kaya bumili ka ng 120. Naka 120 ka. So doon nga ginamit yung so pwede nga pala no yung chest na makukuha kowa.
And right now I think for Guangzhou Gaming the route is double down on meta because again
Una lang yung code, guys. Limit na daw eh. Hintayin nyo na lang ulit. Wait nyo, baka biglang may lumabas sa screen.
They could deal with Kyle on the link, constantly clearing those side lanes, right? So again, with the Nolan, you aren't able to 1v1 the link in the side lane. With any of those picks,
Dayas na box na kuha. Na 15 na kuha mo. Wow. Sulit. Parang isang beses pa lang ako nakakakuha ng 15 na kuha dun. Pero at least sulit din yun ah.
Well, it really helps out a team
Kahit
that really wants to be
hindi 50 lagi makuha.
It forces you to never autopilot because you're playing a normal map, you know where the bushes are, but sometimes
Binan na yung link.
disappears in your brain that there's a bush in front of you, you just forget about it.
Oh man. Goodbye to Assassins, I'm guessing
Wala
here.
si Bebe sa EWC.
I believe that Hirara should be coming out next.
Yung tournament na lang sa
Sunday, formerly known as Ahao, was the world champion in
Games
the
of the Future ba?
MOBA.
Yun dun yata
And
si
he's
ano.
winning from the Hell Gonzo Gaming pull of an upset today. I mean, like,
Kazu
it was pretty good at the early, but again, it's all about utilizing the advantages that you have.
And it's also about timing. And I think certain players, we see this across multiple games as well. I'm sure in MLBB,
May pa sila
fit
ako
different metas
wala
better.
ni isang
And you can
Dayas.
play the meta, but sometimes it's not the
nakapag-redeem
meta
sila
you would
eh.
prefer to play. It's not your style.
Dapat
It's
early
not where you
guys
feel
sa
at
mga
home.
code.
So having a winning formula
Nasa
in one
Onyx
game,
ID,
in one
yes.
meta
Pero
may not
bukas pa ang
translate over
laban
to
ng
what we're
Onyx
seeing now, which
ID.
clearly has given us a little bit of a different look here as we see our bands start to come out for Game 2, Falcons versus Guangzhou Gaming.
Yeah, back again to that point though, hey, I've seen a lot of different coaches come in from different MOBAs, and it's always a clear template that they bring into the team, right? Early games, great. They have these templates where this is where you need to group up. This is how you get prio over your laner. This is how you get
Lagi
prio over the
nakukuha
map itself.
material.
But then it's the mid and late game where we get to see a little bit of that question mark. And it's because compared to other MOBAs, this is a lot faster, like you pointed out, right?
Minsan
Because
din
it's a
ako
lot faster, it's
open.
almost like they're coming into it with the mindset of, all right,
Pero
we're going
okay
from
na
gear
din.
1 into 2, 3, constantly. But in MLBB, it's kind of like you go gear 1, and you kind of have to
Okay na
skip the
din.
next 4
Baliktad.
gears into 5.
Something to note as well, the longer the game goes, the less that the coach can really impact on the decisions of the game, because that's why certain shot callers in Mobile Legends is so highly valued that
lalo yung
even if your
Farsa
mechanics
Epic.
isn't that great, but you have a
Wala
good
ako,
head over your
80
shoulders,
Dayas daw yung nakuha niya sa code.
your price is just
Wala
gonna
lang guys,
skyrocket.
lang.
So
shout outs to V.
shout outs to V,
Makaka-redeem
and
din
this
kayo.
is why honestly we're going into a game where teams that have incredible mechanics as well as good coaches try to end the game as fast as possible, because I would say after 10-12 minutes, it can get chaotic. And that's where the point surprises happens. And Harara first pick here for Guangzhou, and now an early Akai.
Wow.
As
Hirara,
well.
Oh God.
We're getting
Eudora.
spicy over here. Rara finally let
Eudora is
through,
back.
and Eudora back again for the 3rd out of 4
Gagawin ko na ulit
games
main si
with the
Eudora.
early Akai.
Yeah, that's why Falcons were happy with the trade. They were like, all right, go for the Hirara. We'll take the
Zodiac
Eudora.
ni
We'll
Zas.
lock
Uy,
her down
dalawa yung
completely,
nakuha
and
niya.
even the Akai
Ako wala
pick.
pa akong
We've seen
nagagamit sa
more Assassins do
promo
well, find success over the course of the last 3 games that we casted or that we analyzed for. But the Akai works when it's still against the Hirara, man. It's just so difficult for the Hirara to walk onto these neutral objectives. So, Guangzhou Gaming, I think they got to build for a strong side goal.
Yeah, and also just to note for the fans watching, just because a hero got nerfed doesn't mean it's unusable, right? Akai is still very strong.
Hello,
it's still a top
Adrian,
pick in the
G.
jungle. It's just
Jimenez.
not as oppressive during wildcards and basically during wildcards, because during MWI it's already been nerfed. So now Guangzhou answer with the Claude as well as the Eve, and now the Harley picked up. So this is Akai Roam.
I think so.
Oh, Akai
I like it
Roam.
more than the Akai jungle, not gonna lie. I agree with you, it's not entirely out of the meta in the jungle, but I'd prefer it to be somewhere else, especially considering right now it's all about having those fast clearing jungles, and Akai did get kind of nerfed in that aspect. The Barats
Nag-collector ka
gets
na
banned
yata.
out. Very
Oo.
interesting.
Why so?
Okay, so I've also seen this in scrims. The Barats is usually an answer to the Arlet or the Paquito, so I think Falcons might actually be eyeing an Arlet here, knowing that, again, they already have an Akai. It's very good to stop that. The Brody gets banned out by Guangzhou Gaming, another pick that can actually bully the Claude, but if you see the Eve, you're already kind of thinking it should be no problem.
Yeah.
Either way, though,
Wala
it
na
is what it is.
madalang
The
na
Uranus is
yung
the final ban
utility
for
jungle.
Falcons.
Yeah, so it looks like Falcons trying to set up for a strong pick in
Prince
the
o
EXP.
Siva,
And now, the
mag-wait
Clint
ka
has
ng
been
redeem
banned out
code dyan
as
sa
well.
screen. May
So
lalabas
for
dyan,
Guangzhou, I would say
random.
their opening is pretty solid, but they still
I-redeem
need
mo agad pag
someone
may
to be
nakita ka.
a proper frontline. If possible, push the Eudora away
Di mo
so that it doesn't
kailangan
become a problem
mag-spam.
for either the Claude or the Harara.
Hintayin nyo
Because
lang, guys.
they got a lot of damage coming in from Guangzhou, but I feel like if one of those pieces is missing, it's going to be a bit awkward.
Lane pressure with Moskov, able to have that global rotate to join in on the fights. That was one of the things the casters picked up. Gideon mentioned that was a problem for Guangzhou. Grouping together, not being able to kind of 4-1 or 3-2, as you mentioned, LaFell. Moskov going to open up some things and some playmaking potential, as we have 2 more picks here coming from Guangzhou Gaming to close out their draft.
Yeah, especially now we're in dangerous grass. They need a dedicated pick, doesn't matter Roam or EXP, just to be able to open up the map, because Eudora as well as the Hardy can take advantage. And there's the Grok. We don't see him a lot. Still a very strong pick.
Paquito.
And finally, the Paquito shows up. Esmeralda is not there to like be a true counter, but at this point I feel like there's still quite a lot of picks that can deal with Guangzhou.
Beep
I
na
think it should
yan.
be just either the Phobius or the Arlet.
Well, yeah, the Fovia is still open, yeah.
The Arlet, you're going to get bullied quite a bit by the Keto, but then you're just relying on the stuns coming in for the resets with the Akai and the Eudora in your team. If you want to take more into your hands, you would go for the Phobius, but instead, they go for the Sora.
I gotta say, Falcons PH...
Just for dive?
Falcons PH, at least for this matchup, looks like that, like just more damage, right?
Yeah.
A good offense is a good defense. So a lot of firepower coming in from Falcons for the first match in game number 1 and game number 2.
Because it seems like with the Sora pick here, it's more of like, all right, we don't care about the lane anymore. We're just going to go for the team fight, because the Paquito is usually an answer to the Sora in lane.
And at this point, why would they? Whatever works last game could work again. Confidence for Team Falcons PH trying to close it out over GZG. Let's send it over to our casters, see what they think as Gideon and Brigitte join us for game 2.
Thanks so much, Reindeer. Let's jump right into this. We are ready for battle, of course, but right now, it's about trying to figure out how to get underneath the skin of each of our competitors here. And so far, currently at match point, it's Team Falcons who are leading that charge. We want to see how GZG is going to try and turn this around.
And I agree. I would want to see more from Team Falcons as well. It was already brought up by our panelists. Initially, I think heading into this tournament, you were really expecting them to be one of the cleanest, but game 1, GZG pushed them to the limits by just a little bit. So this time around, though, things seem to be pretty different, draft-wise especially.
Oh, what a sneaky little invade here by Kyle. Able to take a camp out. He figured out the starting path and was able to take at least one of these camps. This does mean that it's going to be a bit of a delay. However, we're going to see Recall here going to try and contest this. It's dangerous stuff, and admittedly, they played it well. Even Haji getting into the right position to see it happen.
Yeah, somehow equalizing the advantage in the early game, given that Kyle did take away one green camp. But a quick look onto the emblems as well. There seems to be the mid duo taking that PYT.
Interesting stuff, but at the same time, I'm liking the way that Falcons are actually playing this right now. Flap gonna take a bit of damage here. What's that? Felt like that was a kill angle.
Yeah, if it weren't for Oakwood.
Yeah, but even then, I think that should have been a solo kill, right? Empower jab into auto attack would have been like more than enough to take him out here, but now.
Oh, this is something unexpected. Xing did not expect that, but it was still Guangzhou who actually picked up first blood. They find Haji in exchange of Xing, but it's a double kill now for Kyle, and it seems like they got the better trade.
A much better trade, in a matter of fact. And May understood, again, this Grok can be a game changer. The problem is that it's very timing-based, right? You have to maintain control over tempo. It's not a fight on a dime type hero. You really have to kind of set the plays and really find the right angles. At the same time, with tempo. Oh, whoa, all right. So we know that Kyle's on top side.
Okay, and now, you know, the Modi's just holding this bush. We're seeing dangerous grass in a while, and now it's Falcon starting it up. But Recall and the rest of the members are gonna be here too. Flap trying to look for an angle. He's not gonna go in for the setup just yet, and there you go. But it's still Recall actually winning out on the red trade battle. Blazing to it, already coming in here by side. SOD will not connect, but Oakland still goes in for the knockups, and the flicker from Flap. They still actually find Xing, but they might just get traded out. Unfortunately, the heavy spin will keep them safe. The knockups, however, close call for Oakland right there.
What a timing by both of these supports. They both knew we're about to hit level 4. Just give me the right timing. I just need to reveal one extra person. The tech charge alongside with a heavy spin. Life-changing spells. And now you get to see how these compositions actually want to play the game now, right? Falcons, understandably, hey, even though it's a skirmish, we can't risk losing these big spells before the most important fight. But look at Kyle, repathing down towards the purple side, knowing that Hirara is on the orange buff side.
Yep, I think the only small win really that we could really consider from that was the fact that Recall still got the objective. Other than that, the team fight, the post-turtle takes seem to have really favored Falcons, especially as Recall has lost on so much resources at this point already. Fortunately though, he's not really as behind, but you can see that Kyle is really having such a good start.
Wait, keep your eyes out here. Flap might find an angle. If he gets on top of Xing, it might just be over. It doesn't reveal him, but he's gonna walk through. Good check. Good game sense.
Yep. They're not they could not afford to lose out on any more. At least Modi, I think, would be communicating every single time he feels that Flap isn't within the area. Another gold grab. I think that's the second time Super Marco stole it away from Guangzhou.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Committing it all just for these small advantages. That's what separates the boys from the men. Oh, CY's in so much trouble.
Okay, there's a Purify still, but he still gets caught in the heavy spin nonetheless. The damage from Haji is going to be enough. The question is, does Ogun get out of this? He might just, but not with the real-world manipulation being laid down.
Okay, that's actually incredible. That's actually incredible for Falcons. No RWM, they get to technically contest this for free.
That's knowing that they didn't have the real world, and now Guangzhou might get more. They might just find Kyle. Fortunately, is still alive though, but Xing picks up the kill. Now they're gonna go for the chase. It's Mei and Xing trying to get back under their turrets. Another barrier laid down, and the flicker to get out.
Oh, this is ridiculous. That Fork Lightning. Oh no, wait. Does he have? Okay, he does have Body Slam, but CY chasing this really isn't gonna get much until he gets that Trinity build. But my goodness, getting to see the Fork Lightning being spammed like what, 3 times? I know that they changed the cooldowns to it so that you can like chain it together much easier than last time where you needed to be like level 11, level 10 around there to get it consistently. But now here at level 7, I mean, Haji is doing it consistently too.
Yeah, and at least for Falcons, despite what happened earlier on, they didn't really lose the advantage. Like, they still have the advantage in their hands nonetheless, despite Flap slipping up on that setup and them actually not being able to contest for the objective. And maybe that's one thing Guangzhou can just really try to capitalize on. The fact that even if the Akai is on the other side, the way that they just get in and out of these fights and still have these utilities to really rely on, such as the tech charge and real-world manipulation, might just give them the upper hand.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I think GCG, they got the mechanics, and I think they also have great communication with each of their members, but I think Falcons is much better at just playing patient, and honestly, super tactical. Oh,
Flap is gonna be here, Haji flickers out, but they find themselves under the real-world manipulation, but they're not gonna fight under that anymore. So that's just resources burned again from the side of Guangzhou pre-turtle.
and here I was complimenting GCG about, great communication, and yet, they could have, I don't know, used their ults at the same time, or, and find the engagement a little bit sooner, but that's fine. It happens, especially in high-stakes games, and especially when you're playing against a team like Falcon. You know they've got plenty of history.
Yeah, Kyle shows up here in mid, and Ogun will be at least positioning here in the turtle. But Guangzhou have a lot of information. They know what to expect and where they could potentially come from. But does Flap start things off again?
I think it's about the big fight.
Oh, it's gonna be Mei instead who gets caught now. Tech charge does land, but does he go down in the deadly magic? It's not gonna be the case. Guangzhou once again take the objective for themselves, and it's Flap just trying to run for his life, but Xing does not allow him to get away. And this seems like a repeat of game number 1, where it's not Kyle going to the other side of the map, but instead it's just Super Marco at this point.
Only naturally, right? Because when you have the access to the SOD, being able to close that distance with the rest of your team on mutual objectives is sort of the point. But I think at this stage, Super Marco, he's probably going to start rotating after clearing this bot side, rotate over to mid, and then immediately, oh wait, actually, does he need to? Nah, he doesn't need to. The Lord is going to spawn on that top side. He's staying down bot.
Oh, over half HP. Guangzhou Gaming have been really good in terms of these pokes and back and forths as well. Not really granting the massive advantage to Falcons despite the slight sloppiness, I'd say, especially pre-objectives. But at least they're somehow grouping together and making sure that they somehow, at least, the next team fight we see, get to communicate and layer their skills better.
Yeah, I'm noticing that GCG, like, the gold lead isn't too far away from the Falcons, right? You can play a little disrespectful, but I've noticed that they don't really invade, do they? They just sit around the river a lot of the time. Thanks for bringing up the items, because I am curious to see how far along the track they are. Chastised Pauldron already purchased by Mei, and now that the rest of the Falcons are looking to get this tier 2 side, we're just a little bit of gold off before Super Marco is actually able to complete the Trinity. DHS and he's done.
Yeah, I think the only time we really got to see them invade was when Mei was on the Hilda, and it was just Mei as the Hilda. Like, there wasn't really help that came from the other members as much, and that's naturally what you expect. But this time, on the Grok and Eve, it seems to be a bit different in terms of their gameplay, or maybe Falcons too are just overwhelmingly good in controlling the map.
Maybe, but I think the Falcons need to recognize that, hey, GZG are really good at chasing you down, so they cannot take that initial impact. If it's too much damage and they back away, it's just as good as a wipeout. So I think that Falcons are being extra precautious on the way that they need to maneuver around these fights, knowing that the tech charge is probably their best form of counter-engage, and the real-world manipulation, it's a box, so you got to start thinking about angles.
GZZ are just blocking off the entries for Ogun at this point, forcing the recall for Super Marco just to get here, but now Modi all alone. How did it end up like this? There were just 3 members surrounding him at that point, and he was all alone. Now GZG are down 1. Recall shows up. Flap trying to keep him in check. Mei still has the ultimate, but Ogun uses his first. And now Falcons are just going to go for Hero. Super Marco's here to help. Sai using the Blazing 2 to get away, but the SOD is going to land. Super Marco goes in. Flap 2 helping him make or get some kills. But that's just them pushing GZG out as they focus on the objective.
That has to be one of the biggest whiffs of all time. Zipper, don't put up the replay on that one. I swear to God. Recall dying there? Like, why would you use your iframes to try and bail? Like, you can't stop the spin. That's the problem with a heavy spin. You can't stop it. Oh! Doesn't have enough damage.
Yeah.
But sure, boy, was that flashy. That looked cool.
It was cool. And they got tier 2 turrets out of that too. Unfortunately, you have to take a look at the replay.
God damn it, Zipper! I mean, just look at Recall, right? There's no reason for him to actually dash into this to get the extra little bit of damage. If they wanted to do something earlier, it's got to be the RWM. The order was wrong, and unfortunately for Recall, he should have known. Don't go into the heavy spin. You can't cancel it out as easy as you think it can.
Yep. And now they have to deal with the Lord, who is still up, by the way, marching down bot as Falcons will just try to focus out on the other remaining outer turrets. And Recall shows up yet again in this spot. Fortunately, has the iframes. But now it's Falcons winning out big. It's a 5k gold lead all over again. At least they have Holy Shields, because earlier when they had this Lord, their Holy Shields were already down.
But still, it's pretty good. GCG, if they can just clear out these... Oh, the conceal.
Oh, Flap's gonna go in, does find one. Real world manipulation used as a response, though. Kyle's just gonna focus on X-Ying! Deadly Magic definitely gonna take him downside. Doesn't have enough damage with the Blazing Do It just yet, but Recall will finish the job. They find one in exchange of 2. Kyle being chased by Modi, but this is not enough. Super Marco goes in! SOD threatens them, and they cannot chase after Kyle anymore. Modi, though! Can they actually do this?
Almost. Oh, he outplays it! He gets the power, but still dies in the end. The KDA machine says no!
Wow, Owen picked up an Immortality too. Were they expecting the team fight to last a bit longer than it should have? Another Deadly Magic onto Mei. But this is going to be a Croc, so they're not going to take him down.
Yeah, typical Paquito things, am I right? You know, it's just like Suyo when you're just about, you get that first kill and then you purchase the Sky Piercer. Same goes for the Immos, right? It happens at times. But for the time being, we can see that, like, they've got good damage here. I am curious to see what they have. Thank you for the item, Zipper. 3 already done. Malefic Gun on the way through. Winds of Nature, good purchase here for Super Marco. They understand that it's going to be up to the Blazing Duet to kind of make up for the lack of damage.
Yeah, so we see that how surprisingly Modi lasted a bit longer than we thought, apart from the fact that, yeah, Haji's skills were mostly on cooldown, I'd say, but this is looking really devastating. The damage that you can expect from Kyle is really massive, and now Exine gets caught by Flap once again. It's just Flap doing all of this pressure onto the back lines, and he surprisingly nearly took him down. Mei will be the exchange for this, but Kyle trying to go for the chase of the back lines too. GZG now have left Recall all alone against 5 of Team Falcons.
Literally 1 HP, and the crowd's going wild for this one. Wasn't expecting them to survive, expecting at least a 2-for-1 trade, and they get denied even that. An 8k gold lead as Falcons have taken this mid-game all the way to the late and are looking to punch a hole straight through GZG.
Yep, it's just Kyle on the Lord. No threat whatsoever from the side of GZG. At least Sai can still hold on to this Purify later on for this upcoming siege, but it's looking scary. The way, or the ways that Falcons can just attempt to go in for a dive.
Yeah, I gotta give it to Modi though. Although the build is a little more defensive, not looking to take full advantage of the kit in multiple different ways, I think getting a War Axe might actually be profitable for him. He's been playing a really good peel. Yeah. He saved the life of Seeing, and I think they got it. Oh!
You just mentioned him. You just mentioned his name, and
good
he
block.
nearly went down.
Don't worry. If it's not for Modi, it's Mei who's going to block the damage. They are working in tandem with each other.
They have to at this point, because they're the only ones that GZG could really rely on when it comes to the all-out team fights. Kyle is going to hold this bush. Recall has no idea, and the Lord is going to march down here as well. They get this turret for free, and now Oakland goes in. Already down half HP though, so you got to respect the damage coming from GZG.
They're dancing around this, and they understand, man, the waves are not exactly in the best position, and unfortunately, in comparison to Guangzhou's Gaming's lineup, it's a lot harder to get the siege down.
Oh, Recall goes in. Oakland already very low.
They don't know.
They don't know. They don't know.
Gonna back away from this.
Yeah, because the Purify was still up too, even if he went for the tech charge there.
I'm realizing, I thought they got rid of the eye. Or maybe this is like a spectator thing.
Oh, yeah.
That we get to see the eye, but they don't.
Yeah.
This is nice. This is a little quality of life change that we've been asking for, that now being implemented onto our, at least for our observers.
Did they take out Did they take out the eye or just the delay when you see?
It is the delay on the eye as well, but even so, let's see where this is going to lead to, because right now Falcons have been bouncing back and forth between top side and bottom side just to get every buff underneath the sun.
Okay, the threat of the tech charge, it's there, but the damage from side too, shredding down open to bases. Immortality already popped. The setup from Flap, catching two with the follow-up damage coming in from Kyle. They're definitely going to take out more. Modi falls first. The iframes are not going to keep Recall safe as Super Marco ends it from the sides, finds a double, and just waits for the waves to come crashing in the base.
A chop to the neck. Trying to break the neck now. Trying to go for the throat. Seeing, what can he do? What do they have access to? They could try, no, not even the RWM is accessible. And Falcons will close this game out with a clean 2-0 against Guangzhou Gaming.
With the wipeout at that to end game number 2.
Sweet.
Falcons were just everywhere. They could
Parang replay ng game mo, no?
setup for Guangzhou.
Easy
They
sweep.
had to worry about all these backlines, these surprises that had to come in from Team Falcons.
But this is a learning experience. It really comes down to the little things in the game that slowly add up. I wouldn't say that this is a complete defeat for GZG, but a huge learning experience for what is to come later in this group.
Yeah,
Marvin,
the fact that
hello.
Falcons haven't had the cleanest of games in their debut here in MSC already goes to show the potential that GZG actually have in this debut match.
It's some good stuff and a very good showing so far, as our second series of the day has been exciting just to see what our professionals are pushing the meta towards and what they've been experimenting. And I kind of like it because now they're showing multiple flex picks, and even over and going on the Sakai opens up
Good
opportunities for
evening,
other teams to
Corpus
say, hey, this could be a
Marvin.
drafting technique we can utilize.
How long have we been
Wala
wanting
pang
for
code.
different picks in the mid
Baka
lane,
mamaya
right?
pa yan.
You get it in the first
Ulit.
day of
Kung may
MSC,
bago.
where the Eudora seems to be showing up more often than we expected it to. And the flex picks on the picks you're so used to seeing in certain roles as well, the direct counters, the draft sequences. There's just so much to understand and uncover here in MSC. What is that?
Panalo Falcons, yeah.
You should expect it these days, especially now that the meta is heading towards Eudora. Because now, there's so many things Eudora can do. The extra movement speed, the multi-stun, which has been changing a lot of these
Pag PH, walang
the
comeback.
surprising amount of AoE that most people don't associate with Eudora because it's been too
Dalawa
long.
daw idodrop. Eh, baka mamaya guys, may dalawang matches pa. Kalma nyo guys, hindi pa naman last match na yun eh. Relax lang. Kung gusto nyo talaga mauna, manood kayo ng live stream.
Guangzhou Gaming. Super Marco, welcome back to MSC. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
You're feeling good.
Post agad
He's
pag may
shy.
code.
Now,
Ipopost ka
Super
agad.
Marco, I wanna
Pag
ask,
limit
how
mo.
different is the Super
Joke.
Marco this year
Pinapost ka naman
compared to
agad.
the one we saw in
Nalilimit lang
2024
talaga
that made it
agad.
all the way to the grand finals?
I think still the same because I'm still motivated and I'm eager to win.
Wow.
Wow.
No, that was a really
English.
good answer. Okay, let's discuss game 1. Because in the first game, we saw that the first few minutes of the game was primarily dominated by Guangzhou Gaming. So did you guys get shocked, honestly, at how aggressive they were in the early game?
I think they just maximize our errors in early game. That's why they got the advantage.
And how did you guys manage to keep yourself composed and come back for the later part of the game?
Wala pang
We
code
just
guys.
maximize their errors. That's
Wala
why.
pa.
That's
Pero
why
madalas kasi
we came
yun,
back.
You guys capitalize on the mistakes that they
pinapakita
played
nila
out
sa
in the game, which
screen bago
honestly boils down to
mag-draft.
experience, if you ask me. Now, Super Marco, 2 matches into MSC, and we have witnessed some very, very interesting picks that has debuted this year, like the Brody coming out from you. So I want to ask, what made you guys decide to pick Brody?
I don't know. Brody is just meta. There's no other reason. It's just meta.
It's just meta, so why didn't
It's
you pick
just
your
meta.
Brody skin?
Wala lang.
No? You just don't feel like using it today?
I don't want to use it.
Why?
I just don't feel it.
You just don't feel it. Now, I did hear that some players don't like to
Tinanong
use
ba't tayo
their own skin because they
gamitin
said that they feel like it's cursed somehow, that when they played on the international stages, they do end up losing. Is it the same case for you?
Yeah.
There's a curse. All right, we shall not ask further. Super Marco, is there any words that you want to say to the fans that has been supporting you guys?
Thank you sa mga Thank you sa mga pumunta sa venue tsaka sa mga sumusuporta sa amin dyan online. Sana supportahan nyo kami next match.
He said thank you to everybody who came down to the venue, and of course to those watching at home, and he hopes that you guys can actually support them in their next match. Congratulations, Super Marco, and thank you very much. That's it from us here with the post-match winner interview.
Dalawa kasali sa Pinas MSC. Yes po. Si TLPH tsaka Team Falcons PH. Good afternoon, Winslet. Good evening na pala. No? Good morning. Para lahat masabi. Pinapost ka naman guys pag may ko. Punahan lang talaga. Siyempre habang ginagawa ko yung pag-post, marami nang nagre-redeem. Kaya mas maganda. Nanonood kayo ng stream.
I think it's the same again, right? We saw the early game, we saw the template. When it was still template, early to mid game, they know what to do. They know exactly where to position themselves. They know when to gank, how to get prio. But once it gets to a stage where they have to be a little bit more creative, when it's hands off for the coach, when it's no longer template,
hindi ka ako nakaano dun eh. Nakapili dun, nakalimutan ko.
This game especially, a bit naive.
So wala akong champion
walking past some of these bushes, May not opening up for CY. Dude, CY, that one moment where the Claude walked up through the bush, I was like, oh my god, why is the roamer not opening up?
Marco, this is why I see in dangerous grass.
Kaya sino champion niya sa MSC?
Especially I'm colorblind. Dude, I'm colorblind, right?
These are issues, right?
I mean, like, these are issues.
Yeah,
like,
real issues.
There are things that make you overthink. Like, for example, even questions, right? Players are struggling going up against Eterna, and now Rose, even Super Marco's like, I did not get this in PR training. They didn't tell me what to do when they asked about the skins, right? Look at his face. He looked more scared in that interview than in games like, oh my god, what do I answer about the skins?
She wouldn't let him go either.
She wouldn't let him. She's like,
I know Rose now. She's not. She's pushing.
Oh, alam ko TLPH ka te.
Say that again.
Yung iba kaya?
A little louder, please.
So here's the thing, right?
Iba, sino champion niya guys?
A lot of players have been
yung
investing a lot of time in trying
in-game.
to establish the meta and all this kind of thing, sometimes to the point where you overlook certain aspects. And that's why Dangerous Grass is something that I really look forward to, because especially if the game goes long, somehow the grass just disappears from your mind. I don't know what they call it in science, but it's probably no grass in your face.
Maybe. You know, maybe it's like wearing a watch where you kind of stop feeling it after a while.
Yeah,
blends into your wrist.
And then you just check your phone for the time.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's right. Wait a second. I got my watch on. Guys, 18-6, 15-minute game. I'm struggling to try to figure out a question to ask you guys that could have an answer to support Guangzhou Gaming or a team on this back foot so far moving forward.
Mga
It just seems like there's
33
total control over our leading teams.
Grabe ka naman. Yung iba ayaw lang talaga mag-cut. Ganun din naman ako madalas pag nanonood ng ibang live stream. Hindi naman ako nagko-comment.
Why not Arlet? Why not Phobius? Why did you go for the Sora?
Gets ko naman yung mga ayaw mag-comment dito. Pero mas masaya, di ba, pag nagko-comment. At least may kakwentuhan.
They can be the initiators to open up for the other damage dealers, right? And I think that's what Guangzhou Gaming lacked. They went for
EL or Onyx, sabi. Yung champion nyo sa in-game, di ba may pilian ng yung champion guest doon? Sino yung pinili nyong champion?
Peeling. Everybody else was trying to deal damage, and when everybody
Good
else
evening,
is doing individual
RB.
tasks, you don't
Wala
play
pang
together as
code,
a team.
guys.
Although I do have to say, I like what I saw coming in from Guangzhou Gaming. I feel like those are mistakes that is very much fixable, right? Yeah. Look at other teams play, get some bits here and there, maybe one or two
Michael
sprints, and I feel like
Hello,
they would
what's
catch
up?
up very, very fast. I feel like the micro is there. Now it's all about priority, the draft, as well as how you move around the map, which is a lot. But hey, We're playing for $1 million
EL
in the champion slot. So
hello pala kay Shikigami Vlog. Dinner na, may dinner na ako.
To be a team that
Ito pa
goes the
naubos.
entire way in a tournament this big and never
Ano
loses.
ulam niya?
And so what that means is getting comfortable with taking a big lesson after your loss is going to be important. In fact, maybe necessary
Nakalimutan
to
mo?
go all the way. And Guangzhou Gaming, and when you
Ako
look
daw
at
nakapag-guess
Team
doon.
Vamos going up against Team Falcon's meta, there were
Pero
lessons
okay
that
lang
were
din.
applied to both of those teams. If you guys
Alam
now
mo kung
were
gagawa.
taking different roles, we're going to be switching out our talent for our next series. What are the lessons that you've learned so far? What are your takeaways after seeing 2 series as we kicked off MSC?
John Lawrence, wala pa akong code eh.
How do you look at it in the draft, right? In match number 1, it really just feels like they were leaning too much on identity. They didn't really respect the meta.
Magkaiba
In match number
pinili
2,
mo sa
it's more on the side of, all right, we know the meta, we want to go for damage, but it's just too much.
Dalawang
We
account.
don't have anything else
Dami
to
account,
fill in the gaps of the composition.
So in terms of the draft, looks
Dalawang
like Eudora
account
as well as Ling is going to be very, very prioritized. But also
Team
looking at
ko,
the game so far,
kahit alin sa
the mistakes
PH, basta
is gonna be
PH.
magnified by quite a lot. Because Vamos, they saw one mistake where Falcons made, and then they just roll with it. Same as Falcons here, they saw 1 or 2 mistakes coming in from Guangzhou, and then they roll with it. That's why even
Si
in the
Lawrence
interview just
ba
now,
to?
Spark was
Ibang
like,
John
they
Lawrence.
capitalize on our mistakes, but eventually we waited for them to make a mistake, and then we capitalize. So I completely agree with Mirko. The draft is going to be
Ang
very
ganda ng
important,
boses
where
ko.
you can
Thank
get
you
wins
po.
and loses just based off the draft, but also try to minimize
Onyx
those
daw si
mistakes 'cause
Michael.
they just make it super big.
A great heads up from 2 guys who talk MLBB for a living. Now let's talk about what's coming up next. For those who are sitting back, relaxing, not doing any
Puro
work, and
mahirap
just enjoying.
account
Unless
ko.
you're,
Bigyan
trying
mo
to be a
ba?
co-streamer.
Eh,
If that's
hindi.
the case, you're scanning that QR code. And trying to
Diretso
start your
eh,
stream up.
hindi.
Team Vitality and True Rippers. This is a true matchup right here. Indonesia coming through, and Team Vitality
So,
representing
ang nanalo
France.
na ay Vamos and
Here in the
Team Falcons
hometown of
PH.
Paris, France. This is going to
May
be a big
lower
one. Team
bracket
Spirit
pa
and
guys.
Ignite Gaming
Wala pang
following up
laglagan.
afterwards as well. Make sure if you think you know who is going to take the lead and win those series, you get your pick'ems in. That's right. You go to
PLPH ba vote niya sa MSC? Wala ako na vote na champion, nakalimutan ko.
Future in MLBB.
Ilang taon ako?
If you can't tell the
12.
future and you just want to deal with the present, well, right now there's a pretty cool collaboration that you've been seeing a few teases of in game, and I'm talking about my boy Guile, maybe some Ryu. It's Street Fighter and MLBB.
Human body was built.
Inaan ko lang, baka may copyright kasi. Grade 6 ka po. Kinder ako, kinder. Di kayo nag-join sa pa-prediction, guys. May, pwede kayo manalo ng Starlight or Epic Skin. Kaya lang close na yung, close na yung prediction. Indar na. Indar nag-i-stream. Hanggang 12 lang alam ko na number, guys. Kaya 12 lang ako. Jolinda, hello! Salamat sa pagbisita. Maganda ba ako? Di boses ko lang maganda eh. Wala pang code. Wait nyo mamaya bago mag-start itong sino ba laban next? Team Vitality tsaka True Reapers. Bago mag-start yung game 1, dun yata sila nagdo-drop ng code eh. Check nyo. Pero kapag yung 2 champs pa din, baka limit na yun. Ganda ng boses ko. Thank you po. Nagaya, tas ending close na. Monday ko pa kasi pinost yun. Kasalanan ko ba na hindi kaya naka-follow sa akin or hindi kaya naka-notif sa mga post ko? Monday pa yun eh. Kaka-close ng kanina 5 PM. Konti lang sumali dun. Tinatamad yata mag-predict. Wala pang code, guys. Mamaya pa. Siguro. Popost ko na lang, abangan nyo na lang. Kung ayaw nyo manood ng live stream. Pero hindi ko masusure kung di pa limit agad yung pag na-post ko.
And hopefully a little bit of glory for whoever they're representing. This one is a big one because we've got hometown Team Vitality going up against Indonesia. Incredible stories here to kick off our third series of the day, and I want to welcome you back to our studio. My name is Randy. I'll be your host here throughout these 2 weeks of MLBB action at EWC, and of course I'm joined by some amazing faces who know this game and who know very well also Rinmar and Trex. Rinmar, it's great to have you here, man. You've been watching these first couple of series. I mean, we've had some great games so far and some strong moments from teams that are clear competitors here.
Yeah, I love what we've seen from the meta. Trex and I were talking about it behind the scenes and on the way here. We were expecting excitement and unpredictability, and we got that.
It is exactly what we've got. We've seen things like Eudora pop up. The Ling is back. So many. I mean, we saw Brody earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, overall, we're at a place right now where the meta can go just about anywhere, and we are literally just getting started.
One of the great things about this kind of conversation too is the global aspect of these matchups. And sometimes you don't get to see these regions go toe-to-toe. Now we get a chance to do so, and it is our Crunchyroll story of the day that we are going to bring up for this third series because it's India's international debut versus hometown heroes. Rinmar, talk to me about the impact both of these teams have in terms of their fan bases, in terms of this matchup.
Oh, of course. So with True Rippers carrying the pride of an entire region, finally getting representation in Mobile Legends Bang international tournaments, I'm so excited to see them in action. It's going to be a tough one. It is David versus Goliath. It is, who's that guy who rolled up a stone over and over again? It's going to feel that way.
Atlas?
Was it Atlas? Yeah, Sisyphus? I don't know.
He holds
Atlas
the world.
is the one who holds the world, and that's what India's going to have to do.
IGN ko. Dan.
I mean, they're the hometown of Team Vitality, but I'm excited for them, and I'm so happy for India to finally be here. Welcome to International MLBB.
In general, Dan.
It's hard not to talk about some of the bigger picture items here before we start getting granular. You mentioned Eudora, but I mean, really for Indonesia, how big is this
Check
moment?
niyo yung past live stream ko nakalagay dun yung MLID ko tsaka IGN.
But Vitality in general, it's the Cinderella story. What were they? I think they were 6.
Abangan niya guys,
They were
yung
5th place
code.
coming into playoffs, have a lower bracket run, take the championship, and now they're sitting here on the stage of MSC.
Kung ako sa inyo, mag-open na ako ng
ready for
ML.
this first match of today. I mean, it's a big day
Mag-open nga
for them.
ML,
And it's a
baka
big
lumabas yung
tournament for them,
code.
because if they can get great standing in this tournament, if they can win this tournament, it's a huge statement, not just for Indonesia, but for Vitality in general.
Bato, live bato. Ano ka live
Alongside
naman?
Indonesia looking to represent both dreams and contenders. It's not just about getting here, Rinmar. It's about what can you do when you get here. Both these teams now have their work grounded in terms of, can we get a win? Can we jump out to a strong start? Because so much of how you begin a tournament like this can give you the confidence going forward to perform.
Yeah, and for
Agawan ko kayo sa code, guys.
I'm pretty sure they understand the magnitude of the series they're going to be going up against, the competitors across them. But it's good for True Rippers that, yes, they're also representing India. But then they also have 2 Indonesian imports with them. They have Rehansha and Ians, who both came from Indonesia's development leagues. They're hungry to prove themselves alongside players in a region who's been hungry for this opportunity.
Yeah, and Team Vitality also just coming in from, having that org represented here in France. That's got to feel big for them. You see the team members on the screen here as well. We actually had a chance, like before, to have some time to speak with Team Vitality's Moreno.
Open na kayo.
About what they were feeling
Pag-open
heading
na
into
kayo.
today's
Tapos
series.
walang nila pag na-code na. Yun lang.
I'm now with Moreno, the man.
Ako lang.
For his upcoming match, we're gonna talk to
Di
him
ko kasi
before we get
alam
into it.
kung
Moreno,
kung
you're coming here
maglalapag
with
pa
so many
ng
fans
code.
and expectations from the Indonesian fans. How does that feel for you?
A bit heavy, but I just enjoy it.
Pa-shout out, Michael Ilagan ulit. Ibang account naman.
So high.
O, ibang
Even though,
Michael to.
Yeah, little high, but I'm just enjoying. Because
Just
it's
enjoy.
our first time to go to international as a main 5 and as a champion also in our region. That's why we go here with
our confidence.
He had to slip that in as champions from the region. And, you know, Moreno, honestly, despite you guys being champions, it looks like the popularity, you know, out there from the viewers, it looks like they're still in favor of Onyx. How does that feel for you?
To be honest, I don't really care, but it's just a fully statement for
Out
me.
ng papa mo yun.
You guys cannot
Wala,
underestimate
nagpaalam
us
ka ba? Baka
because
magalit mo.
our team first timer now, but I think we can do better here.
Beautiful, beautiful. Don't underestimate them. So,
Madami
coming
kasi
into your
talagang
next matchup, you're up
supporters ng
against True
Onyx eh.
Rippers.
Mapa-ID or mapa-PH.
I think
Sabi kasi ni Eterna,
just good because
sikat pa din daw ang Onyx.
Indonesian player, two players
Kahit sila
from
yung
Indonesia.
nag-champion.
We just for me, we as a team just respect them, but we just beat them.
Okay, respect, but they want to beat them.
Yes.
So, I'm assuming you have enough data on them, right? Did you get to watch their matches?
I think, to be honest, no lah. I think they more data from us.
Malakas team vitality oh.
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
Maksudnya,
they have more information on you compared
ano
to you.
lang, hindi lang nakasama ngayon yung coach nila. Iba yung coach nila ngayon dyan sa MSC. Yung assistant coach.
Like what I said, we don't care. We just focus on our team.
All right. Last question. Any messages to True Rippers?
Good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun.
Okay, good luck and have fun. That's Moreno. Back to you guys.
Moreno, the maestro, representing Team Vitality, MPL Season 17 champions, the first for the organization. Tracks your thoughts on the fact that he knows his opponents have more on them than they do on their opponents, and he's okay with that.
I mean, he has to be okay with it, right? He has to come into this confident, he has to come into this prepared, but there still always has to be a level of respect for these new teams coming in, these new regions coming in. That's where the upsets happen. That's where the chaos can start. And my question is, you know, the question on my mind is, can True Rippers be that underdog that come in and kind of flip the table a little bit today?
Yeah, and I think the team cams, them in their holding areas, pretty much paints the picture of the underdog story against a big giant in Team Vitality. Team Vitality has an army of coaches, their staff are there, the players are there, and in True Rippers, it's 5 or 6 dudes with the dream and hopes of an entire region who was just begging to finally make it here, and here they
Ganda
are.
ng boses mo, ate. Ganda pakinggan. Thank you po. Salamat sa microphone. Pinaganda niya yung boses ko.
One of them that's top of mind today
Yun
is
lang talaga
Sensei
yun eh.
Kimmy, who the region refers to him as, who not only is a professional player here, but moonlights, you could say, or his other job is studying physics and helping to educate underprivileged kids. You talk about the impact of winning $1 million. Somebody like that in the position that they're in could help a lot of people, but it's going to be earned as well. And we had a chance for Eterna to sit down and talk with one of the members of True Rippers about how today is going to go.
And we're now with Asuna from True Rippers. Such a fresh face. How are you feeling?
Hello. Yeah, I'm feeling good, I think.
You're feeling good, feeling excited?
Excited, a bit nervous also, but yeah, that's it.
So are you more nervous about playing or being here on the interview with me?
Think about this interview.
Is it me? Is it me or is it the interview?
Mas kinakabahan sa interview.
Camera and
okay.
I'm just nervous about the camera.
Okay, he's nervous
Pag
about
game
the
kasi,
camera,
hindi
but
mo
he's
naman
not
kailangan
nervous about the
magsalita
game.
eh.
It's going to be very exciting. You are
Lalaro ka
one
lang.
of the, no, you are the first representative from India coming into MSC. The fans are going crazy about you. Does that add pressure to you or motivate you more?
It's more like motivating because I think I got all the fans who supports us, like don't doubt us much. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. What do they usually say to you?
Like they always support us, that they don't care about the result or anything. They just say that it's first time for India, just do your best for everyone.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Shout out to all the Indian fans out there. Coming up next, obviously, are going to be up against Team Vitality. I think they are crowned as one of the favorites, and you're a bit of an underdog here in this matchup. What do you think about that?
We'll say that, but yeah, it's a little bit nervous to like play against them, but yeah, we are prepared though.
Prepared. You have a lot of data on them?
What?
Do you have a lot of data on them?
Yeah, we have done many like watch their games and everything, read their drafts, and our coach is doing everything really good. Yeah.
Okay. So you can beat them?
Of course, we can try. We'll try our best to beat them.
Okay. You have a message to Team Vitality now?
I think just good luck, guys. We'll be there.
Okay. Good luck, but you will beat them.
We'll be there.
Awesome. Awesome energy. Thank you so much once again. And back
Ano
to you
nabili
guys.
ko sa Piso Darius? Wala pa.
The man was nervous, Eterna, and you made him answer the question 5 times in a row. You know, you could have let him off easy, but no, if you're with Eterna or Rose, you're going down in an interview. That's all I got to say. You're losing the interview. You are not getting out easy.
Hindi ko alam
Fellas, I
bibili
mean,
ko sa
that is kind of the
promo
cool
dahil.
part about this because they said, we don't really expect to win.
Ay
We're
ba?
happy
Ano
we're
binili
here.
niya?
We know our fans are
Mga
happy we're here,
kakapasok
and I
lang
think
sa
that's
live
good, but
stream.
it
Ano
kind of
binili niya?
also, does it help relieve some tension knowing that what we do is hopefully like a bonus, like we're playing within the idea of like house money, like we don't really have too much to lose because we're already here?
Yeah, definitely. It was a statement just making it here in the first place. Growing up, my parents never told me, hey, you have to win this spelling bee. Hey, you gotta win this tryout or whatever. Just do your best, son. And look where I am now.
Yeah, nowhere near a spelling bee.
Yeah, but you know, I made it someplace, you know?
Trex, what about you?
I mean, I feel like, yes, you come in without any worry. We've seen a lot of teams on their last breath knowing that it doesn't matter whether they go home or not, do some great things before.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that they still have drive, though,
Epic
because
skinny
you still need that
cans.
hunger.
Yeah.
You still gotta want to win. And right now,
Ano
True
mabibili?
Rippers are just kind of a blank card for all of us, even us as casters. We don't know how they're exactly going to play.
Di kayo
we've seen
nag-try
some of their
dun sa
games,
ano?
but what's their mentality going to be
Sa
on that
record.
stage? Is it going to be carefree? Is the pressure going to be
Hirap
hard?
din dun,
Are
no?
they gonna be
Pag
nervous
baka
like they're
ubos na
talking
yung
to a
promo
tournament?
dahil di
You
mo
know,
pa nakukuha.
exactly how are they going to walk out there? And that's going to be, you know, this game 1 is huge on how we see True Rippers for the rest of this event.
It's going to be interesting. The winner of this plays the winner of Team Falcons PH and Guangzhou Gaming, which we just witnessed. The loser plays the loser of that game. So a lot of information being gathered and a lot of information now that we will find out soon. If you think you know better than us or you want to try to get ahead of the guests, make sure to join our esportsworldcup.com/play pick'ems. You can scan the QR code. Let us know who you think is going to be taking the win here. Before we head into opening up with these teams, just kind of some final thoughts. Again, are you feeling like this is going to be another 2-0
Hindi ako
on the day? Do
makaka-accept
you think there's a
ngayon, guys,
chance with
nung
True Rippers? Just excited to see what's going to happen.
This feels like one of the setups of many great Indian films. You know what? I am maybe one of those people thinking True Rippers gets a game, shocks the world, but Vitality still comes back and reminds them who they are. 2-1.
I'm an underdog guy from an underdog region. I want to see True Rippers go out there and rip some things up. So hopefully we see it. Hopefully they put up a fight. Maybe even take the series.
Oh,
I like it, man. It's rare that Americas are an underdog here, but MLBB has just made it happen. Trex and I looking back, you know, we got nice to a little bit, but he left us, you know, with the Philippines. Like, we're losing people here. Guys, if you think, again, you know, make sure to get your pick'ems in. It is an amazing story.
Dapat pwede din yung promo dahil pang draw sa Street Fighter.
The new representation from Indonesia.
Yung ibang
We'll see
event
who
pwede.
takes the cake.
At ito hindi.
Oh my, that match too was an amazing match to watch because if we recall correctly, Milosh, Guangzhou Gaming was in the lead in game number 1 and suddenly Team Falcons PH was like, nah, we're gonna clean sweep this.
I've sad to say this, but the experience won out. Of course you want to cheer for an underdog, but in this one, it was not meant to be. The beauty of it is, though, underdog stories and dark horses in general do not end with us here in our group stage, especially not on day 1, as we've crossed the halfway point. We're on the way to game 3, and this one on its own has a huge story to tell, I know, for a lot of fans out there.
Yes, sir. So, mentioning a match treat, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the hometown heroes, Team Vitality.
Pwede mangligaw agad.
This
Bilis mo
is
naman.
a team that trusted the process with a championship that took years in the making. As the hometown heroes make their MSC at EWC debut, their resilience will be tested.
big day for Vitality and their fans also here joining us in the arena. Today's only day one, and you can
Pwede
notice
din bumili ng Starlight sa promo, no? Ba't hindi pwede?
At MSC 26. Though a game cannot begin, especially not without the dark horses awaiting in the corner. Let's welcome them, please. True Rippers!
True Rippers.
The torchbearers have arrived. And from viewers to participants, the inaugural ML Masters champions step onto the international MLBB stage for the very first time. Will their in-your-face aggression be the winning factor? My friends, we are about to find out. Big moment for them, big moment for India also here, first time participating internationally, Rose. There's a lot of pressure.
Yes, definitely, but I feel like this match will ultimately be very exciting because, like I've mentioned, both teams are debuting in EWC. A lot of fun picks to go around that, I'm sure of.
Very much so. So, my friends, please, you may go place your keys. Team captains, please go ahead. True Rippers, Vitality, place your keys in their positions. Take your seat. And remember to shake hands, captains, because it's all about friendship and love before we get into the server itself. And there it is. Respect between our two team captains. And it's time for us to get into it. Who can take this matchup? Vitality, True Rippers. We'll break it all down on the desk before we get into game.
Thank you, Milos and Rose. A big moment for India's first debut here at MSC. And of course, when you look at Vitality, these guys have an incredible sense of, I think, confidence going into this one, but we'll see if that confidence is going to be earned, Rinmar.
Yeah, I think it's great here that for True Rippers going up against a confident team like Team Vitality, their styles aren't so different in the sense of both of them are just going to be looking for aggression. At the center of the map, they love to make sure they get to build advantage, and True Rippers is very familiar with that. Maybe through that angle, they could find a way to slowly chip away at Vitality.
Oh, ayan guys, code Savage26. Redeem code Savage26.
Try to push in, try to bring that to your face. And if True Rippers are ready for that, maybe build a composition that can kind of absorb that initial shock.
Redeem yun na guys, 10 dias yan. Yung mga nag-aantay ng codes.
You still have to somehow combat that with the drive. And as we narrow down into what's coming up next, the draft's certainly in about a minute or so. Rinmar, how do you do that practically? What does, you know, a team like this in True Rippers need to do to maybe get ahead of the draft, which is where Mirko previously was saying a lot of these games have been won and lost.
Average 26.
When it comes to how True Rippers played in their Master Series, they love to make sure that they have an EXP laner that can get out of lane relatively quickly, go into the river, and try to build some advantage there through the roam and mid, and then just continuously bombard the opponent with, hey, well, how come you're not laning? This is the laning phase. You should be taking more time with your minions. Suddenly they're not, because they know they can get leads.
Oh guys, good luck sa pag-redeem.
Is safe and even more dominant compared to the opposing
jungler,
pushing out the space with the XP lane.
Parang man sinabi 2 plus 2 equals 4 daw. Di ba 3 yan kung 3 and 5 ano daw?
Don't know as much about True Rippers. How are you drafting to make sure you don't fall into that trap?
I think you play your game. I think it's harder to say in draft right now, just because of how sporadic everything's been, the new picks. We're going to see exactly how it goes. We do have Flying Clouds coming in as the map choice, but I think in terms of gameplay, they have to just come in confident in what they're going to do and be ready for any surprises that True Rippers might bring. And that's where I think draft is key, because that's where new regions coming into MSC, coming into MLBB, you start to see things get a little crazy. Maybe a surprise pick, maybe a cheese pick, maybe a comfort pick for one of the players that no one is expecting.
MSC at EWC 26 makes history for India and True Rippers as they represent the region for the first time in an international MLBB tournament. In many ways, guys, it's a chance to measure how far this region has come. This is the first draft that they will be able to make, and obviously bans coming out initially, Trex, to get us started.
Yeah, we got a Freya ban from the side of True Rippers, Jushin, Phoveus on the side of Vitality. Nothing too crazy. The
meron pa.
coming off from True Rippers as well. We haven't seen the Harara get picked up. It's pretty much been on the ban field so far, right?
Yeah. Question now is if the Fanny ban is going to be showing up here. We were talking about it, Fanny getting banned out
Savage
more
26
consistently so
yung
far
redeem
in our
code.
matches today has changed the picture of the drafts compared to MWI just a few days ago. So that's an interesting element now compared to our previous tournament
Naka-redeem
here at
kayo.
EWC.
Congrats sa mga naka-redeem. Sabay-sabay tayong ngumiti.
They're reading into it. They're checking them really well. They've denied the Freya.
Ang saya, no? Pag
Banned out
naka-redeem.
the Guinevere here, which in the jungle for Eons could have been an option to mess up what Vitality likes to do. Vitality likes that aggression, and we know Guinevere as one of the best stoppers in the game through the jungle.
It could also show something in the hands of maybe Vitality wanting to be one of the first teams today to possibly go utility jungle, maybe pick up something like the Fred, maybe pick up something that we haven't been seeing too much of that the Guinevere can go well against. First pick on the gun, Vitality. First pick hasn't really been prying anything major. It's been all over the place, right?
Yeah. Been very mixed up. Today we've seen heroes such as Ling get rushed, but we saw this earlier in Vamos versus Falcons.
Savage 26 yung
opening
code,
a chance
guys.
for True Rippers to pick up a Valentina as their response, similar to what we saw earlier in Vamos versus Falcons game 1.
We saw the Eudora picked up second as well. The Ling also a character that had been hero that's been prioritized. And there's the Ling as well.
Yeah, the Ling has been on fire along with the Eudora, probably the two hot picks of the day.
Are you on the Eudora train? I mean, do you see the
at this point?
Yeah,
at this
how
point,
can you not be?
I mean, it's honestly insane. I'm sure everyone else has been telling you already, but the fact that Eudora is in the meta right now is unheard of. This is because the kit, there's no flicker, there's no movement. My only worry about the Eudora and how in the future it could fall off, again, you can't really get the Purify on the Eudora. You have to go for flicker because she doesn't have any type of dash in her kit. Going up against something like the Atlas, there is danger there, right? There's high CC. So how does Vitality counter the Eudora? Maybe that's the answer. High crowd control, and that's the same answer to the Ling, right?
Add more dashes as well. You mentioned crowd control, and anything with an Atlas getting rushes the first pick paired up with high crowd control through the jungle, a solid kid in the mid laner who's a mix of crowd control and a lot of mobility through the Valentina. I'm already thinking no matter what Rahancha, excuse me, not Rahancha, but Asuna decides to pick up as a battle spell here, it's not going to be a fun time for the Eudora. True Rippers, one thing they could have worked on a little bit more, and hopefully they did leading into this day, is that their priorities in the team fighting, not leaving their backliners a little bit too much. Sometimes their frontliners and their junglers are diving way too deep that their formation gets broken easily. Hopefully they fix that because Vitality's formation is all dive, all aggro.
GZG had a couple of moments in that last game, which they will end up playing. The loser of this will end up playing where the Mei was pretty isolated. Now, granted, they were going up against a Moskov that could take those isolated fights and kind of surprise you. But that's something that obviously you would think True Rippers are trying to avoid. It's just a composition that they can team fight with, but also not get caught out.
I'm liking True Rippers draft right now. I think it's clean, and I'm not crazy about the Valentina pick, honestly, this early on from Vitality.
Why not?
You still get the stiff arm of the stun from the Eudora. Yes, you have the dashes, but you're not CC immune when you're dashing in on that Valentina.
True.
You don't really have a good ult to steal right now. Yes, you could take the Eudora or something like that, but really the big win with Valentina is looking for these high utility ults, big crowd control ults, something like when you're up against the Farza or the Yve or something of that nature. Earlier today, we did see the Yve go against the Eudora. Don't think it won. Pretty sure it lost earlier still. But I kind of like that answer. Beat it with range, beat it with some sort of control. Vitality, yes, it's a solid draft, but I don't know, True Rippers is looking good for me right now.
Ooh, I feel like the Valentina came out because Vitality is probably expecting that the best options in the EXP lane for Aeons later, Rahancha later on, would be something along the lines of Yuzhong, Arlott, not Arlott, Lapu-Lapu, Alice, meaning that's three best options for True Rippers. That's easy steal of ultimates for the Valentina. That's why you see heroes such as the Esmeralda, the Uranus taken away, that if you're left with EXP laners as your best in the pool who have high impact ultimates, then the Valentina pick suddenly looks better. But I get your point, where right now it seems like Valentina might struggle early.
So what do we see from True Rippers? Do they go for something not as high utility, something that's as much to steal? They go for the Alice.
There we go.
Clean pick. A little bit of crowd control to help kind of support the team of True Rippers. On the side of Vitality, they still need a gold laner. Do we see something like the Harith come in here? Is that a possibility? Decent dashes to possibly escape the Ling?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Let's see if they'll be comfortable enough with fighting under the AoE of the Ling and the Alice. Emon could make it work, but I think to be safer, they need something with a little bit more range. Even just playing it safe for the Claude wouldn't be such a terrible thing, but I think Emon, one thing he might be saying is like, hey, but if I go in and the Eudora still has her stun up, I'm wasting my Purify. So he said, you know what? All right, I'll give it a crack. Let's try it out.
And the Bakito as well to close out this draft. One last pick here for True Rippers. You said you liked their draft, Trex, but now you've seen the completion of Vitality's draft. What does True Rippers need to pick up here if they're going to keep you in favor of what they've done?
Need a big roamer, right? We need a big... Do we go big crowd control? We've seen the Minotaur get picked up, but then you give something over to that Valentina, which we've kind of worried about. Oh, wow. Now that's actually... You're not giving too much over to the Valentina. You have some dash to the back line. You have some possibilities. I mean, it's still, you already have nice crowd control with the Alice, so this could be workable.
Yeah, with the conceptually high diving composition that you're up against, Badang loves going up against those kind of lineups. Yeah, you get that stiff arm. You get that stiff arm up.
Well, those are the set matchups here so far, and it's two drafts that put MPL Indonesia winners up against India's best here in True Rippers, and their first chance at a performance where that trophy in the middle is at stake. $1 million prize pool, but this is just the beginning of that uphill battle. It is going to be True Rippers versus Team Vitality. Let's kick it over to your casters to start game one.
Thank you so much, Terrain Day, and we are officially about to start this debut series from India's finest up against the Indonesian champions, Team Vitality. And it seems like we've solidified the Eudora in the meta so far, at least here in day one, together with the Ling.
That they did. Brigida already an early flicker being burned out by Asuno, but that's fine. You know, that's what you got that for. This is usually what we see in the early game anyway. Some pressure in the mid lane. You want to go ahead and burn out some battle spells, or if you can essentially get a first blood, that'd be great. Let's go ahead and take a look, though, at the emblem setup. So far, again, Ling has been hyper scaling throughout today alone, day one. Paired up with Eudora, it works so well because you can set things up, but I love the Badang pick. As you can see, even the emblems that is rolling here for Kimmy, like you've just got good movement speed, good setup potential. Speaking of Kimmy right now, whoa, a little bit too much. Burning his own flicker, first blood to Vitality.
I mean, the Badang is a really great pickup if you're just really looking to disrupt, if you want to interrupt whatever engages the opponents might do against you. But in those kinds of scenarios where they're just all going in at the same time, it's tough. Oh!
Okay, Jens gets the purple buff. They're gonna force this fight, it looks like anyway. Early on, Kimmy picks up a kill. Some revenge now for True Rippers. They say, get out of my jungle.
And the difference is Kimmy's not alone.
Yeah, Kimmy's not alone.
Kimmy had help there, so with that fist break at least landing and catching multiple opponents, then there was a better punish that you got to see from True Rippers this time around. Handing them over the very slight advantage you're seeing, but that's not a start that you'd want for a Ling jungler, because you really just wanted to interrupt his farming. You don't want him to get those early kills, but now you somehow got him involved in the early skirmishes this game.
Oh, okay. Maestro's up to summon. Moreno's got his own Tempest Blades. Turtle's going to be up first objective, but I think True Rippers wants to go ahead and just take their time with this. They know positioning is in their favor. You got half health on your jungler. Ians doesn't want to take this fight just yet.
They're going to hold this though. True Rippers are at least going to position themselves here, but this is an Akai that we're talking about. An Akai trying to fight the objectives, but there you go. Finn finally shows up.
There it is. There's a Throne of Ruin already used. Tempest Blades comes down too. They'll just go for the fight. Moreno uses his own, and now Niall will lock down in there. Emon comes through with a blazing duet. Couple bodies drop in over here into this fight, but the fight for the turtle looks like it's going to go over to Vitality.
That was too much crowd control from Team Vitality, and we were just highlighting the impact of an Akai in the objective fight. Oh, wait!
He's 1 HP. Oh, Moreno's around the corner, goes in with the flicker to capitalize another kill.
That's a massive win you get to see from Team Vitality, taking the objective and multiple kills across the board against True Rippers. Asuna will be here though. I don't think they will get to find any trades from this rotation that you're seeing. But Vitality are just so quick to convert. They're just so proactive across the map, winning it out. And now you see how much gold they've secured for Eman, which you would assume is not going to be the best possible matchup, considering that he is up against the carry, who, by the way, is also a Master Assassin.
Yeah, wanted to basically go 1v1 in that lane, try to get the upper hand for Garcia, but you know, this is one of the cases, right? When you build this kind of composition that's supposed to snowball, and especially for your Ling, again, if you get delayed, then the whole team's affected to an extent, right? And you're talking about 2,000 gold lead. It's nothing too crazy. It's still early on in the game. But my main concern here, Brigida, is that next turtle that comes up. True Rippers definitely wants to get in a better position when it comes to actually taking the objective. And it seems like Team Vitality is just willing to go ahead and force a fight, you know, try to get the upper hand in terms of fight.
Yeah, because I like that they're confident. They try to position themselves first, but hold on, Garcia's all alone here.
Oh, Garcia's got no flicker too. You're just not going to be able to escape this. An easy pickup there as it goes over to Eman, plus the damage on the turret. Asuna too late to the fight.
All right, so this time around, going back to what we were talking about, True Rippers, at least they do make some attempts. They try to position themselves early on. They have the slight advantage because, again, they do have their very own sources of crowd control. But the thing is, I feel like Kimmy is starting to become a much vulnerable target for Vitality because they have much more crowd control. Hold on, though, Ganail.
Okay, I was going to say, what are they up to? They get the flicker out, though, from Garcia. So, again, a battle spell used. It just came off cooldown. And now you're not going to have it. Plus, your tier 1 turret goes down in that gold lane.
How much gold has he possibly lost in that moment? And how much has went over to the hands of Eman, who's now 201 and who took all these energy shields from that turret down bottom. It's Vitality clearly having the advantage here in this upcoming objective. Asuna couldn't even go anywhere close, not even Kimmy, because I feel like they're really playing from behind. And this is an objective that they are going to give up. No trades across the map whatsoever too, so it's as if True Rippers are now forced to play reactive against Team Vitality.
Yeah, they kind of have no choice here at this point, Brigida. They gotta either potentially look for an all-out play, but so far it's just been responding to what Team Vitality is doing. Rahansha too, 1v3, gonna get thrown back away from the turret, burns the flicker too, and goes down anyway. That's just how much of a lead Vitality has right now against True Rippers.
Oh, I'm not sure why they went back as well. It was possibly trying to take their attention for a much longer time, since True Rippers were trying to look for trades on the other side of the map, but I feel like even then that was a bit too much time because they would have gotten it either way.
Oh, Kimmy goes in with a lockdown, but it's Eman. Doesn't even pop the Purify, but now he's going off. Tempest Blade's going to be used. They're going to force a fight anyway, and he'll get out. Purify used. Here's the conceal. Does Vitality choose the fight? No, they're just going to push into the jungle further.
That is not the easiest target to catch if you are True Rippers. Going up against or trying to lock down the Claude on a Purify with the BMI, with only just the Badang to rely on for crowd control. Because not even Asuna could come close. Garcia.
Oh, Garcia. Just not having a good time in this game. A fatal links once again. It's Kimmy the target. Eman's in the area, but it's a double for Nile. And this is the thing, Vitality just choosing their targets at leisure. This is the problem for True Rippers. They don't really have an answer to this tempo that's been set by Vitality.
Yep, wherever Eman is, that lane is just so active. You draw him a couple moments ago down bottom, and now it's already the tier 1 going down. And you see him up top, and now even that goes down. And Rihansha could barely survive this. Ian goes in though.
Goes in, comes Blades, but you want to get out of there. Shogun's right here. He's charged up, goes in with 1-2 punch, and will take out Asuna under it. But can Kimmy get a kill? Convert it over? No, he can't. So it's again just True Rippers scrambling, looking for anything across the map. They're going to lose a tier 1 turret. This turtle, 3 for 3, should go over to Vitality unless they just wait it out for that Lord to come through.
Yeah, and they could no longer anticipate the angles from which Vitality are actually coming from. Shogun isn't being checked at all. He's just free to go in for these very aggressive plays, even 1v1, considering the amount of lead that's already in their hands. It's 5K. I feel like a majority of it is in the hands of Eman as well, by the way, but you haven't seen the Blazing do it in action just yet too. So that just adds to multiple layers of the threats that you have to think about when you're going up against Team Vitality. True Rippers, at this point, is it really just counter-engage that they can rely on? Because they have the Badang, they have the Alice, they have setup potential, but their scaling is just mostly gonna take some time.
Yeah, Shogun doing what he wants to do here up on this bottom side. Ians will go ahead and survive. Half health, he's actually gonna go use the Retribution. Lord's already taken too. Tempest of Blades used. Shogun might get caught, does have to burn the Flicker, and he's able to escape. Even with the conceal, here comes the rest of Vitality, though, to counter punch. There's the lockdown from Nile, their own version of Tempest of Blades, but from Moreno, and fighting under the turret with Emon blazing to it, shooting everywhere he wants to, and now Rahansha as well. They'll clean up. Rahansha can't do anything but just watch the team get decimated under these turrets. He can't escape, trying to get away with the Gleam, and just barely will survive.
And that's the damage from the Blazing Duet that we've been talking about. So much has been forced out of True Rippers in just that single fight without even the Lord by their side. Now they pop the Holy Shields down bot, and the Lord will get a much easier access to their base turrets. True Rippers, they're falling behind significantly. That 5k gold lead we've been talking about earlier has now doubled the amount, and Finn goes in once again.
Devastating here on the defense. Kimmy gone in an instant, as well as their turret. Lord is still up here. Conceal going to be used. Finn off the off angle. Emon's going to jump in with the Blazing Duet, firing off on Garcia and Rahansha. Gleam there, trying to escape. Thrown a Ruin used as well. And now here comes the Tempest of Blades. Can they turn it around? A kill's picked up, but Emon will just fire on the base as Vitality will take game one.
The Lord has not been dealt with, and True Rippers lost sight of how important it is. They were unable to defend, and Team Vitality, with such a clean performance from the laning all the way to the late game, if it was even the late game, took this game away from True Rippers in a very dominant fashion.
No late game inside in that one. Bring it to under 10 minutes for that game one.
Bilis ng game, no?
Vitality, again, this is... It's their own.
Kala ko si Lawrence, di pa yun. Kala ko nga din. Posible ba may code pa ilalabas? Posible pa. John Lawrence na legit. May isa pang John Lawrence kasi dito. Kamusta RG? Hindi pa ako nag-RG ulit. Naantay kita magaya. Hindi ako ganun nakakalap.
You can see how this all started. There was an attempt off of this of, you know, get up our jungle, but then they kind of lost track of the
John Lawrence OG nandito.
Basically covered. I mean, Garcia a lot of times didn't have even a chance, you know, to survive.
Yung spelling yung Savage kaya wala siguro.
Questions for True Rippers in terms of that game and the
Savage 26. Mali yung spelling, hindi E kasi na Savage na S-A-V-A-V-E 26. Ewan ko kung meron pa guys, try nyo. Ito pa yung code eh. Redeem code 10 guys. Maraming deadline, okay lang yan. 9 mo lang yung deadline. Kahit 3 days yung pasok, parang 5 days dahil film plus speech. Oh, speech for focus ka lang dyan sa school mo.
What do they need to do to get back in this series? My goodness, I might be like, you know, trying to figure out theory of relativity before Einstein took a stab at it, because
technically ito meron pa 10 diamonds yung code na nilalapag ng end.
From Team Vitality and True
Sana
Rippers
meron
trying to
pa.
stay engaged, but it was a tempo problem.
Big S kasi yun. Hindi naman, any way na pagta-type. Small S lang yung ano ko ni-redeem ko. Nakita niyo dun sa post. Prende. Nasa post ko guys, maliit lang yung S ko. Pero kahit malaki yan, or all caps, or alternate, big or small, basta tama yung spelling. Mareredict.
And they went for play on the bottom and got a tower, but outside of that they were just scrambling. It was always chasing after whatever Vitality was doing, following Vitality's tempo instead of setting their own, and falling into just about every trap that Vitality wanted them to.
And it's really hard for a team to come into
Pagka
a
sending
position
rewards,
like this,
guys, itry nyo lang itry. Kasi,
when you know that this
ibig sabihin nun, maraming nagre-redeem na sabay-sabay kayo.
way to try to repeat. And so you coming in as a newer team and with a
Pero wag
big
yung sunod-sunod na
representation
i-click yung redeem kasi baka mag too many actions yan. Tapos biglang may time.
I think we saw in the interview
Malas yung
that maybe
pag-ganyan.
they didn't right now, but maybe this game will show them that if you don't bring the confidence,
Mga
it's going to be a
after
fast
3 seconds, i-click nyo ulit yung okay ba? Okay ba i-click? Or redeem. Wag yung as in sunod-sunod yung wala pang 1 second.
Just the
I-click
wrong
nyo na
timing
ng
of where they're
madaan.
going in the map or what play that they're trying to make specifically. So pro players in MLBB have already spoken so many times before where because they were at this certain mindset, they didn't realize they were overlooking something. Whether it's when they use their skill or when the opponent has used their skill, they've lost track of that. And I feel like that's sort of what happened with True Rippers.
I think there's hesitation there. You're kind of going.
May laban ba Pinas ngayon? Yes, tapos na ang Team Falcons PH. Na-sweep nila yung kalaban nila na Guangzhou Gaming.
When a game ends in under 10 minutes,
0.
there's not a whole
Bukas na ulit Team Liquid. 6:30 PM din.
I think at this point we need another game before I can
You're
really say
welcome,
maybe they just
Jason.
weren't ready for this. Maybe there's still a lot on the table that they need to
John
perfect.
Lawrence na bago. Ba't ayaw mo i-redeem? Eh, nandyan sa screen. Ito yung code, guys. Nasa screen. If nyo yung spelling.
So the draft wasn't exactly the problem.
Diamond makakuha, yes. 10 dias.
There was a lot of small issues. Not having vision on Shogun when he got that big play from them. Their mid lane, Eudora just walking off on her own. No one checking bushes. They were split up. Vitality was running out as a
Si
unit.
Eudora, no?
TRX, everyone was
Buong
kind of doing
lahat ng games yata. Nandun si Eudora.
The difference maybe in series 2.
Hanggat di nyo pa nakikita yung limit.
Falcons PH had a pretty similar level
Limit
of winning
reach
games over
number of people ata.
GZG. However, they did lose that early game.
Pwede pa kayong makaredeem. Pero pagka ang notif na is limit, wala na yan, ubos na.
Does that signal a little bit of the strength of what this team might be bringing?
Kaya nga, wag nyo i-click ng i-click kasi magto too many actions yan.
True Rippers are allowing them to do.
I feel like it's more of what True Rippers are allowing them to do. The most glaring play for me was with that first turtle was they fought way too hard, way too early, not even respecting the fact that the Paquito was on its way to join the fight. Once the Paquito of Shogun showed up, it was pretty much over. They wanted to get some early
57 minutes. Anong 57 minutes?
punishing Kimmy on the Badang even more. And once they lost Kimmy on the Badang,
Yung ano, timer mo bago makaredeem ulit. 57 minutes. Totoo ba? Grabe.
If Vitality was
Ayaw nyo kasi sundin yung ano ko, advice ko.
Some of these top regional teams go up against each other. Even with an 8K gold lead, you might not try to go for a base end at 8 minutes, right? You might take the inhibitors, play it safe, and back off. Especially when we saw the Ling come in and get a kill. They didn't care. They're like, we know. I know that he was being kind of nice in the interview, but Vitality was very confident that we are going to get the better of them. They were kicking down doors. They were running in base, even after losing a member. You'll see it later on in this tournament. A lot of teams won't be that aggressive if they feel like the match is even.
And I think that probably tells us a little bit more. It's kind of like show, don't tell when you talk about film. It's in the same way, it's like they were kind of showing that they didn't really respect True Ripper's defense at this moment in time. Doesn't mean that they can't show us something better. And I think that's what True Ripper's task is now, to go in and say, listen, not a lot to learn. We lost completely.
Nakakuha ka pa sa Smurf mo. Uy, grabe sa tignan mo. Baka lahat ng account kuhaan mo, ah.
Strategy back to give us some hope. And if I look at you, I mean, what would you think? Is there an answer?
All right. Maybe if I was coaching this team, I'd have to talk to my roamer and mid laner real quick. I'll take a quick talk with Kimmy and Asuna. You mentioned a great point earlier where it felt like at times they weren't connected. Like they both wanted to do different things at different times just so that they could regain some sense of control in the map. I think it's best to start there. And then Rahansha, I feel like Rahansha's doing all right. We mentioned the early EXP lane exits to help your side of the river. He was able to achieve that, but it always starts with a roam mid trio. Roam, mid, jungle, how well are they rotating together? We focus on that.
I agree. I mean, I think right now, and that's the problem that we're seeing from the side of True Rippers, some of that rotation was off. There was a few times that I'm looking, and the one fight that they did win, it was on, right? All three, the jungler, we saw the big setup from the Badong. After that, once we started seeing Vitality attack those off lanes, it was either Eudora coming down to bot by herself with Badong somewhere else on the map. It was all of them caught up on that top lane, split up from the rest of the group. Repeatedly, Vitality was running 4-1 once we got into that mid game, to whereas on the side of True Rippers, it was like 2 at top, 1 in mid, 1 at bottom, Ling's over trying to clear lanes. There just seemed to be, there wasn't much glue holding them together throughout that game. And when you're losing that bad,
Di ka makaklaim. Nag-timer ba sa'yo? Dati ang sepa namin ngayon, masaya na siya sa iba.
And group up to defend the rest of your team. Let a
Maging masaya ka na lang din.
to not lose 2 or 3 members, and that's where True Rippers started to fall there.
Hindi pa siya
This is maybe just a feeler game, right? Maybe this is just something they were needing to get out of their system, get the nerves out as well. It is a big deal, and going into this next draft, they can hopefully do something similar, but it also like raises a bigger question for me, because we look at like Eudora and Ling coming out. I mean, to the meta for today, you could say perfect 1-2.
Yeah.
Yet when you get a good draft and you still perform like that, Rinmar, is it more of a conversation like, do we even try to like hit meta that well if we're not comfortable on how we're playing it? Do we try to get more of these comfort picks for us so that we feel good on our heroes?
Well, from a coach's perspective, you'd want to be able to tell your players at least one good thing to latch on to.
Yeah.
It's like, and that thing is right now, it's like, hey guys, our drafts are all right. You guys were able to handle that early game response really well. Let's just fix this and this and this. Hey, the 3 of you talk a little bit more. You start from somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, maybe we're being a little harsh on True Rippers, right? It is day 1. I've seen a lot of teams come in day 1, mess up, come back day 2 without all those jitters. This is their first time on a stage like this. This is their
Marilyn Ilagan, hello po.
And yes, you can do well
Limit na yung code, yun lang.
but nothing prepares you for getting on that stage and facing up against a champion of some of the top regions in the world.
Real ba yung Savage code? Yes po. Real yan. Kaso limit na daw. Pero try nyo pa rin. Try nyo lang guys. Pag hindi pa limit nakalagay sa notif, meron pa yan. Wag lang kayong panay pindot sa okay.
So I think at this point, the best thing we can say for True Rippers is, just pull it together, guys. Just pull it together.
Magkaka-timer kayo pagka nirat-rat nyo yung pag-click sa okay.
Winners of that in Team Vitality, but one of the things with regions, especially
Aaron J, hello.
in the Americas treks, where you don't have as many representatives, you don't have the
Love you
highest
so much,
competition, you have a few stars,
Talaga ba?
and you put all your hope on. That is tough for a region to
Kala ko ako lang may karibal. May karibal na kabayo. Grabe naman yun.
And so you gotta say yes. We have to look at this maybe.
May kasunod pa ba? Hindi ko ma-sure guys eh.
If you come in,
hanggat may live, may pag-asang mag-drop ng code. Yun na lang.
Just saying, I'm not looking away. Neither should you.
Man didn't blink.
He did not blink. He won.
Hindi ko sure kung per match yung code.
What's cooler than being cool?
Kaso kanina, sa dalawang match kasi, isang code lang yung nilapag.
Do something different. There is not much to talk about for that one, and you know, I think that can be disappointing.
Dalawang matches pa.
You know, set up a conversation here, and that's why I try to give you guys the hard questions. I'm not going to take the E.
Ang lamig ng boses ko.
You to look at these drafts and say, can you do any better?
Magpumot ka. Magpangginaw ka.
I was looking at their bans.
Di ba garalgal yung mic ko guys? Maulan kasi dito.
His first ban by Vitality, it was the sensible choice to take out the Freya for True Rippers. They banned the Hirara and the Marcel. I wouldn't even hate on the Badang pick because we saw the potential of it. As tricky as
Hindi ko sure kung kailan lapagan ng code yan. Papansin ko lang, every match siya, bago yung drafting ng game 1.
Went really well for Vitality. Besides Finn getting his comfort pick in the Atlas, Niall's timing with the Akai on that every heavy spin was great. He wasn't always using it to engage. Most of the times he was using it to play defensively. All right, thanks True Rippers for using all of your skills. Let me punish you with my heavy spin, and then there's no way you can get away. So Vitality did a lot of things right.
I think True Rippers maybe came into that game one. You know, you see the Ling get picked up. You see the Eudora. It's an aggressive lineup, right? To whereas Vitality, they took the utility jungle. They took the slight slow play. They had aggressive EXP laners. I think True Rippers maybe came in thinking, maybe we can beat them in the micro. Maybe you come from a region like that, and you see it the same with NA. You see it with a lot of, you know, outer regions in a sense. Great micro. They want to go for those team fights. They
PM mo pag may code ulit. Pinapost ko naman guys, pero mas maganda na sa live stream kayo para mauna kayo sa code.
Number 2. Look for a more, we can kind of just bounce you off of us in the beginning. We look for a mid to late game. We try to slow things down in that first 4 minutes.
I'm all right with that too. There is weirdly enough, there's a certain level of speed in taking it slow sometimes, where you're going nice and it's easy, then suddenly go in for the surprise, you put the pedal to the metal, next thing you know, your opponents are wondering, wait, you weren't like this for the first 5 minutes, where is this impact suddenly coming from, where is all of this momentum coming from? And teams that aren't used to going up against teams like that will always get surprised by it, and similar to what we saw in game number 1, get run over.
Dangerous grass, our map choice. It was flying clouds in previous game 1, so we'll have a little bit more cover towards that base and some of the areas on the map. See how that can help either slow it down or speed it up with those surprise moments Renmar was talking about.
Heroes like Hilda always doing well. Some of those more
lang siya.
on the ground assassins instead of cycling. That can kind of really take advantage of the extra hiding spots, right? So this time, True Rippers will be on the blue side first pick. We saw the Atlas get picked first last game. We've seen the Atlas get first picked before. It's probably been one of the more popular first picks. You don't reveal your hand too much, and it's just a great roamer right now with the crowd control, the amount of movement it has across the map. It could definitely be a first pick here from True Rippers.
Yeah, considering that they banned out the Valentina, I feel like that's exactly what they're setting up for, unless they have another pick in mind. If they suddenly swerve assault and pick an old surprise first pick and the juice in just because they want to take it away from Moreno, because this Valentina ban could be two ways, either because they want to set up an Atlas, or they saw Moreno and the Valentina said, I don't want any more of that. But then are they more onto that mindset of taking away some of Moreno's best picks? One of them being the juice in. Hopefully it's not that, and hopefully they're setting up for the Atlas.
They ban out the lane.
100 dice next code. Malabo yata mag 100 dice code dito.
But we haven't, Vitality doesn't need the lane.
Wala pa ulit code, Edwin. Na-redeem mo na ba yung Savage 26?
On the side of True Rippers, Vitality still gets Akai, Jushin, something like that. So Vitality looking good on the swing back with the 2 picks from Red.
If it is Akai Jushin and they go Atlas first, what do True Rippers respond to make it difficult for Akai to have the same level of impact they had last
Savage 26.
That's more of an execution question now. You're going to be able to poke it, constantly take away its health. A lot of the great impact that Nile had was because True Rippers already used their dashes or already used their skills that could stop the Akai. So a little bit more on the timing within the game itself.
So in that question, is it just also prioritizing, if this is our weakness, we're getting caught out, heroes that have a little bit more mobility or have more abilities to deal with CC and still stay in the fight and be relevant?
Yeah, that could work too, but then again, it's like, how are they going to use it? How are they going to use all those tools that they have? If their timing is off, it's going to go to waste.
Honestly, first pick Jushin. Jushin's able to kite away from the Akai if Vitality wants to go for it. I know we were kind of like about it, but then you still get the Atlas on the side of Vitality, but you pick up Purify on the Jushin. And then you can kind of play around. They end up going for the Atlas, so there it is.
Yeah.
We talked about Moreno on the Jushin. Do we think it's a definite lock, Renmar?
Oh, if they do, that's gonna be a bit of an ego pick. An ego in the good way. It's like, it's that Vitality ego. It's like, I know we're better than you. Let me show you some of our old favorite tactics of like packing a sprint on this juice in, giving it a Sky Piercer, and then suddenly it's just gonna go crazy because you gave it way too many kills early on. I could see them doing that, honestly.
Reese, hello.
2 picks coming up for Vitality.
Sending reward.
Atlas taking it away this time for True Rippers, who start with that.
Ulitin mo lang.
See what Vitality do to respond.
With the way that Vitality won last game, they could also completely steer a new way, and Harara was left open, so we are going to get to see some aggression on the jungle of Vitality. As their second pick, Selena, this is exactly what I said. After winning game 1, we could see them take a complete left turn and kind of switch things up here.
It wasn't the juice, but this definitely goes into that school of thought of, yeah, let me just show you how much better I am than you. That's a hell of a pick. You do not see Selena come out this early. This is coming from a team that... I just realized Coach Panda is with Team Vitality. The last time we saw him in the MSC stage, he wasn't able to fly out, but that was the meta of Atlas at Rome. Selena was one of the picks he wanted to pick up because at least you can set up some traps so that you can get vision. Now this is surprising to me because the Uranus is one of the responses to the Selena in the sense of, all right, go ahead and waste your Abyssal Arrow onto me so you have a strong front line. But then they pick up a Yi Sun-Shin. This requires them also getting a strong fighter type in the gold because if they go double carries, it might be too greedy.
Selena main ka ba?
Yeah. They could go for, call me crazy, but they could go for something like a Ruby Gold.
But that's good.
But honestly, the Harara wants to dash in, the Selena wants to dash in. Something that can stiff arm those heroes that want to get up close and personal. It works great along with the YSS. If you want to see at least a fighter in the gold, something bulky in the gold, it could be an option for sure. Beleric gets picked up by the side of Vitality. This is a roamer we've had our eyes on. Is this the first showing so far today? We haven't seen the Beleric yet, I don't think.
So far today, yeah, it's been banned, surprising enough, yeah. It's gotten banned out more. Oof. What are they going to pick up at the gold? Actually, that's just my biggest question right now for True Rippers. What are you picking up at the gold lane?
Unless they swap YSS to gold.
Yeah, exactly. It's like unless they really go a little bit back into the meta and then suddenly bring back YSS in the gold lane.
They have the option. They have the option.
They have the option. All right, they have the option.
We'll see Sun-Shin, the last pick for True Rippers so far. We've got 2 more to go.
Queen of Mage si Selena.
I was like, who's that?
Top PH daw si Aaron kay Selena. Ako tapon. Tapon PH kay Selena.
Yeah, exactly. We usually see it in our rankings.
Wait, that's a hero?
Suddenly, it's a meta pick in MSC. Who would have thought? 2026, everyone.
Earlier we said fire sometimes needs to be followed
Eudora.
fire. Sometimes you need to cool it down and try to go the opposite direction. In this case, fast game, fast win for Team Vitality. Do True Rippers try to match that pace and out slug them, or is this better if True Rippers trying to find a lineup that just survives and just builds towards seeing more gameplay?
It depends on whether they believe they just played bad last game,
right,
or if they truly think that Vitality's a little bit better.
What do you believe they think?
We're gonna find out.
We'll find out. We don't need to find out for you to believe.
I mean, I don't know yet.
Do you think they see it as a mismatch?
I think they drafted very well last game, right? Like I said, I agree with their draft last game. So coming into game 2, whereas it all nerves last game, right?
Yeah.
That's tough, man. That's tough. I already said that I think they should slow play this game. I don't think they should come in thinking we can just go all out. You're up against Indonesia, which is known as a brawly region. They're great at micromechanics. They're great at going toe-to-toe, especially with regions like this.
Lalabas lang dyan sa screen bigla.
The stoppers for other
Pero
brawly
maliit lang
regions.
Kaya baka hindi nyo
Don't get me wrong,
mapansin.
Vitality have great macro, but they are ready to headbutt with you a bit. So I don't know if that's the direction True Rippers should go, but hey, they might take it there. They got a YSS right now, so they kind of have to.
Yeah.
Renmar?
Paris, gold. If they decide to go for like a fighter in the gold lane, they will not have the firepower. Ruby gold, and then they're going to turtle it out and just hold the fort down for their YSS. With the Selena around, with the Herrera around, that's going to be a tough ask. Unless True Rippers are going to surprise us with a pick here. But no, they'll play it stable. They'll go for a double carry, a Gord in the mid, greedy lineup, but they have the damage.
Maybe that's what they felt. I mean, it seemed like the tempo was they wanted to counter-engage, right?
Yeah.
So there was a lot of understanding that they were going to brawl. The choke comes out, and we were going to deal with the brawl. Maybe they felt they didn't have enough damage to properly punish the counter-engage from Team Vitality. So a different, but I think clear approach, Renmar, and what True Rippers wants to do in game 2.
Yeah, you can see the idea there. It's just with Uranus games, it's always really good or really bad because your EXP laner doesn't have strong crowd control, but the rest of them do. So the crowd control is there somewhat.
To an extent, yes, you have some crowd control with the Moskov, but again, like, it's more defensive crowd control. And my big worry for True Rippers right now is with how they lacked crowd control last time they were easily able to get dived on, it's looking very similar.
All right, well, game 2, will it spell
Sweep
another
kaya?
sub-10-minute win for Team
Sweep win
Vitality?
kaya
Or will True Rippers be able to even up the series? Let's send it over to Naisu and Brigitte for game 2.
True Rippers cannot let this end sub 10, and they have to find a way back into the series in order for us to get into a game number 3. But Team Vitality, they just came into this with a Selena mid, very similar to what we've been seeing from their women's division, but also a Belric XP lane.
Belric XP, man. I mean, we've been seeing so much of Belric the past few weeks that, you know, it's like, oh yeah, he's gonna go in the XP. There's an arrow landing, Moreno. Okay, Asuna at least holding on to that flicker. Nice little stun with the projectile. Has that damage on Finn too, but will be okay. This is one thing I have to say though too. Yeah, Belric in the XP, he's running the Revitalize. And so, just as the panel mentioned, you know, over in the studio, they said they like to fight. Indonesia loves to fight, and now they can extend them even further. An arrow's gonna land, you're thrown in the air, you have nowhere to go. First blood in the hands of the Maestro.
Yep, the Belric in the XP lane, I think we are yet to see a successful game from. But the Selena has been very 50-50. We all know for a fact that it has been. In this scenario, though, it's been one of the more successful Selena games as she gets 2 consecutive kills in a row.
Brigitte, they said it. You know, this is an ego pick. The fact that Selena was brought up that early in the draft and now you've gotten yourselves 2 kills, you know exactly why it was picked up that early in the draft. So this is a problem that True Ripper is going to have to deal with now for the rest of the game.
Yeah, because you have to worry about you being spotted out and you having to evade all these abyssal arrows that have so far always been connecting towards the right targets for Moreno. So it's really becoming a statement right here. The ego pick is working wonders for them if ever it is, because the rotations have been completely disrupted for True Rippers. You don't even see them confidently take control nor show up in the river. Just look at how Shogun is holding down all these bushes and making sure that they keep every single member of True Rippers in check.
Let's see what happens here. Again, playing on this map too. Dangerous grass, extra bushes to work with. They're going to force out the rest of the members of True Rippers here for this fight. Mountain Shock are going to be used too. They're going to come in for the lockdown, and SOD already thrown out. Good kill on Nile. This is what True Rippers need to be able to go ahead and secure themselves an objective. They have all the room to work with right now as EANS will secure the turtle. Fight's going to break out. There's the Gush. And True Rippers, they've awoken in game 2.
One of the tankiest members extending that fight, actually leading to an advantage for True Rippers right there. I don't think Nile nor the rest of Team Vitality had enough damage to just take down this Uranus, this Rehansha who's been just standing in the way for so long. Even Kimmy just baiting out some of their attention and taking in majority of the damage too, eventually allowing them to get access to Nile. So this is maybe one of the potential workarounds for this draft, is just really sustaining everything as much as you can, because mostly the damage is gonna come, yes, from Moreno. Like the burst damage, in terms of burst, it's really just gonna come from Moreno at this point and Nile. But as long as you get to tank everything, then maybe there could be a way around this for True Rippers.
Yeah, that way is their tanky front line. Vision used. There's a whole wombo combo for Finn. Another kill picked up here for True Rippers.
True Rippers are starting to be a lot more active than you expected them to be. A really great setup on that Fatal Links, as you've seen, but Rehansha too, the way that he's been moving around, I think it's really big help.
And SOD, again, Suna with a pickup kill. Next one, looking for more in the mid lane. Arrow thrown out. Finn joining the fight. Has a flicker, but doesn't want to risk it, so they just disengage for now. Vitality now in this position where they're second guessing some of these engages against True Rippers, and that's exactly where they want to find themselves currently, because it's just, you don't want to give too much over, right? This Gourd, we've seen it before. There's a reason why the Gourd has really picked up in the meta. You get a couple kills going on him. That Mystic Gush is a great zoning tool, but it's also obviously a big damage tool. And that's something they have to watch out for, because not only are you working around Abyssal Arrows for Vitality, the potential for a pickoff with a kick from the Cho, But even True Rippers, this composition has its strengths, and one of them is that amount of synergy that comes with the ultimates plus that gush.
Which is really interesting, because it seems like True Rippers are the ones who are going for the more brawly plays and team fights from this point onwards, but they're setting up for this objective. Shogun finally going to be part of this team fight. We haven't seen the Belleric just yet. Oh, but Finn misses that flicker!
Yep, not the setup they were looking for. Down into the Rapid Dryad to be able to pick up one. Shogun gone. Emon under the Zaman Force. They're still going to be firing off, and if Finn falls again here too. True Rippers fighting Vitality, and Emon trying to get away, but will not be able to escape Ransha. True Rippers, they found their footing.
If you want to fight brawls, if you want to go all out on team fights, then True Rippers are doing exactly just that. They're playing around Ian, they're playing around Asuna. And even if you wanted, or we wanted to point out the fact that maybe this wouldn't be, oh, hold on, Jans.
Jans is going to be able to survive just 1 HP.
Yeah. He cannot go down like that. Just as True Rippers were already getting the advantage. But going back, this seems to be a very straightforward approach for True Rippers, but it's working out for them really, really well. I guess we're starting to feel the demands of hope.
Oh, he's going to go for the kill too. Went in for the kick. Ian's able to get enough health back. And Finn is the one to get punished. A misstep there from Finn.
Yep, so maybe we are starting to feel the demands of how skill shot based or how mechanically dependent these compositions are for the team Vitality. You really have to layer them out really well. It has to follow a certain sequence, whereas True Rippers can just be in your face. They could just create space, and they could just allow their damage dealer to do their thing. Team Vitality seems to be a bit more precise in terms of the team fight approach.
Oh, Emon. He tries to get away, pop the Purify too. An engagement in the mid lane. Zaman Force already dropped down. There's the gush on Finn, trying to escape. An SOD thrown out as well. The Revitalize, though, helps the fight as they fight back, but Shogun goes down. A arrow thrown out, and now Finn looking for more. They re-engage once more. Nile not able to capitalize on a kill unless he can go back into this fight. He looks for the moment. He goes in under the turret, able to pick up a double kill for Nile. Looking for potentially more. And again, he has the Sky Piercer, so that's 2 stacks.
And they've somewhat turned things around here for Team Vitality, at least for now. They're already able to lessen the lead, but Nile is still being chased by Rehansha here. Okay, we'll get the objective, but Rehansha.
Rehansha, can he escape? Yep. He's going to be fine again, this Uranus, and very strong, and he's had a solid game so far. Again, 3-0-4. He is the bulwark for the team currently, but Vitality shows some fight in them. You know, off of that exchange in the mid lane, plus an objective, they slowly make a baby step in the right direction, but still, True Rippers up amidst it all. Nice little Rapid Dryad there, used up. Garcia will be able to survive, though. Good thing for some backup. Up on the other side of the map, they're going to be going, and once again on Ian's. He falls. Top turret. Kimmy could be next.
Okay.
He gets taunted with Shogun. He tries to get away, popping the conceal, but Emon won't let it happen as he takes down Kimmy.
So much happening all over the map. I might want to take a look at the items right now. I am really eager to see what builds have they been picking up, especially for Cho and Belleric, and it seems like they're just going for tank.
Yeah.
But despite that, you could really feel how much pressure they're actually able to put onto the opponents, how much they're able to actually maybe get out of True Rippers, but I would want to see more, especially from Finn. Maybe a more accurate way of the dragon and targeting from Team Vitality, and that, even if it wasn't a kick, was a really good one.
Would you call that accurate? I mean, he got the flicker out, right?
He somehow got the flicker out, and I think that's a win for Team Vitality.
That's one of those things, though, with a Cho, you know, across them, you don't know sometimes if they're going to full commit to it or not. Sometimes you're like, hey, it's better a flicker than a death, you know? So that is burned from Asuna, but still, nonetheless, still alive and still in charge, at least for now. Barely for True Rippers. Again, they got a turret up ahead of Vitality, plus a little bit of a gold to work with. But this Lord coming up in 10 seconds will tell us a whole lot of where this game is going.
And by the way, it has always been here in mid. Majority of the action has been here in mid. I feel like Team Vitality, for one, because of how frequent the fights have been happening in mid, Vitality have somewhat taken advantage of that. They've been doing things on other parts of the map, which has really lessened the lead, but Kimmy...
There's a kick right on the mark. They're going to take out Kimmy after the Fatal Links is used, but he's gone. SOD thrown out now on the disengage for Vitality, so they're going to take an advantage of it. True Rippers will take down the tier 1 in mid, even down a member. Now they're going to potentially get set up around this Lord Pit here.
Okay, so True Rippers, despite what we were pointing out, just really wanted that tier 1 in mid perhaps, but Finn, does he find another one?
Oh, Finn wants to go. G-Kundo, Salmon Force drop down. They're going to force the fight once again in the mid as Ians is taken out. And now next, the taunt comes through as Rahansha falls. And now with multiple down for True Rippers, Lord for the taking here for Team Vitality.
It was just sheer damage, sheer aggression from Team Vitality to equalize this scenario in this game. Shogun might just get caught here with the Fatal Links though, but the damage is not enough.
The damage is not enough. The Revitalize is all you need. Kimmy trying to get away, but a missile arrow will land, and it's a double for Niall again. Stacks on stacks for this Horara.
And they will take that tier 1 away from True Rippers just the same. Now the lead, which was in the hands of True Rippers for the longest time, is now over to Vitality, and they also have a Lord. It's been 10 minutes of somewhat team fights happening in mid, skirmishes and scrambles happening here and there, but now it's Vitality who somewhat still have the better grasp of the macro and are now pushing True Rippers to defend for now.
It seems so quick for the momentum to shift over in favor of Team Vitality. Off of a lot of forced fights or, you know, these skirmishes happening in the mid lane. You can see the stacks here too for Niall. He's got that 44 on the Sky Piercer, and, you know, that's deadly to deal with because the way that we've seen the Hirara played is just kind of in and out. You know, you're utilizing the iframes that you have. You have that good amount of damage. You can kind of weave in and out of fights, and now that you have multiple stacks in this way, you're a big threat to the rest of True Rippers.
Yeah, at least for True Rippers, they have decent wave clear. They were also able to at least take control of that top lane so they don't feel as much pressure in terms of the synced up waves crashing. But there goes a Mountain Shocker. They have an idea of where Team Vitality currently are, but they're not going to focus on a fight just yet. But there are flickers in Team Vitality's hands, so they might have to watch out for that.
Again, a play could be made here by Finn. A BOD was just picked up by Niall as well. Finn right there in the mid. Not sure if he's going to commit to it. Doesn't just yet. Again, Kimmy waiting for that flicker to be available so that he could potentially set something up. I'd love to see this, all this time that Garcia has had to go ahead and farm up on the Mozkov, to go ahead and turn the tide with a great SOD or, you know, some initiation from the fight from True Rippers, because they've got that potential. They just got to go ahead and get the upper hand. Let's take a quick look at the items here.
Yep. They already have the damage. That's the Trinity already built in here for Garcia, and he also has just locked in the Rose Gold Meteor. So even if Lee, let's say, unfortunately gets to take that Abyssal Arrow, he could probably survive an additional hit or two. But that's the thing, True Rippers, I like how they're being very careful about this. They didn't want to force a fight, especially without a Garcia in range for the Wrath of Dryad.
Wrath of Dryad used. Kimmy can't get away, and there's the setup they were looking for, right on target. As Asuna is gone, 2 down for True Rippers. And it was these arrows, once again, from Moreno that just brought Kimmy low enough for them to collapse down. Just like they'll collapse on the tier 2 turret. There's a push up top from Garcia. But the base turret in mid's going to be worked on here. The minions will be cleared out. Lord is coming up. Team Vitality will make their way.
They're pretty much left with no choice. I like how they're at least getting trades, though. This is different from game number 1. Garcia goes back in, though.
And Garcia joins after that, throwing that SOT.
Yeah.
True Rippers will be able to go ahead and hold up on this front side. It looks like they want to go ahead and at least stall out Team Vitality. The rest of the team is up here. Could they potentially take this Lord? They got to dance around these Abyssal Arrows. Niall joining the fight now, too. They're going to be going, looking for a potential fight already for the Lord. Everything already thrown out. Moreno's gone. Lord secured, though, by Niall. The fight still breaking out. Finn finally goes down. True Rippers trying to win the fight here. They might have lost the Lord, but they can take more with them. They're going to go for Shogun. They get the stun. It's a double for Garcia.
And that's when Finn couldn't even land the stuns. Wasn't even able to just kick this kick Ian's out of the way to secure the objective. Let's take a look at that replay, because I feel like there was a clear attempt, at least from Finn, to just deny the retribution from Ian's here. He was just trying to chase after him, and he did not successfully do so. But the knockups, the damage, the splash damage that just came from that team fight, which was a really messy team fight at that, it helped so much in terms of how Vitality were able to just win the objective, and that is what really matters at this point. At least they're not able to hand over the complete advantage to True Rippers, but nonetheless, True Rippers were actually able to somewhat balance out that fight. It's not a huge loss despite them not getting the objective.
Great. It was really good usage of the tools they had at hand. True Rippers, I mean, Eons as well, being able to avoid what Finn was trying to do. You know, those little micro decisions around the Lord, staying alive, being able to get the being able to stay alive, even if they lost the Lord, it's still potentially to turn around because the key members stayed alive here. Garcia being one of them, and it's so important. Again, his spacing, his positioning on the Moskov. He's done a phenomenal job not dying, utilizing his Purify when he needs to. But now you got to be the guy to also turn these fights in your favor. And there's a whole lot they can do off the Fatal Links. The Conceal's going to be used, scouting out a potential target. They won't find it just yet, though.
Yeah, and even the entries through the SOD, I think, have been really great for Garcia. It's not like he just goes in and puts himself in a very dangerous position. It's more calculated timing that you're actually seeing from him. Let's take a look at the gold distribution so far, and even in terms of scaling, I think he's been doing great, matching Eman in the gold lane. And the last time we checked, he was actually ahead in terms of gold, so it's really great. But that's a Purify.
Yep, Purify used. They're going to go for the re-engage here. They're going to disengage for now. An arrow is going to be able to land. They're going to force it anyway. A Fatal Links into the Mystic Gush. Moreno off the off angle. Going to be looking for more. Immortality going to be popped from Kimmy. A projectile thrown out, but it's a double for Nile. They're able to go ahead and pick up two, expending a lot of battle spells. And SOD just thrown out. Not going to connect, though.
Oh, iframes. The iframes. Ian's going to find the kill.
Finn on the hunt, he goes in with a flicker. There's the kick they're looking for, right into the hands of Nile. Another kill picked up. Team Vitality, what more can they take at this point?
3 members taken down, and they also took that orange buff. To answer your question, they're just really focusing now on resources because we're about to see a Lord spawning in 6 seconds. But let's take a look. That was a clear counter engage. They had all the reasons to do this simply because they already had information. Ian's was all alone. They could go for the chase, and Hirara is just one of the best heroes to rely on in terms of that and outputting the necessary damage. They're waiting for this. Are we actually going to wait for an entire minute, though? Because the Evolved Lord will take an entire minute, it seems like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. Lord secured. Now, at this point, again, it's Breeder, they're in that situation, right? Backs against the wall. So I don't want to count them out, though.
Yep.
Even with that, that Lord secured, Team Vitality will have to kind of take their time going into this fight because of the nature of the composition. A lot of times, like I said, they're playing around the arrows. They're sort of also waiting to see what Kimmy decides to do with that Fatal Links, because they have to avoid that combo, that Wombo combo we've been seeing so much of. Fatal Links, Mystic Gush, and keeping tabs on Garcia. So with this Lord approaching the base, let's see how True Rippers want to defend against it.
Yeah, it's already full item builds for both gold laners, for all damage dealers. I think Nile's just locking in his last, and he decides to switch it up and pick up a Winter Crown to complete his build, so there could be more creative angles from this point onwards.
Comes the Lord charging into the mid turret. Fatal Links was already used too. They'll force it anyways, utilizing the iframes. Whoa! The damage from True Rippers. They're gonna chase down Nile. He's got an immortality, but he's trying to get away. Good use of the conceal, but an SOD from Garcia will come through, and they still escape, only losing Eman in that fight. It's one base turret down, that mid one barely alive. They should be able to clear it out, even with that charged up minion. But wow, we have to take a look at the replay.
That could have been the play of the game if only Garcia was able to find the kills. But looking at the replay right now, you have to respect the wave clear. You have to respect the damage that Garcia and Asuna are actually able to output at this point in time. The way that Vitality have actually somewhat lined up in that particular sequence really favored the damage dealers here from the side of True Rippers, and now they've completely turned things around. They're the ones who are approaching the base.
Oh, they go in. Fatal Links used. Mystic Gush already expended. Emon back for the fight. Kimmy's gone, and now they're going to get chased down in the mid lane. An arrow's going to land on Asuna. They're going to follow through as Asuna falls, but Garcia is unleashing once again. Comes through clutch for True Rippers to send Vitality back to the base.
The double marksman setup is still here.
Moreno.
Does he want to take that on?
No, Moreno, what are you doing? He went for it, and he gets punished anyway.
That was too late game, marksman. You were potentially going to go up against with the Abyssal Arrow nor the trap not landing. It was a very difficult spot for Moreno at that point. But this was the engage that changed everything. It was that Fatal Links combo, making sure that they found the targets, but I think this was also a sequence of miscalculations from Team Vitality as well. Finn once again did not really land that flicker. At the same time, the entries from Moreno and Nile weren't really in accordance to what they wanted to do, and now we see Ian's falling just before the Lord.
Yep. That's a solo kill right there. That's unfortunate timing as the Lord is up. This was the replay, so Nile knew where to go, and he can win that fight. You, as the hero, especially with the sacks, you can win that fight. Now this Lord, an evolved, mind you, will go over to Team Vitality because the jungler is not available for True Rippers.
So much has been happening here, but it's Team Vitality still being able to take this Lord freely from the hands of True Rippers. So they're just waiting, and they wanted to spawn at a certain moment in time here in this game. As they take away all the remaining buffs from True Rippers, Lians will take some time to get back in this game, but you're looking at an 80 stacks Sky Piercer. You just cannot allow yourself to get too low on HP at this point.
Yep, that's big stacks right there for Nile, and this is what, you know, was starting to happen throughout the course of the game, and that's why he's such a threat, because not only do you do that much damage, you know, even on these tankier heroes like this, look at what's going on for Kimmy already. Immortality going to be popped. They're going to force the fight anyway. A Mystic Gush will come down. Shogun's going to be the trade to the 1-for-1. Re-engage, trying to fight this out. So great choice for True Rippers. Now they have to defend, though. They have to be able to go and defend this beefed up Lord. These waves all pushing in on all fronts.
Yeah.
Only 4 members left alive.
But at least True Rippers took down their main front line. At least Shogun's gone, but now...
Once again, Winter Crown going to be used. Can't withstand it. There's the kick. They're coming in to clean up. Lord's still up. They're going to work on the base here. All they have to do is lock it down. Team Vitality will take a little bit of their time, but they'll win the series in a sweep.
Ang hapdi naman nung ano.
It took them a
Harit ba yung
while, but
hapdi
Team
na yun?
Vitality
Saka hindi na.
still are able to end the series 2-0.
Sweep ulit. Puro sweep mga laban.
Highlight after highlight that you got to see, especially from Garcia, especially from Asuna, and occasionally from Ian's too, but it was just too tough of a task when they had to go in against the team fights, against the micro mechanics of Team Vitality when it mattered the most.
Sure.
And now they will have to go down to the lower bracket, but you know what's next for Team Vitality? They have another intense matchup awaiting in the upper bracket. We take a look at the highlights real quick before we throw it on stage.
Ganda ng position ng Selena. Bilis code limit agad. Oh, madami kasi nagre-redeem lalo ngayon. Mas madami nagre-redeem ngayon kaysa nung MWI.
On the international stage here for them is a tough one, but this looked a lot more promising than what we saw in game 1 against a team, you know, like Team Vitality, who has gone through so much through the past year and everything else. And, you know, there's definitely maybe some nerves at play here for True Rippers that they just kind of have to shake off, because the idea, the concept is there. It's just, again, some mistakes really build up, and eventually those mistakes might cost you an entire game or a series.
And that's on top of the fact that they had a really scaling lineup.
Yeah.
The damage that you had to await for a Yi Sun Shin and a Moskov.
Muntik na din Vitality dito sa game to, no? Pumapalag yung ano eh. True Reapers.
Able to hold it out long enough for them to become a real threat against Team Vitality. Like there were moments like this where you weren't really sure if Team Vitality still could have just closed it out, because even approaching the base, even the Lord Sieges haven't been as clean. They had to deal with massive amounts of wave clear, but the moment they were able to take out at least one, everything else followed. And now we get to hear from our winners, so let's throw it over to the stage and talk to Emma.
Thank you very much, my friends. Eman and Team Vitality victorious. What a huge performance for you and the team. But first, we got to talk about it. Game 1, super fast. Game 2, the comeback over the comeback and the comeback. Can you talk to me about how the game has flowed so far?
In game 1, we just to connect to each other and trust each other and believe in ourselves.
And game 2, it almost slipped away.
Yeah, in game 2, we just need to know our win con in game 2 so we can get a comeback. Yeah, just like that.
Well, look, MSC 2022.
May next match pa. Last match na yan, guys. Ang laban ay Team Spirit versus Ignite Gaming.
As the event proceeds.
Ignite nga ba? IG.
I'm so grateful because here in
Ignite
Paris,
Gaming.
Vitality is you know, hometown, and just a little bit pressure, because you know, Vitality is a strong contender also in all games.
Very much so, not just here in MLBB, but also, I mean, already we saw it in MWI, but thank you very much. Next up, you're playing against Falcons PH. It's a tough game. Anything you'd like to say to them for that game?
Just good luck and have fun. We give each other our best for tomorrow.
Very much so. Thank you very much then, Eamon. That's it. Team Vitality victorious in their game. What a matchup for them. Very stressful in some ways, but still, we'll leave it to our desk to break it down.
Thank you, Milos. Team Vitality get the win 2-0, but it was anything but a similar matchup. After Game 1's sub-10-minute win, Vitality had to go the distance, almost a 20-minute back-and-forth game with tons of threats, and True Rippers were able to provide. It was Vitality who would eventually find their way, but it was a great effort from True Rippers in Game 2. I think something they'll be able to hang
Gusto nyo ng diets, guys? Mag-antay kayo ng code. Pinapamigay na nga yung code, i-redeem nyo na lang.
Welcome back to the desk. I'm Rainday. I'm joined by Renmar and Trex here to break down the action. In Game 2, that was...
Dami nga nilang pamigay na code, guys. Guys, kung lahat yun inabangan nyo, edi sana naka 100 plus na kayo.
I loved what I saw from True Rippers.
Huwag kayong magmadali. Hindi naman ako yung nag-flash ng code sa screen na bago. Naantay ko lang may flash dyan sa screen na galing sa MSC.
Hey guys, champions of Indonesia, we did this. Meanwhile, for Team Vitality, it's that sense of like, hey guys, we're the champions of Indonesia. We need to work on this. I know they're a great team, but I know they're also looking at that and knowing Coach Panda, he's going to be getting the boys through the ringer of this is what we need to work on. And it's better that comes out early in the tournament.
Yeah, you could definitely tell there were some sweat drops from the side of Vitality for sure. Yeah. Team Rippers, I mean, a completely different game, a completely different play style. They seemed very able and capable. There were some plays there that weren't just micro. There were some plays there that weren't just macro. I mean, they brought still fell a little short, still made some mistakes, still maybe overextended at time or lost the point, but still, I think in that lower bracket,
di pa kayo makakakuha niyan, kakamadali niyan.
For sure, if they can bring what we saw in that game.
I mean, certainly, I think they put up a much better overall game in that game too than we had seen. You know, and comparing, let's say, the people who did not win, the GZG versus Team Falcons, who faced GZG, they had a lot of identity in this game. Is maybe a direction they would want to head heading into their next matchup.
Yeah, I thought that because of the performance we saw from game number 1, going for this kind of lineup, double carries would have been way too greedy for them, but
may bagong code, wala pa.
It's good for them when it comes to their lineups.
Nakakaloka yung live stream ko, puro code hinihingi.
To tandem with Kimi really well, which was a main point we were making earlier, that as long as their tandem is together, then the rest of the map feels great for True Rippers, and it did.
And then even Garcia towards the end of that game was just on fire.
Man.
One of the best Moskov
Kinukuha lang din namin sa MSC yung code kasi nanonood kami live stream. Ano ko hindi ko i-post, di ka nakakuha ng code, ng Dias. Gatekeep na lang namin yung code. Kami na lang makikinabang sa code.
For the rest of these days to come. How did this game evolve the tournament's meta so far? We've seen the Assassin approached as a high priority pick.
Yep.
You know, and we've seen similar first and second picks, including the Atlas being
Match result 2-0.
But Rimar, in your eyes, did we learn something here after seeing these two matchups that we'll take to the rest of the tournament?
I learned I have a new wish for this tournament.
Okay.
Wherein something that we usually see at the start is they're willing to be more creative and kind of experimental. Hopefully that isn't just a group stage thing. I hope this continues all the way until knockouts, all the way up until the grand finals, where you see teams taking these risks. Was it risky and egotistic for them to lock in the Selena for Vitality early on? Yes, but it was a big impact for the team. Moreno was a monster on that Selena. But then True Rippers answered with a Uranus, with which you told me the streets have some info about.
I mean, yeah, Uranus is supposed to be a very
Kung pwede lang sa inyo na yung Dias, sakit ang nagko-content.
What you were saying in a sense of, we're in a meta right now where comfort can sometimes be okay.
Hello pala sa kay Shahid. Ronald, hello. May bagong code. Wala. Tatakpan ko yung code, guys. Pag lumabas. Alam ko saan nakapesto yung code.
I mean, overall,
code lang habol eh. Pang promo Dias. Kahit early, masakit talaga yung Selena. Oh. Pag ako may gamit ng Selena, walang walang damage yan.
To expand their hero pool as we look at our bracket for this tournament, it's Group A today. Group B will have their matches tomorrow, but as I've said prior, we have Group A and Group B doing their own upper bracket and lower bracket runs. So we'll see elimination matches now coming up for the 3 and soon to be 4 teams that will have lost these initial matchups.
Nangangamit na akong banggitin yung code, guys.
For Team Vitality and Team Falcons.
Yung salitang code, ha? Hindi yung pinaka-code.
Team Spirit, and that will advance somebody to the knockout stage and send someone else into a decider match against either True Rippers and Guangzhou Gaming or Team Falcons versus the winner of Ignite or Team Spirit.
True Rippers versus Guangzhou Gaming is going to be a tearjerker because for so long, ever since we saw China come into the scene, we've wanted to see them do amazing things. And now we have this other new region coming into the scene that we're hoping to see do great things.
Yeah.
And no matter what, one of them are going home.
Yeah.
That's a tough match to have to watch right there.
Yeah, May was one of the first names we saw perform in an international tournament for MLBB coming out of China. And then now he's at the risk of, he cried when he won the qualification tournament because he's been wanting this for so long, to make it into the group stage, not just be stuck in the wild card, but now instantly at the lower bracket up against a region that's been, again, desired to be part of the scene for the longest time. It will be a tearjerker in that matchup.
You could also look at it on the flip side.
Somebody's
moving on. So you got somebody to
Wala nang code.
who definitely has a great story coming into it. So you've been having a lot of fun with Mobile Legends Bang Bang, like us on the desk and our casters and our players.
Yung code, tatakpan ko yung code.
Make sure to check it out. It's a new idol adventure.
Sana next game, roam support naman na.
Take a look.
Wala na break time muna. Nag-dinner na ba kayo? Mag-brawl muna kayo, guys. Pagbalik nyo, naubos na yung code. Ipapost ko yung code pagka-limit na. Alis na kayo para kami na. Manood sa match pag sa code daw. Minute ko muna ha. Wala pa naman eh. Lakas na ulan. Hindi ba umuulan sa inyo? Bakit? Uulan din. It's a time. Dinner. Nakapag-dinner na kayo? Sino MSC champ nyo? Ayan, dadaldal na ulit siya.
ENC, the Esports Nations Cup, where more Mobile Legends Bang Bang alongside 15 other games will take over Riyadh. 4 weeks of competition in search of the ultimate prize. Be ready to witness history there at the Esports Nations Cup. I know it is going to be a blast. We'll have another game that I know of there as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right, guys, welcome back here as we kind of get ready to preview our next match set. It is going to be Team Ignite versus Team Spirit. Gentlemen, Renmar, Trex, what do we have to say heading into this? We've obviously seen 3 great games today. We've learned a lot about the meta. What are you hoping to learn here as we head into this last one?
Well, for this one, I'm actually hoping for a much closer game. Although Ignite Gaming is newer on the block and Team Spirit as a entire team have a deeper wealth of experience, I want to see these two teams challenge and I want to see them fight.
Paldo sa akin, tag-pisong. Sabi. Ano binito niya sa promo dahil?
Has been known to have some decent showings in MSC in the past. We've seen them be able to pull up.
Nakailang tanong na ba ako? Iba-ibang batch kasi yung mga kausap ko. Yung mga natanungan ko na mga umalis na sa live stream.
They've been hunting it for a while, but they have consistently been the gatekeepers to teams that want to get to that top 4. They are consistently a team that is able to keep anyone else at bay because they're going to be the next ones to get to that grand final spot.
Talk to me about Zal.
Epic Lunox. Wow, epic.
Maybe play. Didn't really work. He's under a
Di
new
kaya
jersey
ng
from that maybe
piso dahil sa epic skin sa akin. 600 plus lang yung ano ko yun.
We got to see a glimpse of it
Promo dahil ko.
in a big international setting in our last World Championship during M7 when he was finally eligible to play, and he looked great there. There were so many players, pundits, and personalities who looked at him and said, oh, that's the next big thing. That jungler is going to be out of this world once he finally matures into that final form. It's going to take years, but as early as now, the fact that you have a lot of people saying that, it's good for his potential.
And this also isn't the first player that Team Spirit has introduced at a young age. What, 2 years ago it was Hiko?
Walang Lunox. Ba't walang Lunox? Wala walang code.
At that point, he was a star gold laner.
LB ni Diggy nakuha ba? Ay, Charmin, hello. Meron pa ba niya? No, isa lang stock. 1:1 yata yung LB Diggy.
At a young age at this international and show off.
This is the moment right here, especially for the junglers. Error 404 said it was his time to show what his champions, his heroes, excuse me.
Sabi kasi Lunox eh.
What Team Spirit hope for their young
Lunox.
He actually had a chance to catch up with Team Spirit's Kid Bumba before the match to hear what he had to say.
Pag natagal sa inyo na lang yan, tambay na lang dito palagi sa live.
Fact check with you, pulse check with you as well.
1:1 lang yan, sayang naman.
Nothing much. We're just
Hindi kita na unahan bilhin yung LBDG.
Finally play. We had a really long boot camp, so I'm really excited to play. Actually, 3 release.
Sabi niya.
Cause I've been just waiting for this. This tournament doesn't have a lot of games, so I want the best to be in every game. So I'm very excited.
Very excited. And of course, you said earlier on that you had a boot camp. Where did you boot camp in?
Malaysia for 3.5 weeks.
Nag-bootcamp sila sa Malaysia.
Very productive. One of the best that we've had.
Wow.
And like I said, we're just looking forward to the match.
What did you learn from Malaysia that you're gonna take here? Is it more, strategy maybe?
I mean,
just be general. It's okay.
It's not Malaysia because we were scrimming against every team,
May
right? Every
victories
Asian
na.
team. It's not that we scrimmed against Malaysian teams only. I mean, we get what we always get. We get better in decision making, in our tempo. Generally, everything that just is better in Asia than it is in ECA. So we adapt and then we implement our own.
So do you think that's going to be the big difference maker? I mean, last time we saw you at MSC, it was 5th to 8th placer. And now you're coming back here with, of course, more spirit. Get it? Spirit.
I mean, teams know us as like
Masakit nung
weak mental team in
bomba
hard
sa
games
S.
against like Asian teams. Struggling when we have a lead.
Pagkakuha ko sa Epic
But
Victories
we wanna
na
change
nirank
it
ko agad.
this
Ayun,
tournament,
talo.
So we're gonna show our best. And I'm
Di mo
100%
kasi
ready
kami
to give it my everything to
kasama.
show
Ayan,
everybody that
talo.
we can actually do something this tournament. And if it's not gonna go out well, then it won't happen. Everything will happen like God wants it to be.
Amen, amen, amen. We will see it. I'm pretty sure you guys are going to do well. But before you do well, obviously your
Kanina pa
next
yung
matchup is
code
against
na yun,
Diablo
guys,
now.
eh.
Talk us about the
Madami
laning
nang
phase. I mean,
nakarinig
we
kaya
know
limit
Diablo to
na.
be a player that's also very, bombastic.
Abangan
He
niya.
has a lot of things under his
Bago
sleeves. Is there
mag-start
any
yung
particular
draft,
preparation
Glenn,
that you have for the laning phase
lalabas yung
against Diablo,
code.
seeing as the EXP lane is so important now?
Tapos tatakpan
For
ko.
me, he's just a normal opponent. For me, every opponent that I face is just a normal opponent.
Pero
I
kung
don't
yung code na nilapag ay Savage 26, ay wala na yun.
Laning phase generally for me it doesn't mean a lot. For me it's about the team play. In laning phase I just try to do my best. If I win, I win. The goal is to always be equal. The goal is not to win for me. And yeah, that's about it. I don't think I'm gonna have any problems.
Okay, so that's a little bit of insight coming to the XP lane from Kid Bomba's perspective. And into the next match, obviously, we do want to know, maybe do you have a message
Kung ikaw
for
ba
Diablo?
magtatanong kay Kid Bomba, ano itatanong mo dyan, Steven?
Come on. Nothing else? You don't want to give him some...
No.
No, not yet.
No, not yet.
You're saving it for later?
No.
No too? So when?
Never.
Never. Okay, hopefully we get more from Kid Bomba next time. But thank you so much. And of course, good luck for your next. We are going back to the studio.
Mag-top up na lang kayo.
Might be the best handling of an interview
Top up
I've seen
na
so
lang
far
kayong
with a
five
turn. She tried to
dimes.
get him, Kid Bumba saying not at all. But mentioning
Oh, di
his
kayo marunong
master
mag-antay,
class that may be
bumastos
coming
kayo.
up here against Diablo, the XP laner. We mentioned how big that is in order to help the jungle expand, and also just in terms of the pride for Ignite. Team Singapore comes in winning the MPL for Singapore in 11, but also having a little bit of domestic momentum.
Tanong ko,
Trying to see if they can
nagbibigay ka ba ng
replicate that here at
100k
MSC is going to be a big one.
Sabi ni
But
Kid
Diablo
Bomba, no,
hopefully feels
no.
up to the challenge. He caught up with Eterna as well before the game.
Ay, yung skin, chicken skin, gusto
We can
mo?
walk a little bit together right now. You're getting prepared for your next end. Diablo, it's so nice to see you. Wait a second. How are you feeling?
Excited because it's Paris this time around, so yeah, the feeling is different.
The feeling is different. What's different about it this time?
Because it's a new team. Yeah, I've always been with Flash for EWC, so yeah, new team, new vibes, I guess. Yeah.
New team, new vibe. How's everything going with the team though? Are you blending well with one another?
Yeah, because some of them are used to be my old teammates, so yeah, we do have some chemistry.
Okay, so the chemistry is down, and obviously I think a lot of spotlight is going to come into the EXP lane for you in particular. What do you think about the meta right now?
Definitely getting used to it, but I think it kind of favors my team quite a little. Yeah.
Favors your team. Can we know why?
Because I think my jungler is a very good assassin
Tags
player.
yung epic skin.
So, but are we going to be expecting
promo dayas,
crazy
guys,
picks
eh,
from
ba't
you?
kayo
Because you seem to
nangihingi
always
naman?
stray out of the meta, Diablo.
I think it depends on whether the draft allows it.
May
Because
promo
right now,
dayas, tapos may
I'm more
code
tuned
para
to
sa
play for the
diamond.
team
So
rather
ano
than for
pang,
myself, yeah.
ano
Okay,
pa
so we'll see.
problema
We'll
niyo?
see, right?
Ba't hindi niyo
but if you
mabili
guys want
yung
to see,
skin na
maybe
gusto
if
niyo?
I make it far, I might bring out some cheese picks. Yeah.
Okay, we're waiting for that. Once again, good luck for your next match. And Diablo, it's really nice to see you again. Let's just go back to the studio. Goodbye.
Always a blast here. Hearing a little bit from Diablo on team, I believe that was team Ignite, correct, guys?
Gaming,
and he was talking about Kelvin, his jungler, having a little bit to
LeBron
add to this meta,
Vega,
especially with his
hello.
confidence on Assassins. Played some utility jungle, but I think most of the jungle was utility up until this latest patch.
Yeah.
How do you feel, Rimar, in his confidence for his team?
Oh no, Kelvin is young. He popped off during his championship win with Singapore. He was a long-time development league player here in the Philippines. Finally got his first big break and then became a champion now at EWC.
Umaga pa sa kanila.
So I'm sure he's carrying
6 hours advance natin yata sa kanila.
And a lot of momentum for him personally.
Yeah, I think overall, Singapore, Kelvin, Jay, Diablo, I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. During that interview, they talked about cheese picks. They talked about if the draft allows it. And Singapore is never scared to throw a little bit of spice into the draft. And kind of backpacking off of what we were talking about in some of the last drafts, the meta is a little open to that. There's possibilities. We've seen some crazy things from them before. I think back in 2024, what was it? The mid lane.
Fanny? Was it? Oh wait, no, they did that during
Wala bang code daya sa atin? Walang code. Sabi ko i-cancel na.
I can't really,
We'll come back. She's like,
I would try.
We'll come back to it. But we've seen some crazy
Sabi ko wag na
things
i-flash sa
before,
screen.
from Singapore, so I'm excited for it.
Was he referencing NIP Flash at that time? Because they got
Flash.
3rd or 4th place.
Yeah.
At 24, right? At MSC 24.
It was a great year for them.
Yeah, and that was where they really solidified their identity as a cheese pick too. It's like, we've always said it just in the regional leagues, but then in 2024, the fact they made it that far with some very unique picks. Oh yeah. Oh, I remember. Dude, Martis. There we go. Mid lane Martis. Yeah. I can't believe Decimate. Who is that again? But yeah. Hopefully.
We got there anyways.
Hopefully. But again, he's not.
Yung una na limit ka,
this time around. Right. It's a newer squad. Technically, he's coming in this as the leader of the group, as the guy, with all of his wealth of experience. So he has to lead this. Does he want to lead through cheese picks? With what he said, apparently not. He's gonna do it like the good old-fashioned way.
And that's sometimes how you have to do it, especially when you go into a tournament where you don't know exactly what to expect. Obviously, some fans yelling in the background. It's excitement time. Our last series of the day is about to begin. If you think you know how it's going to go, make sure to check out the EWC Pick'ems. Go to esportsworldcup.com/play, and you can decide who's going to win this matchup. Let us know if you got it right over our last 3 series. And if you're with the majority here who have 91%
150 plus dayas pa need mo.
only 9% on Ignite Gaming. Trex, you're shaking your head.
100
I
plus
think that might be a little much. I think that
Sa
might
block
be a
up,
little
guys,
much. Let's not completely
may bukod
count
na
out
code kasi
Ignite
doon.
Gaming. Like I said, this is the time that Singapore has shined before in MSC. Yes,
start ng
they've
stream,
had some
dapat
bad
nandun
days
na
with the
kayo.
representatives. But we're in groups. This
Kasi
is a time
limit
that a lot
lang
of times
doon.
teams like this do show up. Team Spirit
Kung
has
tsatsagain
been
niya sa
known
block up,
sometimes to have
tapos
rough
aabangan
starts
niya
in the
din
beginning. They always
yung
make it to top
pina-flash sa
8.
screen na
That's almost
code.
a guarantee for Team Spirit.
Madami
But
na
if there's
kayong
a day
dice.
that they could come in a little off, today could be the day.
Yeah, and they have a good chance to make a comeback. They've shown it in the past. Both of these teams great at making comebacks through lower brackets.
Big narrative of the day. Are we learning more about the meta, or are we learning more about how these two teams are showing up with their individual narratives? Because both playing for something, both, you know, we look at Ignite trying to get back to what Singapore had done a couple of years ago here at MSC. Team Spirit trying to prove that they can compete at these levels as well.
Yeah, I feel like this veers away a little bit from the meta discussion. This is going to be a little bit more of a personal story for these two teams as individuals and as an entire group.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to even honestly talk completely about the meta this early on. In a tournament like this, it'll start off wide and it'll slowly whittle down until we get to that grand finals. And that's when we'll really know, okay, these are prioed. Like, this has to be prioed. Early on, like right now, there's still so many opportunities.
Team Spirit, Team Ignite about ready to take the stage as we begin our final series of the day to set up our Group A double elimination bracket. Let's go.
My friends, our day is going by so quickly, but still, game 2, or at least match 3 that we had today. Game 1, sub 10 minute. Game 2 goes to 20 minutes.
Yung mga
Even though
interview.
Vitality's victory, the second one was quite hairy.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Mainipin masyado tong mga to.
Coaster to watch. You know what? They got game 1 in under 10 minutes. That was crazy. We were yelling in the green room. In game 2, ooh, that was very 50-50. But you know what? I think that the last match of the day could all get us at the edge of our seats. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming
Last chance. Kung may bagong code. Ha?
This is a team that is no stranger to the international stages. After a run that was cut short last year, have they done enough for the redemption they are oh so hungry for?
Team Spirit are no slouches, I tell you that, fair enough. But I'm telling you, on the other side is a team that has still a lot more to prove in this moment. So let's bring them out, please, welcoming Ignite Gaming!
Di ka ba masaya doon? Nag-RG kayo ng asawa mo.
The stage on fire! From community qualifiers to the international stage, their underdog story starts today. Their unpredictabilities help them win upset after the next, no matter their opponent's experience level. I'm telling you, the other side, it's a lot of experience.
Yes, but let's not forget some of the players for the side of Ignite Gaming is also no stranger to the international stages. Both teams are looking to prove themselves today, but only one will come out on top.
Then, gentlemen, please, you may place your keys. Go ahead, Ignite. Go ahead, Team Spirit. You may go place your keys. Captains, remember, shaking hands before we start off our game because it's all about fair play, right? You want to be very happy and thankful. You're getting to play at this level, and there it is. Gentlemen, we avoided the fist bumps, and we got the handshakes in. Our game is set. We're all ready. Let's send it back to our desk and get this one rolling.
Team Spirit ready to go up against Team Ignite. What a game we've got to close out day 1 here of our group stages. We've got plenty of days. I think it's 9 here with MLBB on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. And so the road is truly just beginning. But it all leads to that one trophy in the middle, the MSC champion. Will one of these two teams be lifting it at the end of this competition? Well, today is certainly a way to find out. By the way, just to let you guys know, watching at home, you can get 2 champions in one game. My champions pick. That event is now live from now until July 27th. So make sure to scan that QR code and have a chance to get some exclusive MSC skins and pick your dual champions and win 50,000 diamonds. Man.
Lots of goodies available for all of us there, and hopefully we get a goodie in this one. As much as the says to cheese picks, if it's not gonna come from him, hopefully it comes out of anyone in this game. Just give us one new one. Or is it too greedy to ask? We've got D-Roth, Brody, Eudora, Ling making a comeback. Just one more and I'm a happy boy.
I think we could definitely see it. I know they said they were going to keep it simple, but I got a feeling we see at least one more unique pick in this best of 3, especially if it goes the whole 3. And if there was any match that I looked at today that I thought was going to go 3 games, it would be this one in front of us.
Prediction?
Team Spirit, and with what Kid Bomba is saying, much happier with the results of their scrims this time around. I'm sure everyone remembers the interview that Kid Bomba had after a tough loss experience against Onyx Philippines in the very first round of knockouts last MSC. We saw the emotions for Kid Bomba flow and for Team Spirit as a whole, because for them it felt like they were just repeating the clock again off of their biggest international loss. It's been a year since then. They've won so much more and they've gotten even more wins in big international matches. But I'm pretty sure just ever so slightly that's in the back of the heads of Team Spirit, and they will do everything they can to avoid that.
It'll be Flying Cloud for our map reveal coming up in game number 1. Seen a lot of dangerous grass. We've seen a river. We've seen some Flying Cloud as well in our last series. And now it's time to see it again. This is the end of match day 1, and those coming into it, everybody is still alive, win or lose here. But if you lose, not only do you lose the chance to have some momentum, but you get put into an elimination game the next time that you play. If you win, you're in the upper side of the bracket for your group, and you have a chance to lose again, or advance straight to the next round. So, lots at stake here for both of these teams. 2 contenders, some would say very evenly matched, ready to begin their draft.
All right. Hibana, the Fanny and the Freya taking away again a Fanny pick for Zara. I expect Ignite Gaming are preparing a game plan where they control the jungle, whether through the draft or through aggressive rotations, just so they can keep tabs on Zara Egoist. They take out another one. They don't want the hero. They really are trying to minimize the hero pool.
Kasi kayo nang hingi. Hindi tuloy nilabas yung code.
First pick, and Team Spirit go for it.
Yeah, Team Spirit has always kind of favored an aggressive jungle. Even when there was opportunity for something utility-based, they like to pick up things like Suyo in the past. They like, now it's the Ling, even with the Harara and the Fanny gone, they immediately lock that in. A lot of teams have been going for roamers as their blue side first pick. Team Spirit, on the other hand, they want to make sure that Egoist gets as much as he can out of this draft.
Valentina coming up in response alongside the show.
Yeah, very quick answers here for Ignite. But with this Valentina early, they have to watch out that Spirit are going to end up with those long-range mid laners for Sunset Lover. And not even just that. He's great at the heroes such as the Lily as well, but they're playing it close to their comfort. They pick up a Juice in. So Team Spirit, you know their mindset. It's control, but through multiple angles, through a very strong EXP laner, through a jungler that rotates fast, and of course one of the most annoying mid laners to go up against.
It's an aggressive lineup right now from Team Spirit, but I will say Ignite have some ways to close the distance, have some ways to get in onto this Jushin. The Valentina isn't horrible against it. Yes, it does get outranged, but with the Cho behind it who can quickly dash through that beacon, quickly look for those pickoffs, the Jushin doesn't look as strong as it normally would.
Malay nyo lang sa ibang time pala ilalabas yung code.
Trex, why do you like it or not like it?
I think a lot of it just comes down to the matchup. Right now, it's great because you get to steal these skills. It has movability. It has opportunity. And here in this matchup, I do kind of like it, especially paired up with the Cho. Normally, the Jushin has so much priority and so much control, and the way to get past that is quick dashes. Quickly close that distance and don't let her just keep that beacon on you for more than a second or two.
Yeah, for Ignite Gaming, you mentioned about aggression from Team Spirit, but Ignite, they want to match it. This is going to be ending up as a battle of who gets a better early game. Those little decisions that make the difference between you losing and you winning in the first 3 to 5 minutes of the game. I think we might get a wish, our wish that this will be one of the closer, more exciting games, because based on the first 3 picks alone, you're going to see a lot of aggression and a lot of trades. I really hope we don't get that type of game where it's like, oh, this lineup, both of them, they're great for fighting, and then they both just play so defensively, waiting for that turnaround moment. I hope we don't get that.
I think a lot of it will come down to what Team Spirit locks into their roam position here. Right now, with the Cho, with the Suyo, Ignite's going to want to play opposite side of the river. They're going to want to look for those pickoffs. We're going to want to see this Cho hanging out on Team Spirit's side of the map. So if Team Spirit can respond to that well and maybe push back and stop that from happening, look for those pickoffs themselves, because you're right, both junglers want to try to get a kill or two in the first 5 to 6 minutes.
Yeah. With there being a Cho on the side of Ignite, I would like one more pick with maybe much better burst, something that can really make the most out of the pickoff style of the Cho, but Team Spirit still end up banning the Brody. So that was the pick that I was thinking. Now they might just be stuck with a typical carry Claude trade. I don't see a Harith slotting in here anywhere unless like they're really confident. I think we're still going to see the traditional basic attack marksman.
I like the Claude here for Ignite. You're able to escape away. You have the BMI with all the dashes already with the Paquito and the Ling. I think carries a little bit too immobile, a little bit too much of a sitting duck.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, Moscow's still open.
Is Harith also still open?
Yeah, Harith is open.
Moskov, another decent pick, especially if the Paquito tries to come in. You just kind of stiff arm him away.
Yeah. Even make space between itself and the Ling. That's just what I was thinking of, like some instant crowd control. Oh, Europe's making a comeback. Back at it again. I think this is going to be the Diablo pick. Yeah, definitely the Diablo pick.
Diablo.
2 more picks from Team Spirit here. They still need a roamer. They still need a gold laner. What's the big roam pick? Do they go heavy into crowd control here? We've seen Sawo and things like the Grok before. Could be.
Oh yeah. Brock Sowell than something with like a
Johnson,
carry
Odette
to
Combo.
shred through the Uranus. Because you need more shred here. I mean, you have strong bursts with the Paquito, the Ling, but you can never go wrong with even more basic attack damage, considering there's a lot of mobility on the other side. Oh, they go Esme?
Esme Gold? So wait a second, fighter off lane?
Oh, yeah. So an older approach and tactic where they put double fighters and then they're playing their carry solely through the Ling. Their Ling is their basic attack damage hero.
Plus a Paquito.
Paquito
hurts. I mean, they do have a good damage profile even without the marksman because of the Paquito, because of this aggressive EXP laner.
Interesting. Maybe Ignite were reading into that considering they picked up the Uranus. But even with all of that, oh, the Uranus is definitely going to feel the hurt here.
You got a Claude here, right? Against so many fighters.
Yeah, or the Moskov, either of those two. The Claude would be great, again, as you mentioned, because of the mobility. BMI out. They go down the Moskov route here. Interesting choice by Team Spirit. Another unique approach to the meta. It's not cheese picks as we asked, but it's a new element and a new layer to how to play the game.
We saw a lot of these. We saw a lot of this over in the Amers.
Yeah, the Amers.
MCT.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of fighter. A
Masakit
lot
second
of
skill.
kind of funnel strategy,
Yes,
especially with the ability to have these high damage EXP laners. It's the opportunities there. Once like the Freyas, the Paquitos, things like that, the opportunity is definitely there.
Ay, nila gumamit Eudora. Ban yung Eudora eh.
Diablo and King Kid Bomba going
Binaban na
up
kasi
against each other here
nung na-open nung
in what
first
should
two
be a
matches.
creative
Yun.
and impactful EXP matchup. We'll see who can take
Lahat.
game one here in our final series of the day. Team
Game
Ignite
one.
versus Team Spirit. Let's send it over to our casters to kick it off.
I did not expect today to be a sweep day, Gideon, and hopefully it's not on this last match today. Hopefully we get 3 games here to round out day 1 of the group stages for MSC. This draft, though, is something we have to always talk about. I mean, today has been a little freaky in the draft, man.
I have to admit, it is a little freaky here, but let's see what the adjustments are going to be, right? Double fighters have come into play this time round, and I think that IG has a bit of work to do, right? First off, we're already starting on a different side of the map just in case things go wrong for Moskov. I'm looking at the emblem setup as well, and it looks to be a very, very good spread overall. We're not looking for anybody who's trying to go above and beyond with the Master Assassin on a TS's side.
Even the fact that we have a gold lane Paquito, man. You know, the hands of Hiko, again, one of the youngest players before that came through the league, made a big statement on his first international appearance, you know, just a couple of years ago. But the thing is, now you have a Paquito in your favor. You're running this kind of double fighter setup for this composition for Team Spirit. And this is what I like about where the meta seems to be going as Sala gets kicked around a little bit here by Jay. But nonetheless, with this kind of idea for a composition, this could hyper scale your Ling. I think you give the grounds for your Ling to go ahead and get scaled up really quickly for Zarigwas. And again, this is a player who I think a lot of people were looking forward to play. Was it just last year? But he was unfortunately not able to compete just in his MSC appearance last year. But now we get to see it in the hands of a Ling who seems to be rising in stock value right now in the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, every Assassin player wants to get their hands on Ling. It's such a impactful style of hero, not only with ultra mobility, but genuinely just an absolute menace to play around. And I think that IG, the question is, how do they eventually punish Team Spirit? A lot of it, I think, has to be directed towards Sowell before level 4. After that, we don't really know, right? Somebody on the side of TS has to make that mistake unless IG can force it out of them. And for now, I don't see that happening, considering the double fighters are just good at fighting early, right? You can't win the 2v2 skirmishes anymore. Even the mid lane is a little bit hard to contest as of yet until Roy is able to find a good ult, and even then, there's only one good ult right now.
Yeah, you can see that too. Hiko just going to go ahead and cut in that wave again on the Paquito versus that Moscow matchup. It's not the normal, you know, marksman matchup that we usually see. Good little attempt, SOD thrown out towards that purple buff. And now the turtle is up, and this is I feel like the result of just this composition. I mean, no one's committing to the turtle; they just want to make plays elsewhere.
Yeah, this is really, really interesting. You know, holding up the Retribution, able to make this invasion happen. And I think if you're in IG's position, if you try to attempt a counter invade instead of taking the turtle, it will be too late and Sawa will hit level 4. So at that point, you probably don't want to send too many members. Okay, Falling Star Moon does not connect, but that's fine. Jay, good movement for now as IG's considering how they want to approach this. Diablo's going to open up the map first. He's going to get pulled back, but eventually somebody's going to have to take this neutral objective.
This is the slowest first turtle we've had today, man. I mean, they finally go and put pressure on Sunset Lover, but still neither team seems to want us to go ahead and secure this. So meanwhile, the FCS doing his thing. He's going to continue to farm up. He's got the SOD available now. So it's just resulted into no one giving it a go just yet. But now this turtle started up by Kelvin. Half health on the turtle.
All right, Fallen Star Moon already connects. Is he going to get it? Our Egoist is able to steal it away. Minoan Fury has already been unleashed. Jay forced the flicker out of there as Diablo wants to hop over the wall, takes the flicker. However, Zar chases him over, and with the help of Kid Bomba, they secure first blood.
Hiko was making his way for that fight too. If they wanted to go and collapse down, if IG didn't disengage the way they did, then that would have been really bad for IG to go in that fight. We're gonna look at the replay here brought to us by SDC. Again, this turtle for the taking happens really fast. Good usage there with the Retribution from Zara Egoist, and then they get into this fight that just did not favor IG in this, and they really had to burn some battle spells and of course their ultimates to try to survive with all they could. But unfortunately, you know, it was Diablo to go down first.
I think it's just unfortunate that Kevin just didn't have the Sever at the right time. It got canceled out initially once the Falling Star Moon came through, and when you're in that cooldown without it, it's really difficult to actually contest for the turtle, especially when your opponent is one level ahead. For now, I mean, this is exactly what I expect from a double fighter composition. Like, these people can take damage for days, and Kid Bomba is like, I don't care unless you kick me, and there's the way of the dragon. It comes to him, and Minoan Fury flicker forward with the SOD already connecting. They can't get any more than this. Sawo finally getting punished. There's the Ionic Edge. Collapse on. Backline getting attacked. Bladed Tempest as well. Gets one. Looks for a second. Zariguis can't take any more damage to this, and they back away.
Well, I guess at this point you should care a little bit about what could potentially happen, you know, and the kick being one of them from Jay, but it was a good attempt for things to go ahead and start. And yes, TS will go ahead and grab one themselves, but once again, take a look at the replay. There's the kick we were talking about, that way the dragon right on Kid Bomba. And I have to agree with you, aside from that, this is what the double fighter allows you to do. You get a ton of information for your team because you're usually planning up in that side of the jungle of the opposing team. Now up top, again, CS really comfortably just able to go ahead and farm up. There was some attempt up there, but the rest of the team of IG is there. Conceal's going to be used now. Jay's going to go ahead and spot this out. So, again, this seems to be the case, Gideon, where it's like, if we can conceal, if we can make an attempt, we'll go for it. But right now, it's just kind of waiting here.
Oh, in trouble. CS finally goes down here. Tries to make a flicker play. Unfortunately, gets punished significantly for it.
That's one of the unfortunate things when you're up against a Ling, you know, and the packed punches of a Paquito coming through too will just bring you down a half health before you know it. Now, Turtle's up. Jay given some vision as well as Diablo. They got to go ahead and grab that purple buff. But we might just see it once again where IG wants to go ahead and take their time for this turtle, not overly committing just because, again, firepower-wise, they need time to go ahead and build up.
Speaking of which, I am interested in the item build in just a second here. Hascall done by Zara Egoist. Let's see how this is going to play out. He still has Tempest of Blades, so it's really difficult for him to actually, you know, not miss the Retribution. He hits it. Now Kevin is dead. Pretty easy work for Zara Egoist with the rest of his team covering him. They didn't have to use too many ults, and now they get Diablo, Minoan Fury as well. Flicker 4 doesn't catch anybody, and that's a double for Zar. This is going phenomenally for Team Spirit.
Yeah, Team Spirit, a lot of tools in the pocket to work with, and now in the mid lane, Jay trying to keep them from taking down the tier 1 turret. He's going to take a couple shots, tries to get away too, and he'll live. But man, it's costing IG a lot in these skirmishes, and now the bottom turret will be worked on Hiko. So at some point, IG has to be able to go ahead and kind of recalculate here. As we look at the replay, once again, this was an easy objective take. Zara Egoist does win the Retribution. you know, that's one of the things, again, this is a very skilled player. He's young, he's just aggressive, likes to pick these hyperscaling heroes, and it'll come down to the Retribution where he's just able to go ahead and cap it off against Kelvin.
And there you go. You can see in that replay, he's going nice, knowing that he's done good, his due diligence, and not to mention that he is in a position to actually hard carry this game like he's meant to, right? A 2, oh my god. They made a kick onto Watsawa's side. The Queller comes on through Soul Server, Minoan Fury, but there's no flicker to actually make it work. The Blade of Tempest comes out, but this should be a nothing fight unless Kibamba makes something happen on himself.
Whoa, he goes in. He's going to drag him back. Jay, there's an SOD, though. Are they going to follow through?
It connects good, but now they need to maintain the battle lines. If not, things are going to get worse. And Roy, he's thinking about it. He's got that Blade of Tempest, but the problem is, without the Shadow Steps, he can't pick up and actually make full use of it anyways. Now, with that being said, despite everything that has happened, 5-2, it's a 4.4K at 8 minutes.
Yeah, and you see 2,000 of that 4K, Gideon, is on the jungle for Team Spirit. Zara Egoist, nearly 2,000 gold ahead right now, and that's why, you know, one of the things they're trying to do is get this point where IG can, you know, even out the jungle a bit, because again, even when it comes down to a level gap, that plays a part. Of course, in the 50-50 for the Retribution, it's not much of a 50-50 if you're too far down in this case. So now with this Lord being up, they got to go ahead and get in position. IG has constantly tried to face off against this double fighter lineup, but they're just kind of zoned out from everything. Nice little block there, Sunset Lover. Lord will be secured for Team Spirit.
And look at him go. If Zara doesn't get an MVP title for this one, it's a bit tough to complain because, man, he's kind of doing so much, and it's great to see that the rest of his team is able to become that strong foundation for them. No one's really overextending. Nobody's like making too many mistakes. And even on a Hiko side, I think he literally is having a gold lane experience as a fighter.
Which is weird, right? Because it's like, man, I don't know. I don't know if boxers are used to all this gold that he can work with, you know? And right now with Hiko charged up, he can lead that charge because his kind of a threat, just with the nature of the way Paquito works and how he packs such a punch, is deadly enough where then again, Zara Egoist on the wing, you have kind of that freedom to just join the fight when everybody is pretty low in terms of health bars. You can go ahead and capitalize some kills. Sunset Lover, I'm surprised the Jushin hasn't been picked up as much, right? Even with her nerf a bit, she's still very valuable, like this. I mean, you're able to go ahead and drag people back. You get the Ice Queen 1, you slow them down a bit. And now this Lord is going to charge in up the top side. Shields are popped top, mid, and bottom.
Oh, what a play coming in from Sunset Lover, taking advantage of the last hit on the stacks of the butterflies. Finds one and pulls him back. They try to get a little bit back. They have to move away. Oh my goodness, that was about to be absolutely nasty had it not been for flickers.
Yeah, if they did. Either way, take a look at the replay here brought to us by STC. Look at this move. This is why I was saying the Jushin, man, the value, the utility that she still brings to the table as a hero is insane. So you can force this fight into this. Yes, none of the base turrets went down, but look at the lead that Team Spirit has.
Dude, that's such a good idea as well. I was paying attention to the butterfly stacks, but Sunset Lover does not miss a beat here. And as you were mentioning, oh wait, no, this should be a pretty good fight. Sunset Lover finds Jay as Diablo backs their way up, and there's just too much damage to deal with. The lead is so gigantic as we get closer to the GG number of 10K.
Did they nerf that right?
No. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about right now.
It didn't change much because, my goodness, it doesn't seem like they're able to get away. Oh, Sunset Lover quite low.
No, the Minoan Fury is good, but now Zara Egoist is basically unstoppable. Everybody doesn't have the base damage to actually deal with him, and now they're going to be taking literally everything away. This is their timer. As long as they don't make a mistake, DS should find an endgame scenario in the next minute or so.
Massive lead, 11,000 up plus.
Oh my
Lord!
Look
at the difference across the economy here for Team Spirit against IG. This is not looking good at all in game one. Again, we're just approaching the 12-minute mark, but it feels like, you know, for IG, they've just been kind of trying to buckle up in this game and taken for a ride.
I think IG were not prepared to deal with DS and their double fighter shenanigans here. And not to mention how polished it really is. It makes you wonder, had they just gotten rid of a couple of other picks? Maybe if they got rid of, I want to say Minotaur, but I think the Jushin is a lot worse.
Yeah, maybe the Jushin right now, this is, I mean, I'd say, do they want to contest? No, you don't. When you're down this much, just let the Lord go in the hands of TS. Get ready to somehow defend. But the bad part of this is 2 of your base turrets already gone. you're down at this much gold, so your fighting prowess is pretty much non-existent right now, and even your tankier members, your tankier heroes are getting shredded down. I mean, even if Diablo tries to get in that front line, the risk of that is he's just going to get dragged through by Sunset Lover, like we've seen. And so you have to be able to buckle in on this one, because this defense, as crucial as it is, it's very dire for them. The Lord is going to make its way down mid.
It really is, and I think there's a way for the entire team. If they can just zone out specifically CS, then I think they have an opportunity. But here comes the conceal. They're going to take their time. The kick, it lands on the correct target, and then on Fury is going to be taken away. They try to turn this around. Bizarre Ego is able to find one as Hiko kills Jay. And at this point, the base is already done for. A good idea, however, executed just a little late and no way to delay those waves.
Such a clean performance from Team Spirit, a clean game. Again, I think a lot of people are wondering, you know, this version of Team Spirit coming through in this MSC 2026 at EWC, man.
Puro blue team pala yung, ay sa blue side, yung nasa schedule, match schedule. Puro yung nasa blue side yung nananalo.
But so far, from what we've seen, it is clean. And for a team to bring in this kind of composition, the double fighter, make it work this well.
Late na ba yan?
What more? What more is up the sleeve?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy because there are certain aspects of this particular composition that just work so well against each other. The fact that Sunset Lover and Sawo survived the earlier stages and then suddenly became this massive driving force. No matter what you do, our counter engage will always be better. I will make you run through the mud. I will make
wala yung code. Pinaka-cancel ko yung code. O di ba hindi nilabas yung code? Di ba walang pinakita na code? Baka niya mali niya sa game 2 pala ilalabas. Bomba, ipanalo mo yan. Tatabasan ko yung chan ko pag yung pinatalo.
To get to the next game. That's the main thing that you want to go ahead and look for. So I know the panel, the studio wants to go ahead and break this down a little bit further, so let's go ahead and throw it on over to talk about game 1.
Team Spirit take a convincing victory over Team Ignite, and it was not even close. You saw that just slow tide start to build and build until it was a tidal wave. And Team Spirit, off the rip, looking very good. Rain Day here back on the desk with Renmar and Trex. Guys, we did not have a lot of time to go back into the green room and reset because that game was over in a flash. What went so right for Team Spirit?
Well, they picked up a lineup that we didn't expect them to go for, but it was proactive. With all of their picks, it was picks that from no matter where you are in the map, you are making an impact. You're going at it right away. You are making your presence felt. And Ignite weren't ready for it. I have to agree with the sentiment of the casters. They just looked shocked and awed with what they had to deal with.
Is it Team Ignite kind of being surprised by how strong Team Spirit was?
I think Team Spirit was just such a steady burn that Ignite, maybe even when they wanted to bring the fights, there was always a good answer from Team Spirit. Team Spirit never fully committed in the early game. There was some small skirmishes. I think by second turtle, it was like 3-2, not crazy kill count, but Team Spirit was just steady every single time. They always got the kills in Azar. They always made sure that it mattered, but they never overcommitted exactly. Even when they lost, even when that one play happened in the mid lane and they lost Bomba, the patience from Zar to sit in that bush in the mid, in the river, and wait until they came just far enough to where he could jump into the back line and get a counter kill that was much more valuable than losing Sawo. Overall, Team Spirit was just, it was a clean game from them.
One of our questions was, can Team Spirit do what they do on an international stage? And can Team Ignite come in trying to represent their region on this international stage and keep up with what Team Spirit was putting together? The answer so far is not quite. There remains more to be seen, but as we break down the graph, Renmar, it was a gold difference, it was a kill difference, it was a
walang code na pinakita guys. Abangan nyo na lang, tumambay kayo sa live stream, kahit saan live stream. Kahit hindi dito.
Have the damage, whether you put it in the gold, meaning you get faster damage. In EXP, it gets access to its upgraded skills a little bit faster because of
pero di ko alam kung maglalabas pa ng code.
EXP rolling into you. For Team Spirit, there was a word mentioned, I believe, by Nice, it was polished. based off of what Kid Bomba said with how their boot camps were like in Malaysia, getting to play on the big Asian server, everyone else with some of the big top 3 region teams, they really look like they learned so much from it. They weren't just talking, they really put the action into it.
You know, the Paquito and the Ling. We saw the Ling and we talked about Zauer Egoist earlier on. 6-0.
Chawan, the wog. Uy, Sharin, hello.
We saw that earlier on in one of the first sets in Team Vamos. They destroyed with the potential of this character. I mean, this seems like something that needs to be limited and addressed somehow in this next matchup.
You know, in the past, what it would have been is get into the jungle, slow these assassins
Puminto na yung ulan dito. Baka napunta naman sa inyo.
Utility jungler, something that can
disabled pa din main mo.
Someone like that early on, steal purple buffs. Those were the answers years ago, right?
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if we're going to start to see a glimpse of that again, or if it will continue to just be aggressive jungler against aggressive jungler. Let's see who scales better. Because right now, that's kind of the pace we're going at. And I'm wondering when that's going to switch up. Because, again, I mean, you know, it was Ube that destroyed the assassin meta years and years ago, right? It was things like that. That's what brought the utility jungle into the meta, first of all. And I'm wondering, will that counter response once again at MSC this year?
Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Is time really just a flat circle? Or are we going to go back to what? The Estases, the Matildas, the healers of the world? I don't know, but I like that Dave, even though we're not done yet, it's already set a precedent again of just the options are wide open.
Yeah.
And who is brave enough to take these risks of these unique choices are often rewarded. Again, Team Spirit is another example of that. With what they did here, you do not see this kind of lineup often, but when it works, it really works.
And it put them in a great position here as well to excel in game 1, which sets them up now to lose 2 in a row if they're going to be into that lower bracket on Group A. If they just win 1 out of those next 2, they're going to be feeling really good about their chances to advance to the next stage. And speaking of your chances, you've got a brand new chance to check out a new interactive effect for Rhino Day. It's now available. Check out and join the celebration.
Tignan nyo guys, baka may code lumabas.
There in the shop, looking pretty fun. Make sure to grab your chance to enjoy it here with the Rhino Day. Happy Rhino Day, everybody around the world. I keep saying it sounds like Rain Day, Rhino Day.
Oh yeah,
we're just throwing it out there. I'm comfortable with that, so make sure to check it out. Let's kind of get ready before we head into the next draft to talk about what is going right for Team Spirit. Again, this is a team that many people know have done well on the international stage. But Rimar, I mean, with this start, putting a stamp, an exclamation point onto the end of day 1, how far can they go?
Oh, well, if they can continue this kind of streak, then they're clearly gonna be able to make it into the knockouts again. Whether if they're gonna get past the first round, it depends on what matchup they're drawn into. But I like the spirit that we saw in game number 1. You saw in the clips there of how commanding similar to how he has always been throughout his long career. Sawa, the shot calls on point, the tandem with him and Sunset Lover, they've been playing together for the longest time, really sharp.
And now I'll ask you, Trex, because you've been kind of my guy for the other team, and it was with True Rippers earlier on in our series, and now it's with Ignite Gaming. What do we need to see to change up this matchup? For True Rippers, they had an answer in game 2, and I think it worked really, really well, though it didn't get them the win.
I think True Rippers, for example, kind of got into their groove. They found that sense of self. They picked some comfort picks, and they were ready to play. I think we saw from True Rippers' sense that game 1 might have actually been nerves.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the same thing for Ignite. These are players, at least Diablo, for a sense, has done this big stage many, many times. Now, Kelvin, on the other hand, is new to the big stage, so there could still be some nerves there. But I think, yeah, get comfortable. It's day 1. Don't overpress yourselves. If they get blue side here, then they get first pick up front.
May manok daw pula yung buhok sa Team Spirit. Kailan nakita niyo yung buhok ni Kailan? May pula din.
If there's anything that I would ask them to change, is like, just give Diablo something a little bit more active, man. Even if it's not exactly like, oh, this mashup looks really great and this is what we need right now. Diablo has always been the player to, no matter what he ends up with, he'll find a way to make it work.
Right.
As long as you can stay active in the map, it looks like that's what they sorely needed. With a Uranus, yes, Uranus is a good pick, but I don't think it's the Diablo pick. You need something that gets out of the lane quickly, makes his presence felt, something that allows him to be a superstar and a hero sometimes.
What do you want to see?
Oh, well, we mentioned the Benedetta backstage, so that is his pick. It is currently meta. Why the heck not? Something explosive right out of the
At
gate.
least palumag laro.
Obviously,
Oo
the
nga.
matchup we kind of looked forward to. Kid Baba, Diablo in that EXP lane. It just didn't end up being the kind of fireworks that we expected. So you can, if I were the coach of Team Ignite,
Alala
we
mo
need
pa
to
yan.
make sure that we have our win conditions set up. And that
Nakita
means
mo,
making sure
panabong
Diablo
daw.
can, like you said, Renmar, have an impact. Maybe Rome. Is it the Benedetta that they bring out coming into this next game? Draft shortly upon us, as well as we keep speculating after these quick games. There's not really too much to go off of, but in some ways, though, that's kind of nice because it leaves everything open for us to discuss and kind of pick at. And, you know, it's the last day, it's the last game of the first day. I think these teams, too, if you're last, Trex, you're probably focusing on your game, but you're also probably aware of the results.
Wala pala
You're
ako,
seeing what's
ano.
working to a sense.
Game
Your coach
1,
has
Team
certainly got
Spirit.
eyes on what is working with these other games. What do you take away, and do you even take away anything from these first 3 matchups against teams that you're going to eventually have to play tomorrow in terms of how they're drafting, to apply it? Do you leave it be and say, we're coming in with the strategy that we thought would work, and we're just going to try what we know, and we'll see if it doesn't work or not to get that experience? How do you approach going last at the end of the day and obviously seeing results?
I mean, I think it's a little bit of both, right? No matter what, you come into this game with a strategy ready against the team you're about to face, especially with Team Spirit having such a rich history in MLBB. There's a lot of information we already have from them. Now, as far as the games went today, maybe you pull a little something. Was there a good counter pick that we saw today? Was there something that
Win
kind of
streak daw pag may
surprised us all
kasamang
today?
asawa.
We might be
Wala.
able to use that today.
Lawak.
Overall, I don't think, I mean, we saw the Dairoth. It did kind of fall short. We saw a few things come up, a few unique picks. I don't know if there's anything that the coach exactly would take today and be like, oh, we're definitely going to use that for sure. So we'll see exactly how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, they just went up against game number 1 Team Spirit, day number 1 Team Spirit, where it was like, hey, we're going to get Hiko Mayona, fighter, and it's Paquito Gold. You would be thinking that, oh, we're going to be seeing Hito on the traditional marksman. That's what he shined with. Nope, they gave him a guy with boxing gloves and the heaviest fists in the land of Dawn. And it worked out. If they're willing to take those risks, I want to see those risks to come out from Ignite. Just pick up heroes across the board that can have an impact, be aggressive, and make it exciting. Make it a fireworks show. We ended up going back to 2022 where all we got was Esmeralda versus Uranus, and no one enjoyed that back in the days.
You know, I think right now, Ignite
Wala
has to
pa
think
ba?
about,
Alin?
Team Spirit is no longer a team that you can just bait into the chaos, right? I think I'm not gonna talk smack to anyone.
Nangyari
All
na.
I want to do is go even.
Nag-reset ata. Walang code, guys.
This is the guy that used to always try to win.
Huwag na mag-code.
You know, used to always try to like, let's do this, let's play. So overall, Team Spirit.
Fast forward ko lang. Para updated.
From that last game, we saw they are
Ng
a patient
context.
team now. They're still gonna look for plays. They're gonna get them when they matter, but they're not exactly. They know they don't have to go brawl with you. They can kind of take it slow. And Ignite might need to be ready for that, you know?
Kung meron code, wala kami dito. Nasa ML kami nag-play. Na naman.
Another expanding cloud. Pick up for the map.
Ooh, okay.
Wala nga, pinakancel ko nga yung code. Hingi kasi kayo nang hingi.
Flying Cloud being the last one.
O diba? Nag-start na yung game 2, hindi nilabas yung code.
The idea of having a strong EXP lane that you can hold so that you're just going to be fine, but then they ended up going up against the double fighters, meaning that holding against a lineup that likes to hold because they're setting up for a carry that wants to farm fast and be high impact, then you're going to lose that equation. Even though their picks were all right, it just didn't work out for them.
I'm wondering if Ignite bans out the Ling here. You know, earlier you asked me about the Ling. Maybe that's the real answer to it. It might be time to finally put on the ban pool. That would force Team Spirit to either ban out the Freya or the Harara.
Yeah.
Right? Or do we leave both open and do we finally see the Harara versus Ling matchup? But right now there is a lot on the field still.
Yeah.
Because Ignite's been focusing so much on the Fannies and things like that, I think we got a match here where we might see the possible trade up.
Yeah, considering the Team Spirit once again banned out the Eudora and the Atlas, they are still really leaning into the idea of we're definitely going to pick up assassins no matter what.
Nakamit pala ako.
And the
Ayaw
Eudora
na
has been
talaga
a
sa
big
Eudora, guys.
kind
So,
of
binaban.
even pick in mid lane. to allow some type of stun, some type of CC, potential outplay, or slowdown of the assassin so far. But Trex, I saw you pointing at that ban.
Well, that just means there's a lot on the field still. The Marcel it's a good ban, but it's also a throwaway ban because of the fact that we're seeing Atlas and Eudora banned out. We have Freya, we have Harara, we have Jushin still. There's a lot on the field to be traded with, and now it's up to Team Spirit. Do we give kind of a off-brand ban so that we can get the
two or
three of, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We get the swing back. Harara has been monstrous. They do so it's a Belleric ban, meaning we have Freya and Harara both normally have been banned consistently are on the field.
Yeah, Freya, Harara, Ling all still open. Wealth of choices here, which means Ignite are willing to trade out. And in first pick, which means Ignite are willing to trade it out. Team Spirit can't get everything, and Ignite might just be able to, math-wise, end up with more by the end of their first 3 picks.
Wow, so they go for the Ling. So they take it away, and they say, this is ours now. You're going to have to figure something else out as well. Does that mean the Freya goes to the side of Bumba and Zhao are egoist?
Ooh,
go Freya Harara.
Yeah, I'm okay with the Freya Harara. Just go for damage right away. It's honest, but it's the good kind of honest. You know, it's like you're not going to get punished for that kind of honesty because those picks are just way too strong that not a lot can really deal with it. Let's see if they'll go for another switch up, but that'll be too early to show. I think Ignite might end up walking away with a Paquito later on.
They don't need Harara here, because no matter what, Ling's already been picked, so they can pick something else here, get the Harara in 3rd pick, Jushin.
Push it back.
Yeah. Okay, so that's another game for Sunset Lover and the Jushin this time, and it was impactful. It did give a lot of difficulty for Jay and Roy to be able to hold the center.
So Ignite here. Did they lock in what's been the popular pick? The Valentina. It didn't do amazing last time. This is tough, honestly. I don't know if I would have went for the Ling up front.
Yeah, might have been too honest at the time. You mentioned the Valentina. I think the Valentina is okay. Or you pick up your gold laner now, so you can just start taking away gold laners at the 2nd phase. Yeah, they do. They end up picking up the Brody, and then they'll go for the glue. Good chance it's going to be in Rome, but of course that can still be flexed into the EXP lane. And as you expected, Trex, there's the Hirara at 3rd. So now you're just going to be playing a lot of trades through the mid. I would like to see Ignite consider a Lilia for their glue, just so that it's that constant pressure around the Jushin and whichever roamer it's going to be paired up with. Or if they want to go for instant burst right away, or if they want to play around the box. Aniv is all right, but actually no, I'll go back on that. The Eve might actually be too difficult against the Freya, Hirara, and Jushin. Excuse me, the Eve, yeah.
The glue's a clean pick, though. I like it against the Freya, against any kind of big brawly fighters. It's a great stopper.
Yeah.
And also, as you said, most likely will be Roam, but there is flexibility to it coming into 2nd phase, something you do kind of want on blue side, because you don't exactly get last pick. So more bans coming in from Ignite. They're taking their time this game, honestly, in terms of picks, in terms of bans. They take out that Minotaur, back over to Team Spirit.
Yeah, I think they realized that the Minotaur and Jushin together was just annoying. Too much crowd control together, plus that extra heal popping out of the Minotaur actually saved Team Spirit a lot in the last game.
Esmeralda also banned this time around. Stolen is the Ling, so that'll be on the opposite side. And again, some priority for Jushin on both sides, repicked.
They take out the Uranus.
Uranus also banned.
Which, even though Diablo didn't have the greatest game on it, it can still be a nuisance.
And it's still an option, right?
Yeah,
it just limits his choices at this point.
So on this side, last ban from Ignite. Do they continue to home into the roam here? Or do they focus on the gold? You mentioned them possibly taking on any gold laners. We haven't seen any. I think at this point they know that there's not like that one gold laner that just owns the game at this point. So is it really worth? Yeah, you ban out the Harith, they pick out the Moskov. You ban out the Moskov, they get the Harith or the Claude. So you might as well get something that might have a bit more of an input, and they go with the Arlot.
Yeah, it looks like they're not going to be playing around the static mid laner. They want to get somewhat close to mid-range, a lot of dive. And the Arlot makes sense as a ban. They're still respecting the possibility that the Freya might go gold, and then you suddenly go get an Arlot EXP. Suddenly, team fighting for a lineup, playing around the Brody looks even more difficult. So they cover their bases, and oh, they do not have the damage to deal with this Barras unless they pick a Lunox at mid.
Barat's roam, though?
It's a Barat's jungle,
So
looks like.
where's Harara
Hirara,
going?
saan?
Wait, no, you're right.
Team Spirit's getting spicy right now.
Barat's EXP Freya Gold?
Pwede oh.
Yeah, then
Barat's
jungle Harara,
XP.
mid Juicin, and then...
Unless Harara goes somewhere crazy.
Mathilda Ro. Yeah.
It's got to be Harara jungle. So yeah, Barat's EXP.
Wow, Kid Bomba with the
Freya Gold. They're going for the fighter. Yeah, they're going for the bulky offlaners again.
They go Mathilda. Just so they get the or no, they still go Cho. Team Spirit, you are surprising us in the best way possible here, packing up picks, and it makes sense. Again, it doesn't have the damage profile early on, and even once it gets later. But let's see if the Lillian Brody might be enough to melt through this overly aggressive, high damage, high crowd control, very tanky front line.
What I love about it is it's showing how much trust they have in their brand new jungler. Picking up these funnel strategies where they know that, listen, we're going to pick this big bulky box and just do your thing, Czar. And right now, the faith that they have in him is showing up.
All right, Team Spirit getting a little funky here with the Barats on the side of Kid Bomba. He'll go up against Alice on Diablo's side, and we'll see if Ignite can pull it back even or if Spirit will close it out. 2-0. Let's send it over to our casters to get games 2 started.
Coach Coldstar and the rest of Team Spirit are cooking in the draft, and this is going to be a big statement if they end up 2-0 with this kind of draft. Gideon, this is so, I want to say, unusual for what we're seeing, but I love to see it, man. The meta is continuing to focus and shift into different ways than what we're used to.
There have been rumors about this Barat's EXP. The question is, I wasn't really expecting it to show up this early on into the tournament, but now we're also seeing what's going to happen on the opposite end, right? Like, the big problem with the Barat's EXP is how do you maintain your stacks consistently, especially both junglers starting on that side of the map, so you don't really have anything to, like, maintain your stacks in the meantime while you're waiting underneath turret or the enemy side.
Yeah, this is one of the things that we'll have to see executed through Kid Bomba. Again, Barrett's XP is not something you see too often, but it's tanky enough. Yes, he's going to struggle a little bit to get some of the stacks, but then again, maybe it's going to result in something where, he's just trying to set up the Daytona's welcome for the team. Again, your crowd control utility on this composition for Team Spirit is just kind of out the roof because you have a choke kick, you have the, the lantern flare and the beacon from Sunset Lover, and this gives a lot of space once again to just funnel things into your jungler and the Hirara. We just saw this earlier today too. If you manage to go ahead and scale crazy fast on a Hirara, and let's say even you to the point where you pick up Sky Pierce and you got 8 stacks, dude, you are a killing machine basically in your own right, and you're hard enough to catch.
Yeah.
So when you're centered around that and you have all the crowd control in the world, that's the difficult part for Ignite Gaming if they want to go ahead and fight this. Now, the Ling for Kelvin can essentially do the same thing, but you're playing into that. Your Lilia does a lot of this early game damage. Eventually, the Brody can scale up as well. So there's a lot more, I feel like, possibilities for Ignite Gaming to make use of.
Speaking of possibilities, I'm thinking whether or not Kid Bomba's entire purpose is to just bog down Diablo, right?
Yeah.
Go for the Daytona's welcome, eat him up, make sure they don't have an access to Throne Ruin. Iframe's already out, Throne Ruin coming through. Flicker, Diablo connects onto 2 as the Daytona's welcome connects as well. Pinning him against the wall, Hiko takes out Jay, but now the Bladed Tempest is out. First blood is done, but there's only so much he can do. Hiko catches him mid-air as his first turtle has turned into a bloodbath.
He looked like a Valkyrie there. I mean, he was in the air and he flickered for the kill, and he got it. 2 kills for Hiko on the gold lane of Freya. That is, once again, just a team fighting upper hand that we see from Team Spirit. Again, this was a great gleam into the Throne of Ruin setup. Look at the health bars of Team Spirit here. They get so low, and you'd think this is a great point to follow that Tempest Blades, but man, Hiko had his mark and locked down Kelvin.
Really good stuff. Even Kid Bomba was making sure, like, hey, I see Kelvin coming down. I'm going to make an attempt with the Daytona's welcome. Despite everything, I think it's really great, right? It's about denying the follow-up from your opponents. And I think whoever makes that big impact at the very beginning of that fight usually makes the difference here. Despite Diablo having to lose out on a big chunk of EXP, I think it's all right. I mean, he did lose his Flicker, unfortunately, but that doesn't matter. They've got to wait until the next turtle before they're even going to consider another team fight.
Yeah, that team fight basically showed us that kind of this choreography here, as you see it again, the Gleam, the Throne of Ruin being used up. But I feel like even if they land those, they're just not, unfortunately, in that position to go ahead and capitalize it unless Kelvin is there. You know, he's a big part of this. Daytona's welcome, though.
Well, it's already good, and I think they should be able to find a kill here, but the Blade of Tempest will allow Kelvin a way out. Does he still have his Finch Poise? Yes, he does. And now he's going to exit from this area. I don't think they have the early game damage to make this work. Yeah. Kelvin is running the killing spree. He's not running Warcry for the early exceptional damage. And not to mention that even CS has been kind of isolated for a large majority of these fights as well, because they can't seem to get the rotations down. Roy, maybe in some trouble. Black Shoes already out here, and that's just the power of this Hirara.
That's one of the scary things, you know. Zara doesn't have to do anything crazy. It's just like he does the combo. You essentially have to pop your Black Shoes, your ultimate, or even, let's say, a flicker later on. So, you know, that's something to deal with if you're IG, not being able to fight at full force. And what you're noticing, too, Kid Bomba, because he has a Daytona's welcome, and sometimes he's just going for Kelvin, you know, gets the ultimate out of the Ling. You don't have that anymore. And slowly but surely, that's going to delay the Ling further for Kelvin. But they're going to fight it off here. Second turtle is up. He's going to grab his purple buff. We'll see if he gets here in time. It is delayed quite a bit, so IG does a good job at that. Team Spirit, though, they'll calculate this. Again, Hiko's pushing up top towards that top turret. Here they break out, though.
Yep, they're slowly attacking him. Sawo spots out where the backline is supposed to be. Hiko's thinking about maybe going for it, but he's shown presence here on the map. He might start making his way over into the mid lane. Bomba still maintaining his stacks as much as he possibly can here. Throne of Ruin only connecting onto one, but Sunset Lover is looking to respond. With max stacks on those butterflies, Sawo finds the kick in a perfect angle on top of the glue. Jay should explode here, but he's got nobody to jump on, and Sawo just makes it out with a sliver of health. CS takes him out, and now Hirara looking for an opportunity, but unfortunately just ain't enough. And even flickering forward with the Daytona's welcome. Kid Bomba, can he get the trade? Misses out at the very end. Unlucky for Team Spirit, but it's not over apparently. Jay decided to take matters into his own hands.
Okay, I understand what Jay was doing there. They had a whole lot happen for IG in that team fight.
Oh,
they really punished. Oh, Kelvin. Okay. He survives. Stays alive, turtle secure. That's what matters. But again, going back to that fight, it just seemed like Team Spirit was actually not in connection. You know, like they were all going in at different times. They got kind of caught in a bad position, and it was great to see IG punish that. But then, of course, you know, they need to continue building up on that. And that's why I was saying, you know, playing into their cards here, they've got many options to play with. There's a kick once again.
Oh, it looks good now. Okay, Throne of Ruin comes down through. Sawo is in a lot of trouble here. Forces out the conceal. Even Diablo is going to cut him off eventually. He should die, but no, it doesn't seem to be. Kelvin finally finishes him off. The Black Shoes has been called as well. These fights are slow and painful, but that's exactly what both sides want.
Yeah, right now, too, CS has been able to go ahead and farm up on this Brody. It's going to be a big part of it. You know, earlier on, he had the Blade of Hep Seas. He was actually able to do some decent damage just with that one item. But, of course, you know, getting those marks off and then that torn apart memory, he's got a lot of space that he could work with, depending on how the team sets a fight up. But that's, I guess, the biggest part of that is where does Diablo land with his Throne of Ruin? Is he going to be able to gleam on the right targets? Because like in the last one, again, whether you hit 1 or 3 members, that changes a big part of the team fight, you know? And so now these battle spells are coming back online here for Team Spirit. Same for IG. You still got about a minute for that flicker to be available. And, you know, the flicker isn't always needed for an Alice to get that setup that you're kind of looking to see, but nonetheless, it's better if you have it. You cover more distance, you know, and you can surprise Team Spirit from that. So right now, they're just kind of staunching the bleeding here. There's a kick.
Oh, it's so good, but do they have enough damage? Unfortunately, not enough. Blade Tempest is already out, attacking Hirara, and even using the Finch Poise, thinking about chasing, but Kevin decides not to. Sees Kid Bomba and Sunset Lover and has decided, I'm out. I'm done with this. Even Diablo and Roy, just making sure that the rotations are slow so that the reinforcements don't come in time.
This is an opening, though, for Team Spirit to go ahead and take this turtle. Retribution still not available for 15 seconds, so this should just be an easy turtle to take.
Oh, Throne Ruin coming in, and now the descent with Valkyries as Hiko's thinking about who he needs to be on top of. For now, Jay able to at least get one with the help of CS. Are they not going to punish this? I'm expecting a punish here, but Sawo going to go for a completely different target as Diablo is dead. Hiko takes out CS, and can they? No, didn't see it, but Roy will pray so hard. Like, how do you get rid of this Freya continuously walking in your face? Kevin is gonna try. Oh my god, he's about to get Sunset Lover. Finch Poist gets him. He might actually outplay this, and he does. He gets on out of there just in time.
That's what we need to see from a Ling if it's picked up. Great play and movement there from Kelvin. And yes, Team Spirit was able to get a couple kills in the hands again of Hiko. But you gotta keep this Ling scaling up. You gotta build that snowball.
Man, that was some hot stuff. I mean, he just purchased the Haas Claw, and all of a sudden now he can enter in and out of the fight, especially if the rest of the members of Team Spirit just don't look at him for half a second, right? Because the fight begins, they start this huge engagement right into the center of the turtle pit. The worst part about it is that Zara Egoist didn't take any of that damage. That's why it's so difficult to kind of get past the anchors of Sunset Lover, because even if you do commit, that's a lot of HP to cut through.
Yep, looked like there was an initiation here in the mid lane. They're going!
And counter initiation even better as they find it. Ignite might have just cracked it open as Team Spirit have already lost 3 of their members in this fight. Mid Tier 1 going to collapse.
Wow, that was a big fight. I wonder if we're going to get a chance to go ahead and see how exactly that all started. But again, the alphabet, Tier 1, Tier 2, falling now. In the mid lane, IG, this is the ignition they needed, man. Ignite Gaming, couple item pickups already showing, and then a good follow through with the Alice from Diablo here to make sure they won that fight in the mid. Now Lord is up.
At this stage, unless Zara has a lot of Sky Piercer stacks, it's going to be hard. But here we go. Blade Tempest early on, early retribution. Oh my goodness, thank goodness. They find it. Hiko takes out Roy, and now Roy takes out Kelvin. It's just a chain reaction, but nobody can get on top of this Brody.
Oh,
and they're able to pull through. He turns it around. Hiko, triple kill. What? Gets, oh man, Zara takes away the potential maniac here. But man, what a full team wipeout.
A triple kill for Hiko. He's off to it again here in this iteration of MSC at EWC 2026. Yes, they got the Lord. Lord was secured here, but look at the team fight. This was set up for success, but then it all fell apart because of the way that you position yourself around the map. Beacon coming in clutch here, giving that opportunity for Hiko.
The timing that Sunset Lover just gets the purchase of the Ice Queen wand came in clutch. All of a sudden, IG realized, whoa, we're not keeping up with them as much as we are. And now Sunset Lover's in trouble. Blade of Tempest forcing out the flicker, but Kevin, he's looking for anybody at this point. He wants battle spells. He'll sniff blood in the water.
Kelvin is mad, man. He knows that that shouldn't have happened after that Lord secure. So essentially, what does it result to? You know, this Lord that they were able to take, it doesn't really get much for them. They're back to square one, but that's not too bad if you're IG, because you needed to go ahead and get yourself settled into this game, build up on that Brody. You can see it. He's got the Sky Piercer, Blade of Hepsies, which he had the first item, Malefic Gun now locked in too. He's able to get that little bit of extra range to work with, which is pivotal for them to win these fights, because as we're seeing, Hiko's a problem, man. Someone's got to shut him down, and he has been sticking to the right targets. And if it's not CS, because CS has movement to work with, he's right on Roy. He's going for Kelvin. You know, he's able to go ahead and be that nuisance, especially when he has the flicker available. You know, you think you get away from the fray, and the next thing you know, she's flying forward to you.
Yeah, it's just a lot of handle, if I'm being perfectly honest. Oh, Sabo, he sees this, luckily isn't able to knock Kevin off this wall. Roy's got to be really careful because he's going to be the most reliable source of damage, only second to CS, and that purple buff is going to get taken away. And now they're initiating Throne of Ruin just to disengage. Kibama, does he want to punish this though? Won't commit with the Daytona's welcome. They all split, and now back to the lane management.
Tier 2 turret going to fall up top. Another jungler battle here. Kelvin. No buffs, but he will be able to go ahead and survive. Doesn't need to go ahead and use the ultimate either, so keeps that. Will grab his orange, and this is just Team Spirit playing pressure in their side of the jungle against IG. You know, if you're IG, you kind of want to get them out of that space. You know, you don't want to get too far caught up because, again, with the Jushin or the kick available for Salo, it's like, you know, any overstep, you could get thrown in this fight, and you're going to end up burning the flickers and everything else, which are pivotal for the next Lord fight up here in 10.
Oh.
They're testing the waters here.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they need to do. As scary as it is to put your foot over no man's land, praying that you don't get shot whenever you lift your head up in the trenches, I think that somebody has to be brave enough to try and bait that reaction from the side of Team Spirit. And so far, in a lot of these scenarios, Team Spirit has been very cool, calm, and collected.
Oh, this is going to be started up really quickly. Kelvin thought he'd go back to base, but there is a bit of a push up here, too. Now mid lane. Look at the positioning of Sao as well. Oh, CS is gone.
They picked him off, and now IG can't contest this no longer. Diablo, he's trying to get on out of there, but it's too late. He goes here. And he's here to destroy, demolishing the entire backline. Double kill already.
This feels a whole lot Hiko Mania, man. I mean, he had 9-0 and 3 on a Freya.
It's ridiculous, and I mean, it was Bruno initially, and now it's this Valkyrie, and it's so scary to see Spirit in this almost psychopathic mentality, right? Like nothing seems to be phasing them. We're not getting much reactions from these guys as well, yet they are playing like absolute machines. Sao knows, right?
Sao knows. He knows Kelvin's there. I would assume so, unless, again, buff is not available, so maybe they just think it was stolen and Kelvin is elsewhere. But now they'll start to make a move across the map here. Team Spirit has that advantage. I mean, turret-wise as well. They've opened things up a little bit further. They are going to try to cut that wave up top to keep it from pushing as the Lord makes its way up top side. But Kelvin's still there, so right now he's going to work on it. Again, he should be able to clear this out pretty quickly, but you can see two members, Team Spirit, Saul and Zariguis, they're here.
Oh, good Finch Boyce coming in from Kelvin. Good reaction time just to buy a little bit of space for the team to just breathe for a moment, look at the map, and now simultaneously these waves are not going to be able to crash in at the same time, but at the very least they can delay it and then hit them one by one, minimize the structural damage overall.
Yep. He's going to go ahead and cut that mid-wave again. So good usage. Again, this is what you expect with the Ling. Look who's on him, though. Zariguis.
I don't think that this is something that Zar should try for, not without help, or at least a single bit of CC. Look at how mobile they are as they're looking to steal away another purple buff.
Yeah, this is one of the things, though. They can't really knock down these turrets easily without getting in range. One of the disadvantages of not having that traditional marksman that you're used to seeing. So even with that Lord, they'll do a little bit of damage to the base turret up top, but essentially not able to start taking them down. So IG, they're still okay. I mean, I know this is a 4,000 gold lead for TS, but IG, based on their team composition, might have a chance to go ahead and win a big team fight, play the map. Kelvin is doing exactly what he needs to do on the Ling.
He's finding that space. He's buying that time. We're already 16 minutes in, and probably not exactly where Team Spirit was hoping to be. Oh, he just got off the Finch Poise. He's in trouble right now. He's got the Bladed Tempest here, but the question is which direction to go. He tried to outplay it, but unfortunately, it's just too much damage for him to handle. And now the rest of the team might just be in some trouble as the way the Dragon has already been used. They're trying to pull him away, and now they pull him right in front of Roy. He doesn't get it off in time, and the rest of the team is now in some huge trouble as Team Spirit. Oh, they're gonna let Hiko die for this? Nah, they just want to punish Jay. That should be it. That should be an inhibitor turret unless they can stop this. And they hit it. I mean, what can they do at this point? Under tower, they literally can absorb all the damage.
They're gonna chase down Diablo too. They're gonna whittle him down enough. They got a mid-wave push here. TS looking to cap out a game.
They're gonna be able, they might actually, no, wait, hold on. Roy, how long until he's come back up? I have no idea. Now, apparently, his Eternal Black Shoes as Diablo get kicks out, and that is going to be it. Look, Kevin, does he have it? Retribution, anybody to try and clear that wave, and manages to do it in time.
Oh, Kelvin will keep them in the game for now. IG buying themselves a chance, but the Lord is up, and Team Spirit will make their way forward. Yeah, the purple buff's going to be taken. But based on what we just saw in that team fight, that misplay from IG, Team Spirit will get themselves this Lord and get ready to go ahead and once again get towards the base of IG, capping out potentially this series.
Yeah, but now the rest of the team is actually scaled. There's some real damage here from the side of Ignite Gaming. The only problem is whether they can consistently peel Hiko, and that's the big issue. There's so much CC across the board that splits them apart.
Here's the good thing.
What's the good thing?
A lot of the battle spells are down for Team Spirit.
Okay, that's not bad.
And what we've seen so far for Hiko is he's wanted those flickers to be able to make those plays, right? So there is a chance here for IG to go in and clear this out. Conceal going to be used. Kelvin's going to go do his own thing, cut that wave if he can. This base turret's going to be worked on up top, though. Base is going to be fully exposed. Half health on this Lord. They're on the defense. They're going to go and try to slice and dice their way through this as Lord is cleared out. Now Team Spirit, what does Kelvin do here? Do they just want to clear out the waves?
Yeah, I don't think they have a real answer to this Lilia just clearing these waves, and not to mention that if they overextend themselves, there's a good chance Diablo will respond in kind. It's going to at least be a Wishing Lantern purchase coming in from Sunset Lover, and I can't think of a way for TS to really like force the end unless IG makes the mistake and accepts the challenge of the fight.
Yeah, this has to be one of those cases where that end angle for Team Spirit is they got to get a pick. Oh, House Blades used. Kelvin's going to be fine. He can just Finch Poison out. But you know, essentially, when you're waiting for this, you know, 90 seconds for that Lord to be up, this is, again, very similar to what we saw in the previous match where you had 80 stacks on the hero. This one's 77, but nonetheless, still deadly.
So dangerous. And I mean, at least for Ignite Gaming, they're playing the tactical approach, right? Just continuously be hidden shadows across the map. Make sure that TS has to react to you. And if they respond, they're the ones wasting time and not the other way around. Okay, Hiko pops that ult. And the Flicker as well, leaving Jay all by himself, and now the Conceal comes through for the side of Team Spirit, but really no need to fight here. Just wait for the Lord in 60 seconds.
Yeah, interesting that he attempted that. I think that was more of maybe a limit test type thing, you know, just see what he could end up happening, but he's not going to have the Flicker now for this Lord take.
Oh, I just saw the items, and Jay has been a very naughty boy. He goes for the Genius Wand on top of everything else, and there's only two people that really benefit off of this, which is the Alice alongside with Roy on the Lilia.
He just wants to shred that magic defense, man. You know, shred it enough where then maybe the Lilia, maybe you have Diablo contributing to those fights, getting them down. Because, again, what is Jay going to essentially do? He's going to find his target, he's going to stick onto them, whether that brings them back to the team or not. But yeah, maybe if he was a little more durable here, a little tankier, it could help them in the long team fights. But right now, they just don't have much of a choice, Gideon, given how the nature of this game is gone. You're down this much gold, which at a certain point, it doesn't matter so much about the gold difference. It's more so how they're executing things. And this Lord is up, so they want to get in position, it looks like, to actually contest this one. But they're going to have to get here fast if they want to. Already half health on the Lord. Positioning from Sawo through this. Kelvin's going to join it.
Where is it? Oh, whoa, wait. Actually, Sunset Lover loses our resolve and is forced to recall here. IG take the space, and they might be able to steal this Lord away. Kid Bomba looking to take the space back. Sawo, is there going to be a kick? No. They're going to reset it, but now the front root already catching onto 4 targets. They're looking to turn this around as IG needs to start kiting backwards slowly. And Diablo, can he regain composure with the same Kid Bomba goes down? EXP laners traded.
Battle of the XP laners falling on both sides. They got a wave pushing up top and mid. And this is the advantage right now of having the base turrets down. Team Spirit has an angle here to go ahead and start up this Lord once again, even without Kid Bomba. They know that IG has to deal with the waves, but this is an evolved Lord, so it's going to take a little bit longer for them to secure. And the wave clear from IG is great. But half health now, they're back here for it.
Oh, Kelvin, he's going to try. He's getting spotted out by Hiko, and they completely give this up. They're attacking Sunset Lover, but he immediately has to use the Winter Crown. Blade of Tempest is out. He flickers away. All defensive spells have been used. And now Team Spirit understand we've won the game of attrition. We get the Lord now.
What a push and pull for this Lord. And Team Spirit shows that experience, that veterancy that they have in this basically evolved type of dance. You know, for the Lord, it's weird to see, especially when assassins are in play, but that's the nature of things now.
This is some Muay Thai, right? We thought it was boxing. No, it's kickboxing. No, it's straight up Muay Thai. They are doing everything they can to hurt their opponents, right? Low leg kicks, hurt the ankles, make sure they can't move around as well, get away the battle spells. And now this could be the final moment.
This Lord, healthy and heavy, pushing on in. They're going to go for it.
They're just going straight for the end game, straight for the base, and you can see that Hiko, he's not hesitating. He goes for the throne. There you have it.
Puro sweep. Puro sweep ang matches for today's video.
Of sweeps here in our opening day
Sweep
for MSC groups, and man, I'll tell you what, it was great to see all the unique drafts, the way the teams.
Ginamit din para pasikat daw. Ay mag-retry.
We can chalk some of it up as, you know, find what they
Nag-log
showed us
kanina.
previously in previous
Di ko na
MSCs and
nire-
previous internationals. And now it's begging the
Yan.
question of, man, the meta seems almost, I don't want to say completely wide open, but it's definitely different and teams are taking advantage
Hello,
of it.
she.
I think it's just, you know,
Champion
only the bold
te.
and
Anong
brave
champion te?
can find a certain level of refinement to it. I mean, let's look at this fight all over again, right? Right from the very beginning, we see the teams play, and I think that Spirit understand exactly what each member respectively needed to do. Like, if
Kawawaling
Sunset
dun,
Lover
oh.
had died 2 or 3 times within the 5-minute to 8-minute mark, I don't think this game would have looked exactly the same.
Yeah, this is, once again, it was a game too where the adjustments for
Yung link
Ignite
lumalim
was better.
kanina,
You know, I
no?
feel like they had a better idea of what they want to do in comparison to game 1. They had a game plan here, they're trying to execute it, but again, with Team Spirit, they had a whole lot to play into, whether that was Zard Egoist or Hiko. Hiko is a main point of
Group
focus
stage
for a
pa
lot of
lang
teams
to,
that are
guys.
eventually going to face off
Ano
against
pa
Team
lang?
Spirit. But this type of
Labanan pa lang
performance for
para
Freya
makapasok
or
sa
whatever
knockout
he's able to go
stage.
ahead and play is something to watch out for if you're up against Team Spirit. And the whole team just has this synergy that works really well. And you said it well, man. It's refinement. I mean,
Lagi
even
kang
on this
late
push,
sa
you think
code. Yun
there would be a
lang.
bigger attempt at defending.
Bukas ka na lang. Mag-abang ulit.
And Team Spirit knew it, so they went right for it. So again, congratulations to them. We're going to be throwing it over on stage, though, I believe, to hear for our winning interview with Milosh.
We have the one and only Zar Egoist with us here. Congratulations to him
Zar
and to
Egoist.
Team Spirit. A few questions post-game. Now, how does it feel to finally play at MSC now that you've hit 16 and officially part of competition?
Thank you. I don't have any feel. I don't know. I just play this game. I just enjoy, and that's it.
Okay, well, then about the meta itself, how do you feel it's been developing so far, especially that your Ling in this game was flawless?
Еще раз.
Как вы считаете, сама мета, как она развивалась? Особенно, что ваш персонаж, Линк, был вообще просто великолепен.
I think it's very good meta for me because I like play assassin hero, and yeah.
You looked very comfortable. Look, I have to say it. You have Egoist in your name. You're seen as this big prodigy mechanically also that's coming up. Is this how it is in the team, or are you more laid back, everybody's playing together, focused on one goal?
Еще раз. Вы такой продажи, все так видят, что вы так удобно играете, да, вам комфортно. Это ваш общий дух в команде? Вы как вообще ощущаете себя?
Да, это общий дух.
Yes, this is a general team spirit.
General Team Spirit, it's not Team Zar Egoist, it's the entire squad together.
Yeah, of course.
Very much so. Thank you very much, Zar. Thank
SL
you.
pag di
to
nagbigay
you
ng
and Team
code.
Spirit,
Bumili kayo sa
congratulations.
shop.
Big story for them.
Bili
Let's
kayo sa
send it back to our desk and
ML
wrap it
kung
all
gusto
up.
nyo ng Starlight.
Thank you, Milosh. Our Egoist on the Ling made a big impact, and Team Spirit continued to dominate as they, yes, were your winners, as you guys predicted as well. I think it was 92% or something
Code
like that
tulog
going
na.
for Team Spirit heading into this, and yes, you were absolutely
Code
correct.
natin
But
and
it was
live
a longer
na.
game again, and Renmar and Trex joining me back on the desk here to close out
Bukas,
the day. I
malagbag
think
yung
we've seen
bukas,
two series that were
guys.
pretty one-sided. However, that second game is given
Grabe yung
despite
ano,
what you guys thought, which is the 9%,
prediction
which is
result.
correct in terms
Winning
of
team,
Ignite Gaming
91%
did not
yung
have a
Team
chance to do it
Spirit.
against Team Spirit. We saw improvement.
First
we saw
four
different choices in the
prediction
draft.
mo,
We saw ways to
tama.
elevate and try to go toe-to-toe.
Wow.
Haymaker versus Haymaker instead of just sitting in a corner and getting wailed on. And I think that was hopeful for these two teams because they've still got more MSC to play.
Yeah, you definitely
Ginamit
could see
niya yung
that this
bagong
could have
skin
gone to
sa
a game 3
Ling.
at multiple times. It's just that I feel like the lineup that Team Spirit fielded with and some of their timings, especially with the entries of Hiko and the eventual entries with whatever picks our Egoist would end up with, or specifically in game number 2 when he ended up with a Hirara, it just asked too much from Ignite Gaming just to deal with one pick. And then when they've rightfully so used everything that they
Uy,
can
maganda
to take
naman
down
laro
that one
nung
pick, giving them
Ling.
problems, there's another. And then suddenly they realize, wait, we can't drag this out for as long as we can when it comes to the team fights. At the end of the day, Team Spirit's team fighting is just deadlier.
Yeah, it was a good point. Zaro goes earlier on the Ling, now on the Hirara as well. We had Kelvin actually doing a good job of kind of trying to distract in that background for Team Ignite. Wasn't able to do it, Trex, unfortunately enough. It came down to a big Lord push at the end of the game that just allowed Team Spirit to close it out.
Yeah, I think it goes back to Team Spirit just being steady these past 2 games. Whether Ignite gets a small lead, kind of gets the advantage, Team Spirit was able to just push it in. In that second game, we saw it even more. Even if it takes a couple Lords, they took their time with it. They were able to eventually get the upper hand, and we saw Diablo had a good game this time. Kelvin, even with a rough start, ended up coming online in the mid game, but some of those problems was he would get caught off, and Team Steady was always just Team Spirit.
Team Steady.
Team Steady.
Were they Team Steady? They're pretty steady.
Looking for those moments where they can get the small advantages and end up getting those big pushes in.
Yeah, and again, interesting point. Team Spirit did not run a single marksman this entire series. All of their basic attacks came from their melee carries. It came from the Ling in game number 1. It came from technically the Barretts, but most importantly, of course, the Freya in game number 2. Team Spirit, whatever they've cooked up with, I don't know how long they can keep this up or how long they're going to continue it. But if this is their approach, then let's see it keep going further.
And because we're only on day 1 and we've got a chance to see best of 3s, it does kind of limit the counter to the counter, because we've seen these teams who start off strong. The adaptation is really on the team who's now down 0-1, and they have to do something different. But then what we saw here is they did take the first pick in terms of the Ling away, but then they got the Freya, and that was a 4-0 finish for, I believe, Hiko, who was on that, and it set up another problem that they didn't answer. Now, if we have to do this in game best of 5, even best of 7, which our grand finals will be, there will be continual adaptation. We don't know where that's going to end yet, though, Renmar.
Yeah, exactly, which is why I'm so excited now to see where Team Steady goes from here. Will Team Spirit continue that steadiness and that creativity, or will teams solve them? I don't know, but I really want to find out.
I think the great thing about this that we know about Team Spirit is we know Hiko can still play marksman. We know they have that in their bag, so this is definitely only just a taste of what we're seeing from Team Spirit. This is an angle that they can continue to approach matches from, and if it starts to lose, they can always go back to Old Faithful of Hiko popping off on a gold laner. So if anything, this is only added to the repertoire, and we know that they are pushing even more the limits of what they can do this tournament.
Still maybe a little bit more to be said and asked of Singapore's representative there in Team Ignite, but obviously Team Spirit really standing strong. Today's results showed that the favorites that especially you guys thought, and who we kind of thought might have the edge in terms of today, well, it was not close. It was not close in terms of going to any sets of final games to determine a winner. It was 2-0s across the board for Team Vamos, Team Falcons, PH, Team Vitality, and Team Spirit. That means those teams will be meeting each other again in the bracket, and it also means that Team Falcons Meta, Guangzhou Gaming, and of course Team Ignite, you'll see the full graphic here as well, and it's also going to be Team Falcons
Vitality, Falcons, PH yung kalaban na yun. Falcons, PH, Team Vitality,
look at the stakes. I mean, these teams already had a lot on the line. You mentioned the True Rippers Guangzhou Gaming matchup, also Team Falcons Meta, and now versus Ignite Gaming. We get a clearer picture on the stakes for those matches. 2 of those teams are going home.
Yeah, True Rippers and Guangzhou, we talked about how heartbreaking that would be, of course, for Team Falcons Men and Ignite Gaming, 2 regions who has been here for quite a long time. Honestly, of course, with SG being here much longer compared to MENA, but there were a lot of high hopes for both, and we have to see one of them go home again. That's the sad reality of the sport, and of course, with the makeup of Group A, with how it looked like, it's just how we're going to get it.
Team Vitality, Team Falcons, PH, that's going to be a big matchup as well. And Team Vamos going to be against Team Spirit, who we just saw the top and the bottom of the day. Trex, what matchup catches your eye a little more?
Oh, that's tough. I think the Vamos Team Spirit. Yeah. I feel like we've seen some great matches from Malaysia and EECA in the past.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen some great matches from them in the past. And there's kind of a little known rivalry, I feel like. So I'm excited to see how those matches go tomorrow, or whenever we end up seeing them. Not tomorrow, right? Tomorrow will be
Group B.
We will find out soon. Yeah, Group B, I believe, is going to be tomorrow. We'll get that schedule in just a second. But also, we want to show you the results for the tournament pick'ems so you guys can see the leaderboard as it stands. We've told you that you have a chance to earn your share of $300,000 and to be involved in the broadcast by selecting the picks that you think are going to be the case in terms of how the match will show up. We're going to bring that leaderboard up for you in just a second. And when we do, you'll be able to see who is actually at the top of it. That's the intention for it.
Wala nang
Because
code,
again,
guys.
you guys have been right for almost the entire time.
Tapos na
Renmar,
sila.
we've seen it as well, that the audience has almost leaned completely in favor of the winner. Whether that's a little bit of just knowing the scene so well, or maybe that's a little bit of just maybe there's something special with our audience watching MSC.
No, they know. They've been
You're not
following this
special?
for
Is
a
that what
long
you
time. I'm just a dude. They're special. I'm just here. No, but honestly, our viewers, our community, they've grown so much. They've really studied everything so much for such a long time. And you guys are great. All of you. You're all great.
But you're not special, is what Renmar was trying to say.
No, I said you are special. Come on, don't get me in trouble, man.
I'm just kidding, man. You know, it's been so fun hanging out with these guys. This is just day 1 of 9, as we mentioned. And to verbalize what was happening, you guys have Team Liquid at about 69% to take it all. Trex, I mean, can you really argue with that one?
I cannot.
Yeah.
We love us some Team Liquid.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, you know.
Defending champs.
Defending champs.
You know, how can
monsters
you not?
in their own right. Some of the best in the world over there.
Easy,
some of the greatest of all times. You know, I do think if there's a tournament that any upsets could happen, MSC has told us before that those things can happen.
Okay.
Different regions win every year. Can TLPH give Philippines a back-to-back win in MSC?
Dahil
We
naman
haven't
sa
seen it for
teacher,
4 years now, maybe a
nagpuyat
little over
ako,
4
walang
years since we've
diamond
seen
sa
a region win it
ML.
twice. So.
First step back on the golden road, right? Trying to get there. So
Mag-ready
big
ka ng,
conversations
ano,
for this MLBB tournament. Of course, tomorrow the
maparusahan.
conversation continues, and we'll show you what to expect as you tune in. It's
Bukas.
Group B's opening day,
Uy,
which means we
SRG.
get to see who Mirko was really excited to talk about. And
Alam mo, di ko
just
alam
from
yung
a
schedule eh.
top-down point of view, Renmar, many
OA lang.
thoughts that we had with our first
SRG,
panel
Team
indicated that
Liquid,
we could see a
6:30
winner of
bukas
this
ang
entire
Team
tournament from this
Liquid.
group.
6:30
All
p.m.
champions save for one.
Onyx
And it's
next.
weird to say that it's Onyx who's the only one here in this bracket that's not a champion in the region that they came from. Who would have thought in the year 2026 we would be saying that about MSC in a specific group? This draw was crazy.
Yeah, this is a group. We talk about groups of death, but this might just go down in history as the group of death right here. Only 4 are going to make it out.
Yeah, that's what's crazy about it. It's that they have to face each other, and they're going to send each other home even to get to the other side of the bracket. So we're seeing some serious stuff there, guys. Just some final thoughts on day 1, what we've noticed so far, Renmar.
Happy with the
Wala
meta,
namang
happy
specific
with the
time yung
performances for the
lapag
winning
ng
teams.
code.
Hope to see more
Kailangan
from the
niya
teams that
talaga
struggle.
manood, guys.
So many teams have brought something different to the meta. I'm
Tagain
excited to
niyo
see
kung
how
gusto
it
niyo
evolves,
Dias.
and I'm even more excited to see tomorrow's games.
All right, well, it's been amazing here on desk with Trex, Renmar, and of course we had an earlier showcase of all of your talent across this MLBB scene. My name's been Rain Day, and I'm going to leave you with the STC recap to close out day 1 of MSC. We will be back tomorrow, so don't go anywhere.
Bye-bye na, guys. Walang code. Wala tayo magagawa. Di naglapag ng code nung last match. Good night! Maraming salamat sa mga tumambay. Bukas ulit. 5 p.m. ang unang match. Agahan niyo sa live para hindi kayo malate sa code. Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you po.